showing off why he's so good at it.
Yeah, backing up Diablo, who, I mean, it's so crazy that late in the game, the play he makes is on Aphelios. He's flashing onto the enemy AD carry to just solo kill him. Very bold for what we expect from him. But yeah, I think going back to Vikla, him and Raptor, you're up against Owner and Faker, such a strong duo together. But they really managed to match them throughout that game, and I feel like you need to keep pace with them, and it's something so many teams time and time have struggled to do. But this game, they really had their number, and it's impressive to see.
Again, Raptor, I mean, I feel like Owner had such a great early game because like we didn't show it in the highlights, but all the early game kills were from Owner. But after that, like just Raptor goes in for the play, and him getting 4 kills in a row made the game really easy for BNK. So everything just set it up by their mid jungle, and then the late game carry from their bot lane is just dream of your team.
And what I love about this is that it's a best of 5. Some of those power picks now out of the pool. No Azir, no Orianna, no Pantheon, no Aphelios later on, and oddly enough, that Jinx kind of out of the pool. So we'll see what is left in store here for us as we send it back on over the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Dealing with just how much game we had in game number 1 and dealing with it beautifully, I might add. And let's get ready for game number 2, Wolf.
It is looking like it's going to be a pretty good night here at the LCK Cup. T1 getting a little bit caught with some greed. Faker unable to press his buttons, as was mentioned. And looks like a BNK fan here saying, let's go to Hong Kong, calling on Genji and Ryu, the ex-BNK coach, as Fox beats down the Ati mascot.
And that would be their next matchup, right? Here in the upper bracket, Genji are waiting for whoever wins right here. And then you are definitely going to Hong Kong if you're in that matchup, right? Because either you win, then you're in the final, or you lose, and then you're in the lower bracket final. So guaranteed trip to Hong Kong with a victory in this best of 5. And it would be pretty unprecedented if we got it for BNK. And then, in theory, we could have a rematch in that lower bracket.
It could happen for sure, as BNK will pick blue side here in response to T1 taking first pick again.
Yep.
And so, like it was mentioned on the space by Digon there at the end, a lot of those power picks are gone. We do have the Aphelios and the Jinx, which are gone quite early, but it can shape especially how the rest of the series is going to look, because Ornn is also gone, right? So Scion stocks go up if you want to play a front-to-back composition here. Let's see what does eventuate.
Yeah, so the Yunara was the first ban last time around. This time it's going to be Wukong. And so T1, I think, are going to go for a Yunara first pick, by the looks of things, based on that particular ban. The Bard will always be the first ban, I assume, from BNK, and I do not blame them for that one at all.
And the Nocturne gets banned again. So even without the Orianna, Vi will match. That makes a lot of sense.
Damn,
Very
a lot of
simple.
junglers being left behind.
Taliyah without Pantheon may just be out of this series. We'll see what matchups we end up getting. I think the Ryze first pick angle for Faker here is quite strong as well, if the Yunara is banned by BNK in this final spot. With Jace taking a huge hit in the jungle, that's that extra ban that you get right now. On patch 26.3, Varus is the other consideration. So what do you want to trade? Do you want to trade Varus here for the Yunara and try to outwin the lane?
I think
There's
if you ban the Varus, though, then the Yunara is kind of free because we've seen it picked into the Yunara so many times. And if you don't ban the Varus, then the Varus first pick feels a whole lot better, right? Because the Yunara is then relatively impossible to play.
I kind of feel like they should have banned Varus in this situation. But Faker's Rise is a force to be reckoned with, and they just did not want to deal with it. And now we might see a different answer. Like, maybe BNK have a response ready for this Varus that we're not expecting here.
Maybe the Ashe Seraphine.
Maybe that could be it
again.
Kalista, I think, is probably not really what you want in this situation. So Jarvan is very good into Varus, so that's a good pick here for BNK to grab early.
I like that. Maybe tier jungler on that's sort of left as well.
Maybe they just play Sivir here and try to spell shield some of that poke from Hayes and look for wave clear and play around that macro in the mid game like we've seen so often.
Yep. Could be one of the options here. Then we'll just have to see what Kellen is going to be playing. The Ahri will be locked in for Vikla.
Interesting.
So Faker could go to, like, I mean, I know a lot of people like picking the Ahri into the Taliyah, but I feel like Taliyah can do relatively okay in the matchup as well.
I want to see a really strong partner for the Taliyah, if that's the route that Faker wants to go. Obviously, the Pantheon is arguably the best on this meta next to Vi, who will probably be banned every game and is banned at this one. And Bessa, Talia, a little bit less inspiring if that is going to be the jungle pick here, but it is a strong flex for T1 right now. And they could lock in Karia's support pick to empower this Varus right now, if that's what they want to do. Would, of course, just be setting up their bottom lane blind here.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what they want to run there on that bottom side. We've seen Nautilus be probably the most popular support alongside
Arcanon Poros.
the Varus so
Very
far.
good into Ahri as well, the Nautilus, but I think it's going to be a Faker counter pick here. We just don't know what that will be. You know, Lissandra is one of those picks you always think of when you see the Ahri, but it's going to be Silas, which has also been one of those other great ones to be able to steal the Ahri ultimate away, and it is very powerful in this draft in isolation, but we don't have the most amazing ultimates to steal yet. Like, there's not a lot of setup or knowledge about what the rest of this comp is going to be for a Silas pick this early, but I do think it's a solid one considering the state of the draft, and you don't want to give Karia's support away this early.
Yeah, it also kind of just bans Rakan and Alistar without you actually having to ban them.
Well,
which
let's
is kinda
go
cool.
anyway.
The Renekton.
Let's
gonna be
just
locked in.
invest
That
some
is a decent
time.
ultimate,
Invest
especially
some
these
time
days,
into the old
can
fucking...
give the Silas a lot of longevity as well as do a lot of extra damage when you are
Into the old mining. Make a bit of dough.
Gnar is
Know what
super
I
obvious
mean?
here. He's going to try to protect this blind Renekton, make it as easy as possible for Clear to play. It's been one of his best picks this season, and they have a lot of single target blow up for this Varus right now, and it's because they have such good follow-up to a Jarvan flag and drag already. Even the Silas can be 100-0 if caught and picked off. Same with the Ambessa. So again, we're kind of assuming this Ambessa is going to be jungle right now, and that is what BNK are doing as well. But that it could also be flexed into the top lane if
My
Gnar has
man.
something tricky up his sleeve here.
Yeah, I'll see what he does actually want to go towards is Lee Sin, speaking of which, going to be taken away.
So a bit of a catch-all
the
here for BNK. Like, I
boy.
just don't want to play against
Oh,
Gnar,
he's
and I don't
banned
want to play against Lee
here.
Sin specifically.
The cannon is still available though, so that could be something that Doran wants to look towards, and then there's a fair bit of physical damage in both a Lethalic Varus and an Ambessa.
It's Sivir, right? It's got to be a Sivir lane
I think it should
here.
be, and I actually think that it's great into Silas as well. Like, On the Hunt doesn't give you massive amounts of value stolen away, and then a Mantra gives you basically nothing. So I think if it's a Sivir Karma angle that they're going for, then it kind of looks pretty good into what T1 have put down already. And so there is the Sivir locked in first. Is Keria going to pick away the Karma? It would mean that they have next to no engage, and so maybe that is not what they're going to look towards.
Yeah, I don't think that's what you want. I think the Renata is an interesting possibility because it's very strong into their comp overall to allow them to disengage. But it's a really tough call
Going
that
in
has to
with
be
a
made
beat.
here. And also, we don't yet know 100% where that Ambessa is going. You take the Alistar on your side, and this is basically just essentially saying, Alistar's great in this.
Oh, shit.
You know, we have the Silas on our side, and now this is fearlessly banned for the rest of the series. Feels like a very potent pick here, but for top and for jungle, Mystery's still here.
Why are all the
Yeah, let's see what
casters
they are
of
going to
League
do.
Cannon
gay?
is definitely
They all
viable
come
here. It's a lot
across
of magic
as
damage, but I think you
pure
can play it 'cause
gay.
it gives you insane engage, and it can be great for disengage as well. into BK.
LGBTQ ready.
Yeah, Keria taking
And
his
it's a
time
bit weird.
figuring out what he's going to pick up for either Doran or Ona. And the
Rek'Sai.
Rek'Sai is coming in, so that will be the jungle Ambessa. And Poppy will
Pretty
be
good
the
Poppy
lock.
angle. Like you can, when you go for Poppy support, it's so scary unless you have all the information, right? And when you have second pick, you get to pull that card out. And Edo locks it in here, but he's saying, like, okay, this is great into Silas, it's great into Ambessa, it's obviously pretty good into Rek'Sai as well, depending on how you play it. And for zone control on objectives, if you can knock even just one or two of those threats away, your Sivir can do great work, and they have the engage as well to back it up. I think T1 have a draft that, with nameplates on, you're like, oh god, that's horrifying. Like, they got Varus on patch 26.3, like, that doesn't seem allowed, that can't be okay, but I think the tools that BNK have, plus the playmaking we've seen from this team, it's a very
we're going for a
BNK
little
draft, right? It's
adventure.
like Doppel's on a late game carry, and the rest of the team just goes in and presses the CC. If you're a BNK fan, you're like, that's exactly what I want.
And outside of the Varus, everyone's basically melee on T1's side, and so ricochet value could be absolutely absurd. And with a Poppy there, Steadfast Presence means that closing the gap onto this Sivir could be very, very difficult. So I do like what BK has. The problem
Let's
is
go, baby.
just the amount of raw power on this T1 composition.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a little snoop around there, to be honest.
We know exactly
Go this way.
what these players are
Do a
capable
little
of
loop. Do
when
a
they
little
get their hands
loop. Get the
onto
loop
picks
in.
like this. So let's get another rift here for game number 2.
Come on, baby. I wish I had 280% though. Shit. That'd be even better, bro. Become the world's best miner.
I really do appreciate that one B&K fan that screeches every time. You know, they're just trying to even it out because we know the T1 fans are just pretty loud here in Lowell Park today.
In game 1, it was so much louder than it was this time that it made me make sure everything was safe. Like,
Yeah,
I
we
did
both
the
looked
wrap
around. We're like, hang on a second.
That it sounded like something nefarious had occurred, or
Yeah.
maybe there was an insect in the building, or
Is Insect here? That's kind of cool.
not with Lisa and band, I suppose.
I assume not. All right, Diablo and Kellen doing a little bit of battle here. Obviously, the level 1 of the Alistair.
Oh yeah, stop talking about Guma, man.
And so B&K might be able to get themselves a little bit of a fun time. However, T1 do decide to go for a cheeky level 1 headbutt angle.
Yeah, the good old level 1 headbutt heal that we've seen so much this season. Like, people figured out, okay, it's unplayable for Alistair level 1. You just got to use your heal and hope for the best. You just go for that one headbutt and just push them away and go heal. All right, we're going to get level 2 eventually.
Yes.
We'll survive this.
And now Diablo gets to just press W and make the waves disappear. Obviously, it takes a little bit longer at the early levels, but
Give it to
still gonna
me.
guarantee the shove.
I need the
And
adamant
does a good job
sight.
clearing out all of these minions as well. So finally, Pays gets a wave to have a look at. Faker connects some chains here onto Vikla, but he gets lit on fire, and Vikla is able to stand his ground.
Actually, really like the Ignite tech, or the heal deny especially as well, into the Silas.
Yeah, the all-ins are actually pretty dangerous here for the Ahri.
You have to be really careful, but ideally you don't want to get caught by chains ever, but the Ignite buys Vikla that extra space here to win the trade anyways. But it's a big trade-off, obviously, without teleport.
Yep, and you're not a top laner, so you don't get it for free.
Yeah, at least you have home guards, I suppose.
All right, so Vikla is going to send Faker home a little bit early here, but he's just going to go for a tempo back as good steadfast presence there from Kellen, and Carrier takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, it turns out that Spell Shield's not very good into Alistair, but Steadfast Presence is.
It very much is.
Kind of covering that little base there as well.
And, oh, okay, good charm connects onto Faker here, who hasn't actually teleported yet, thank goodness, and he will now go back home.
Greeting a little bit there, but will not die.
Oh, Doran in a bit of trouble. There's the flash from Clear, and realizes that he doesn't actually have kill pressure. So that is just flash on cooldown. Doran now looking to go back home. As Raptor, Flagon, and Dragon looking to get towards Ona, who is in the river here. All right,
This
so
is a
almost
B&K game.
stuff. Yeah.
It's a B&K game. There's no breathing room. There's no early, like, oh, let's see how this laning phase goes. It's pretty calm, just farming it out. It's just constant aggression, but it has paid off. Well, minus the flash on the top side. That one didn't really pay off. But otherwise, it's been paying off.
Well, heal coming on through here as Pays in a little bit of trouble. Carrier wanting to get that headbutt angle, but Kellen has steadfast presence, so it's so hard to press that W button. Oh, man. All right, B&K with retained control here towards this bottom side. And it is translating into a little bit of a lead as far as money is concerned for B&K, but nothing that's too much to worry about on the T1 side.
Hayes
Wow,
does
there's
have
always
teleport,
something made.
so, you know, Diablo
And be in the
wants to
spot.
try to force these all-ins as much as he can. Used the barrier earlier. Doesn't have it anymore, but we'll have it up again soon. But because of the teleport, even if Hayes gets chunked down, can always feel pretty safe to just get back to lane for free. As Vikla, again, just trying to trade aggressively. Knight comes back, he can continue to do that as he's really pushing ahead here in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Taking a very significant CS advantage and has chipped away at the second plate. Gonna force Faker to take another early back here, and
Come on,
doesn't have his
T1.
teleport
Big fan,
anymore.
big
And because
fan.
Vikla took Ignite, you want to be able to get this value early, and so far it is working
The
incredibly
Manchester
well for him.
United of the
this is
League
what
of
you need
Legends
to
scene,
do
mate.
if you have decided
Winners,
to not
dominant.
Like, look at how much Faker can potentially lose here off of this wave as well, because he has to run back. He has boots, that'll help a little bit, but so much lost money.
Yeah, home guard, pretty important for trying to avoid that, but as he said, not able to pick up too many of these. Boomerang Blade, high value there from Diablo. T1 with
Diablo.
this wave push back.
That guy was definitely called Diablo.
With Culls in hand.
And it was like, yo, you can't have that name.
Raptor looking for that angle. In goes Kellen.
Is that all right, Diablo?
Will just wander towards the Jarvan. There is the flag and drag buffered beautifully by Raptor. Gets himself out of dodge. And the mid
Big
lane
worm.
control here from
Big
Faker
bone
as
worm.
he does make his way back. And so understandable that they don't want to go too far. As clear with the Dominus against Doran. And the slice comes through, but Doran tunnels his way out.
Too bad.
Go back home.
Clear flashed earlier.
Yeah, exactly.
I wish he had it there. But he is still going to get a pretty nice advantage from this, and will continue to hit that topside turret, so not all for nothing there, despite not having the flash to follow. Gets the flash out of Doran, and will get plate money and deny farm.
Yeah,
in case early game, pretty insane.
Well, there's a great knock-up as the flash charm comes through. Ona is lit on fire, and that is first blood going over to the Jarvan. Vikler avoids the chains as Faker has stolen the ulti and will find the follow-up kill. Now Carrier moving over, but is unable to get the headbutt overall. And does have flash, but did not want to invest it. So Faker's on the board, but so is Raptor.
Raptor picking up that kill rather than the Ahri. Ideal, but still a very aggressive play. Faker is able to trade it back, but some really nice footwork there from Vikla.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, he's not the one who dies, so that's a big chunk.
Yeah, good old Varus just being able to do a whole lot of damage. I believe that was W empowered.
Yeah, with the cull in inventory.
Yeah.
Doesn't even have a Dirk.
Not sure where that damage came from outside of pressing W.
Whoever's watching me right now, I see you.
In this mid lane, but let's have a look at how this all eventuated as a battle over the ward sort of started it off.
This mid-jungle synergy and the communication and how crisp they are with this, also the dodge on the chains here from Vikla, very impressive. Raptor went so deep though that there's no real way to get out of here. Faker flashes. Unfortunately for him, that's not going to amount to anything.
Yeah, not able to get on top, but keeping him honest, making sure that Kellen was rotating up. And that is denied. Man, this Poppy is going to be such a big deal in this game. Like, so much of this rests on how Kellen plays a lot of these later game team fights, with the amount of value that you can get out of the Steadfast presence, and with the fact that creating space with the Keeper's Verdict is going to be so incredibly important. Owner is making his way in. Public Execution goes wide, though, but the chains do connect. Good charm from Vikla, but I don't know whether he's out of dodge just yet, as he is going to get taken down. There is the Cataclysm, though, as now Owner stuck inside the circle. Teleports coming in, but they're turtle ports. And oh my goodness, the takedown from this Poppy as he just heroically charges Ambessa to the Nether Realm.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick reaction there from Kellen, despite the fact that the turtle port takes forever to get in. He was able to get that punish there, and he communicates with the Raptor. That's why Raptor commits the Cataclysm and Flash to hold him down for long enough. It's a kill onto a Poppy. So not the most impactful, but it pushes Owner off of the map, which is the more powerful aspect of this.
Yeah, there's also the fact that now Faker has a
a sickle mage.
That's the big deal here. T1 are making sure that Faker is going to be a menace in side lanes, and I think at the moment it's looking like mission successful. And grubs do spawn.
It's crazy that
fucking mage as a miner is the most greedy shit ever. You should just be selling yours.
You know, you can't really
and she can literally just sell TPs or whatever. Amateur!
To hold Owner in place so that this Poppy can get something done. He actually almost gets the damage done himself with that last flag. And ultimately, Faker gets a lot of money, like you said.
Yep. And if Kellen actually could have stuck around and possibly got a heroic charge into the wall in turret range or something like that, it might have been an extra kill. So the fact that Raptor wasn't able to finish off Owner with that 1Q, actually kind of a big deal. As Clear once again just doing a little bit too much damage to Doran, but is taking a fair bit in turn. Still has Dominus, so obviously not close to dead.
The Executioner's calling is super high value in this matchup, and he got it early with the lead that he had, and was able to really continue to apply that pressure and hurt the sustain of the Rek'Sai. Something that you don't normally get to have with a pickaxe as well in inventory this early. So feeling very powerful, and it will wield the sword to its fullest effect here. As Vikla is no longer in free bully territory, has to play really well, as you can see here, to try to trade back. Raptor nearby.
Yeah. And Raptor is going to now try and challenge for this dragon. Kellen moving over. Does have the Keeper's Verdict available. Let's see whether he can use it to guarantee some position. But there's the Flash Pulverize. He does get the ulti off, but it's only on to Carrier, and he just dies. As a result, still Raptor's able to take the dragon. That could be important. Flags and drags, gets himself out. Poppy for Drake? I guess you possibly take that.
Yeah, it really depends on what soul we get, but feels pretty nice, at least initially here. As top laners both having teleport, but we're not interested in the dragon fight, which does make sense. especially because of the ability to stop said teleports on both sides. And Raptor now has his Sundered Sky. He got out, did have his flag and drag, didn't have his flash.
One trip
which was a big
Zangarmarsh.
concern
Zangarmarsh is a good area. Hellfire Peninsula is
Faker
definitely
has
the
a big old
best. But
Cataclysm, manages to get the ulti out of Vikla here, as we do have the teleport upgrading, but we don't see the charm. Still the Cataclysm comes in, and Raptor's there to bail out his mid laner.
Man, the mid-jungle today out of B&K is pretty unreal. Game 1 to start things off with the Pantheon Orianna, and then here on this Ahri. So many resources being given to Vikla, but man, Raptor has been everywhere. The Poppy ultimate here does push the Alistar away, but he sacrificed his life, but it ends up being enough space here for Raptor to get this dragon without using his flag and drag, so he can then use it to escape. And the Raptor comes in here very late. And it's almost as if Vikla and him have been coordinated, because he was walking up mid straight up before this, right? And then Vikla misses the charm, but that's the go button for Faker. He's like, I'm going in, and look at this, just barely.
Yeah.
Not enough damage.
It's crazy because T1 pinged exactly where Raptor was at that time as well. I think they knew just how narrow that window was. The flash forward from Clear looks to take down Doran and just barely misses it once again. But
it's a win.
What do you want?
Sends him home.
Sends him home, and he has his Dominus running. Can go over here and take some additional plate money. And force Doran to TP. He gets to hold on to his. A huge win here is Clear. Having a really nice performance on this Renekton. Again, like I've said, is probably his best champion this season. They gave it to him early. They protected it with an R-ban. It is working a treat.
Yeah, and it's not exactly the Rek'Sai matchup that you really want, right? Often Rek'Sai wants to abuse tanks. Renekton is not a tank, and so maybe not necessarily working out for that reason. As Vikla clearing out this wave quite nicely. Look at how tanky this guy is. He's got his Black Cleaver completed already. Clear ready to cut down Doran.
yeah.
And Vikla all freed up in this lane.
Might have our first grub of the series.
Oh, true. Okay, let's see whether they are actually taking
I'm just
3
kidding.
minutes. Yeah, Owner is no. I mean, Owner is right next to it, but I just don't think he's going to be taking it. We do have a ping out from Raptor, though. So maybe that means that B&K are going to look to take that down. Man, Diablo is almost insta-clearing waves already on this Sivir.
That's a good job I'm watching this while I'm doing it.
Now, Jarvan clearing towards top side here. Maybe he gets one. You know, I mean, you're nearby. What do you think, Raptor?
He did ping it.
He's pinging it. He's going. There's no cross map, really. So T1 gonna rotate Pays into the mid lane here.
Yeah.
Baker's going bottom side, but doesn't have TP, and I think it should just be free grubs here. And Vikla can hold this wave, and then they could swap him to the bottom lane and send the Sivir mid. As B&K once again, it's nothing groundbreaking, but it's solid macro.
Well, Diablo is in a little bit of trouble. However, Faker runs out of punch.
Diablo.
Presses Vikla. Wow, that was a lot of damage out of Pace. Actually threw out the Chains of Corruption to make sure that that Blight was stacked up.
Yeah,
Raptor clearing out
unfortunately
vision where he can.
for T1, not able to get anything huge back, but at least delay some of that swap back for the Sivir into the mid lane, and we'll be able to get plate.
You're talking about
Pays. Pays plate goes over, and now the Ahri does go to the bottom lane. Diablo's going to come here mid. Few minions lost, so it's what T1 get a return for the 3 grubs.
All right, Doran is going to be feeling a little bit better now that the Titanic Hydra is completed. Clear still will be just fine, culling the Meek over and over there in that lane as Diablo parked in mid, the favorite place of the Sivir.
Likes to be there. He's not really clearing them fast. He wants to just kind of deny here a little bit, keep the wave in a safe spot, which does make sense. And we're going to have in the next
Don't really
minute
care, bro.
that dragon here. B&K can
We've
take a
already
2 Drake
experienced the
lead
nerf anyway.
and deny a very valuable individual Drake here from T1 in that mountain. Be pretty huge for them. Pretty decent for B&K as well, the stats-wise, but for T1 it feels arguably way more valuable.
Yep. I think as well, Double Dragon
Warlocks
would
need
be
nerfing.
a whole lot in this
That's
game
one button
especially.
and get
Yes,
5
with
pin,
the
2
Sivir and the
1000
scaling
plus
elements that we've
DPS.
already discussed with that.
But nerf,
So much
nerf
extra
warriors.
freedom to just farm it out and ignore team fights. This game is a lot less bloody than the last one, but still a lot of action.
There's another Dominus as Raptor's going in, but so is Carrier over the other side. But trading places not quite working out. Public execution onto the Jarvan as the Cataclysm comes down. He tries to get out, but he fails. And it's Owner that takes down his opposition. Kellen's flashing. They know that they have to get out of there, and Diablo has to flash as well, as now Faker has discovered the Poppy. And I don't know whether Kellen is going to be escaping this one. The charm is going to get avoided, and Kellen should be going down. It takes a bit of Kellen to take down a Poppy, but Faker is going to get him in the end. As Clear might just take this turret and got a solo kill onto Doran, I believe, in the top lane while that was all happening.
Yeah, finally he got the kill he was been looking for all game. Finally this time the margins were there. He does not have boots, by the way, still.
That's not fucking being a part-time gamer, cunt, and fucking
so
get up there.
Fight, it's a little bit bizarre. Oh, we're just gonna watch this first. Let's see.
Yeah, this was when the dominance got popped, and I was expecting Doran to just kind of tunnel, but instead he ulted and died, I think. Yeah.
I don't think he had a tunnel to use there.
Oh, he's nearly 70. But
Not 100% sure what the game plan was for this one for Raptor, because Pays is here, and Diablo's on the other side of the wall, and is not that high range on the Sivir. And then there was some shenanigans here where Kellen tries to buy time to try to deny Faker. Faker's flash is phenomenal against the charm that Vikla has over the wall here. The reaction is so crisp. Watch this.
Yeah,
he's just not going to let anything go wrong in this one, and we'll pick up the kill.
And so Rift Herald, in the meantime, is going to go over to B&K. That might help alleviate some of the issues, but Faker is problematic here for B&K. 4, 1, and 0 on this Sylas. They've made sure that the money goes his way, and they know, I mean, Faker has won world championships with this champion. He is very, very good at getting the value out of Sylas.
Yeah, you know, it turns out the guy who's played the most champions in mid lane over the longest period of time, was the most experienced in League of Legends, can use the ultimates of other champions incredibly well.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't play more Viego mid, because I feel like his skill set would certainly help him there.
Yeah, you might be onto something.
We'll see whether he does get that. Viego
I've definitely already experienced a damage nerf.
Yeah.
Remember Chovy played it?
My guy gets top DPS now.
Funny.
It was that one time, and then I think it got nerfed into oblivion, or they just realized it wasn't good.
That's why people don't want to invite warriors to dungeon groups.
To be available on the Rift.
Viego's Q is very difficult to balance around not being in the jungle.
Yeah.
I think that's
Don't
why
tell me
they have to
about
be very
stuff like that,
careful.
bro, because it just annoys me.
Team that is. As
And I just start thinking about shit.
Faker. And we're grouped around the bottom side. There's no dragon for 3 minutes. We're fighting anyways.
Yeah, Roy Charge comes in. Carrier does have the ulti. His Chains of Corruption does connect. And now Raptor well in amongst it. Public Execution not quite going to work out, but even through the Unbreakable Will, it is going to be the cow going down. Great steadfast presence there, but Kellen, I think, is still going to get taken out as Faker is just way too big in this game. Took a lot to take down the Poppy, though, and there is the shutdown onto Diablo as Faker is going to fall finally. And now you've got Raptor riding this Rift Herald into all the crystalline overgrowth in the mid lane. That is going to be B&K taking out this outer turret in mid,
The second
getting
turret of the game.
more money.
Yeah. This is a really strong position here right now for B&K.
Diablo.
And like, I don't know where he's going to send it. I guess just
Just into the wall.
into the wall. The fights, we keep watching these fights where Kellen dies, but he does so much work on this Poppy. Like, he goes in here onto Carrier to start things off, right? And the enemy jungler isn't anywhere nearby, so the punish play here during Carrier's ultimate just really isn't there. So Carrier's tanking, but they can't really get anything in return. And so many of these fights I'm watching, damage dealers on the side of T1 or junglers getting hit, and Kellen's the one who's getting hit on the other side. He's blocking for Vikla here, right? Poppy just takes so long to take out. Vikla just changes targets here initially, zones owner away, hits the charm onto Faker, and Pays is so low he can't rejoin. Then Doran TP's in to try to save the day and can offer nothing. And Kellen is just, he's everywhere in this game.
And Faker also missed the Keeper's Verdict that he'd stolen away.
Yeah.
And so actually kind of a big deal that he needed to invest so much more time to try and kill Kellen. Large reason why it looked like this Poppy survived for way longer than he had any right to. As Vikla clears out this wave, but look at the massive lead for this Crocodile. I mean, Clear is just so large in this game. And the fact that Doran isn't really able to do too much and is soon going to be staring down the barrel of a 2-item Renekton. As soon as Clear turns up into team fights, what is Pace supposed to do?
Yeah, you know, run away and hope that Faker's big enough. And right now, Faker's lead is significantly smaller than it was before. He's the only one with the lead here for T1 anywhere. And I just am starting to worry that this Sivir has gotten too large, too early, and the composition is just so easy to play out from here. And Vikla's having a phenomenal performance on one of his best picks.
Yeah, he's looking real good. Faker, though, is the one that's still holding a gold lead for T1. And it's just such an unknown factor. The Sylas we saw in the last fight didn't quite work out, but in the next one, it may just hard carry, you know? As Doran is going to get interrupted. It's just a little bit frustrating. I don't think he's going to be going down. But look at this, the Bash Brothers have so much health, and these two brawlers are really going to be a struggle for T1 to figure out.
We haven't talked about it too much, but Cloud Soul on Sivir.
Oh yeah.
And on Ahri. And
I
on
was just quietly very happy.
And you know, it's kind of like, it's pretty big. It's obviously very good for Sylas and Ambessa, and for even the Alistair as well. I mean, Cloud Soul's just really powerful, but if BNK are able to get this and buy additional time for this Sivir comp that they don't even necessarily need, it's pretty huge, but they are not set up to contest, and there's no TP for Vikla.
All right, now they're going to try and turn onto Raptor. There's the flash knock-up as Keeper's Verdict just gets rid of two of them and keeps Raptor alive. Still, the Drake is going to get rushed down, and T1 will hit Double Dragon before BNK as Faker. Okay, Charm is going to miss. Faker's reaction time is really making me feel like I should be better at League of Legends. I keep blaming the fact that I'm getting on in age.
He's still younger than you.
He is younger than me. However, his reaction time is definitely better than mine ever was, ever. You know, I could have been an infant and I would never have been able to react that well.
I am a little bit...
Get your tongue out of his ass, man.
Like, the way that was played out for BNK
okay, now.
made me feel a little bit nervous about what the rest of these fights could look like, because it was a bit haphazard, but however...
All right, there's a knock-up onto Ona, as Chain's going to miss. Vikla now looking for a way to get in. Great Charm is going to connect, but the public execution is going to mitigate it completely, and down goes Raptor. Vikla should be following here, as the auto is in the air from Pays, and they just wipe out
Baron.
the Fox Lady. That should be Baron, and oh dear. Oh,
Yeah.
the game was there, it was on the hands, and now it's missing.
Yeah, I kind of was leading into, I'm a little bit concerned about how BNK are setting up, because it's very haphazard because of things like this, right? It's a very scrappy composition that T1 have with Ambessa and Sylas, and if you give them the opportunity, they will just smash in skirmishes, even with this gold deficit, which is quite small now, as the timing on Owner's ultimate is what really is the kicker here, because he's able to mitigate the charm entirely as Vikla avoids the chains, and look at this charm, he's like, got him. But unfortunately, not only does he mitigate it, but he also takes Raptor out at the same time. And Vikla's way too deep, cannot escape. And so that's 2 kills, and that is the Baron. In the meanwhile, Clear did get that outer turret in the bottom lane, and is still a big threat on this Renekton, but T1 have taken control of this game.
Yeah, Pays now gets the evolution on his Mirror Manor at the same time. That's 3 items complete, as he already had the Edge of Night done. So this Varus is extremely scary, and you can see, like, Diablo, I believe, is building towards Lord Dom's next as well, so that's going to put back the Infinity Edge that he really wants a little bit later to 4 items. And so this Sivir is not going to be that massive threat until much later in this game, if we even get there, as T1 look to take down their first turret of the Baron.
Yeah,
Already the Rebel Baron power play ticking over 1,000.
That's the gold lead for T1 really for the first time, but it's more than gold that T1 will gain from this, as you mentioned, and all of this control, all of this siege, putting the Sivir on the back foot, they're going to turn that into a turret take here in mid, which is arguably the most important turret right now that T1 haven't gotten.
Well, there is Dominus happening all over the place here as Faker is fighting against Clear. Doesn't quite find the chain lash, but Cull the Meek not exactly doing exactly what it wants. As Faker gets flashed on here, Clear looks for the angle, and he gets sliced and diced!
The only way
Clear cleans him up!
The only way Clear wins that is buying enough time, and he's even getting the TP out.
Oh, man.
The only way he wins that is if he gets enough from his Dominus to actually get the Empowered W. He knows that. He flashes on Faker. Faker does not react. The Empowered W takes him down. That was a really good judgment there from Clear in that moment. Knows his Dominus is ticking, knows he can get that W off. That's all he needs. Faker looks pretty frustrated on the player cam there because that was a huge opportunity he thought turned against him completely. He's 2 levels down because Clear's finished his quest a long time ago, and it's quite massive on this Renekton.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where, I mean,
You feel it.
Yeah, Faker presses tab a lot, right? But he maybe wasn't focusing on the fact that Clear had gotten a gigantic lead in this game. And so maybe had some choice words for Doran afterwards. He's like, what did you do to this crocodile, man? Let's have a look at this one more time, as honestly it wasn't like that. It was very close to Faker actually winning
look at
out
this.
on this trade.
6, 5, 4. He needs it so desperately, right? Gets the Empowered Q, backs away, waits for his Fury, and waits for his W. Flashes on, gets the W, Qs him, and has enough damage there with the Slice and Dice coming up at the last
What a
possible second. Clear's
beast.
judgment insane in this moment.
Renekton's been strong for the longest
Just
time.
gorgeous. Also doesn't take the cannon because he knows that otherwise he'd die. Everything about it just gorgeously well played. So this Renekton certainly the big boss here for B&K. 3 items now done for Diablo as well, as the Lord Doms is now complete.
This Ambessa is kind of crazy big as well here for T1. Like,
Yeah.
Endless Hunger, an item that I think Riot built for champions like Ambessa, but junglers don't always have the income required to have that. But he also has the Death Stand, so he's difficult to kill, is going to be dashing a lot, is going to be doing massive amounts of damage when his Shojins is constantly stacked as well. Like, this is Ambessa's dream, these 3 items all together. And with Silas there as well, Diablo has to be very careful about how he's positioned. It's going to take a long time to cut through that front line.
Yeah.
Ooh,
All right, let's see whether B&K can find themselves a team fight.
ahead.
No, that's going to be the question, as Vikla has to throw down the ulti. Doran a little bit frustrating here on the sidelines, but does have his ultimate on cooldown as well. Maybe isn't going to be quite as dangerous in team fights. Still, this is going to be sole point for T1
surely.
if they're able to lock down this dragon.
Oh.
They do pull it out, and I don't see too much of a contest here out of B&K. Let's see whether Raptor can go for a bit of a steal, as Keeper's Verdict just gets cancelled immediately.
Yeah, they just want to knock on our way to steal one. That doesn't work. They just back off. They were just hoping for Keeper's Verdict into a flag and drag action. Maybe they can get the punish.
Yeah, as Chains of Corruption connects onto Kellen, he just absorbs so much damage. And is now just not really going to be a factor here in this fight as Doran tries to save this turret. These minions just die so quickly.
Well, this guy's mining.
Yeah. This is the problem.
He's
T1
level
can
6
just sort of build the clock.
Yes.
Faker also, I think, I'm not sure if he should stay here because there's company coming. His top laner has teleport.
Yeah, and we know that just the Crocodile is a dangerous one. Now there's a job in there as well. Teleport's coming in, Cataclysm goes down, and now with this teleport coming through, Doran does have a large shield, but I don't know whether he's going to have it for very long. And in fact, it just immediately evaporates. He now has to tunnel his way out. And with On the Hunt, there is a chance that B&K can even catch up to this Rek'Sai, although Raptor is going to find it with the flash. Doran now gets a little bit of a knock-up, though, and does have the ulti back off cooldown, and Clear is there with the Ruthless Predator, and down goes the Rek'Sai.
B&K out macroing T1.
Oh dear, and maybe it's not over, as Owner is going to discover Clear and then just dashes away, and style.
Like, everything about what B&K just did, beyond like the kill they get onto Faker, Doran's TP is late, he dies, just an extra donation, but the way they set up that dragon as well, they're like, all right, let's see if we can get the Keeper's Verdict steal. Also, Sipper's pushing mid, we're gonna get plates, we're threatening the mid turret, we're doing all this at the same time, and then we're going to be able to get the punishing onto Faker if he stays. Faker decides not to take his Empowered Recall, because he has Empowered Recall, right? And he doesn't want to use it here, and he's like, oh, maybe I can stay, get something out of this, because Doran has TP. But this Renekton, I thought we made it clear, pun intended, that this guy is just going to do damage too quickly, and then Doran is just a wet noodle in this game, so he shows up and he's like, oh god, well at least I'm Rek'Sai, I can get out, right? But unfortunately he doesn't really have tunnels set up on this side of the map, and Raptor catches him here, and he will also fall.
It was actually almost enough damage there.
I think it's some Hellfire Peninsula
How
angle.
are you? Means that there was no way that Doran was going to do anything at all. So really nicely played from B&K to make sure that they can get both of those kills. They've been invested to make sure that it happens.
Those kills mean that they can get some vision around Baron now and potentially start to threaten turns off of this, and they will do exactly that right now. Faker still has TP.
Yeah, Doran is towards the top side as well, so he can rotate down, but they're going to have to get a move on. As Raptor realizing he's the only one in the pit.
I think they just wanted Faker's TP, and T1 do not take the bait. Oh, I see that. Faker does actually, in fact, TP into mid.
And he finally has level 3 hijack as well. So that Dominus will be doing as much as Clears. The last couple of times he picked a fight with the Crocodile, it was 1 level behind, which really is a big deal. And now he's got a Sterix Gauge. He's level 18, moving very swiftly towards level 19. Sterix, one of those items that really does work better when you have way more levels than everyone else.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy how levels can impact items like that, and the value of this execution is
Renekton is a bit of an issue.
It's pretty good into the Silas as well.
And the Ambessa,
yeah,
who has a death stance first, so it kind of doing more than you'd expect.
Yeah, maybe he should finish it.
Could, or could just like, maybe it's just like one of those things, you know, it makes you feel even better if it's just an executioner's calling for the entire game.
Yeah, I guess, I don't even know if there's a, tooltip for the heal denied, probably not, but...
Oh yeah, like that counts how much healing is denied?
You'd be like, just putting that in the post-game, by the way, look at how much value for gold I got.
Yeah, just like start pinging it over and over again. Heck yeah.
But getting a GA would also feel really nice, because it's very difficult to kill him, and killing him a second time It just sounds kind of out of the question, unless the fight is won despite it.
Yep.
As we do have the Shadow Flame down for Vikla now. He has been behind Faker a lot of this game, but still made a lot of impacts with his charms. And for the rest of this game, it's really about, can T1 secure Cloud Soul or win a team fight on the Dragon to then get Baron to kind of close this one out. I think that's what T1 need. In terms of gold, it's 1.3k at 30 minutes, not the biggest gold lead, nothing really to write home about.
Yep, and we do actually have those healing reduced numbers. 2,763 health.
That's a lot.
That's quite a lot.
And over 300 regen.
Yeah, not too bad. So T1 now set up around this Dragon that is going to be coming up in 25 seconds. BNK finally actually here to fight for it, not wanting T1 to get a free soul. I think that makes a lot of sense. And let's see whether Diablo can actually make himself known here on the map, because so far, a bit of a quiet game for the Sivir this time.
This is
As
really
in game one, he
Have
was
a
definitely
quiet
one of the main
game.
characters.
Is this
It's
guy
really
a
tricky
fucking
for T1 to
mong?
fight this out.
People know
because
we're
the positioning of
fucking
Diablo is so good. Look at Owner wrapping
60
around,
more
trying to find
CS
an
than the
angle on this
minutes.
AD carry.
Yeah,
They
quiet
need to
game that,
kill
mate.
Diablo.
Fucking idiot.
That's the only target
Honestly.
they want.
Ooh, great charm going to connect that onto Owner. Not able to buffer any public executions this time.
Look at Clear's positioning as well. He's also threatening on the flank.
Yep. And does have the
360
collaborative
S
there
at
as well to make
30
sure that he's real
minutes. Yeah,
speedy.
quiet game that, mate.
Doran gets the
Proper
knock-up
quiet.
as he has to slice to get out of the way. There's the Keeper's Verdict now on cooldown. Gets rid of Doran here in this moment. Public execution comes down. Sterik's not quite going to be enough. However, he does slice his way out even through the exhaust. But now going to have to be teleporting back into this fight, and the Dragon has already been started here by T1. Kellen looking for an angle. Vikla dives in, gets the charm onto Faker, and then gets himself out. Faker steals away his ultimate, though, is now Diablo having to flash, but he'll be taken out at pace. Snipes him from the back line. He'll get rid of the puppy as well, and now Faker's
that is a
popping
lot of
off,
walls.
getting those resets, and
Potential.
finally Clear comes back in, but he's alone. T1's team fighting just too good in the end, and it's only Raptor that lives to tell the tale.
And Vikla's gambit of going in there, looking for Faker, absolutely does not pay off. And it's in that moment the rest of T1 get on top of Diablo. And their objective in this fight was to secure Dragon. They didn't need to win the fight. They were trying to zone. The initial setup was really good here for BNK. Kellen also using his Keeper's Verdict very early, and I think he really will regret this choice because he only gets Doran and now can no longer affect the zoning here or really positioning of anybody to try to win the war of attrition to secure Dragon. Dragon's so healthy, BNK aren't looking for a flip anymore, and they get a little bit indecisive here. And Raptor, look at he's hanging out. He wants to try to look for the steal. Then Vikla goes in here, and look at who's now opened up. It's Diablo. Doran gets on top of him. He's showed back up in the fight. The follow-up is easy. And T1 get Cloud Soul and Baron. And I think that is likely enough for them to tie us up 1-1.
Yep, that's feeling pretty lights out here for BNK, who just didn't have the same level of cohesion that we'd seen throughout the rest of this series in that team fight. The fact that On the Hunt got 0 value because they hear the Sivir get real loud and yelling and stuff like that. T1 then immediately back away. And BNK weren't able to then turn that into something like a
I'm still leveling
Dragon
61. Yeah, man.
like
You're online, aren't you? Proper gaming and that.
Take them down.
You're a gamer, you
Back to the drawing
split.
board here. They still
You're
have
a
scary team fighting proposition. This is a great
gamer.
chance to connect onto Faker. It's not looking too consequential at this point in time, and these spirit rushes that Faker has been using have been pretty diabolical.
Pretty horrifying. Silas is speedy. And with Cloud Soul, it's pretty insane. IE's done for Diablo. It's going to have to put it to good work here on this defense. Sivir can buy you so much space against Baron because her wave clear, as you can see on your screen and with your eyes right now, is pretty bonkers. But it's still not going to... Okay, hold up. Diablo, no.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see is Diablo. I don't think he's going to be able to spell shield that one as Raptor looks to try and put Faker into the Cataclysm, and it does not work. This is game over, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot have a Sivir step that far forward.
Oh, it's a best of 5 though, so it's
in
killing.
this game I was very fed,
T1
but
will come
unfortunately
back.
if my whole team
Don't-
dies, I cannot do it
Don't go
alone.
against the
That's gonna be
T1.
the
Wow, I
ace,
don't know
and
how they keep
T1
losing though.
Just go from winning a team fight
Oh,
to
wait, they
game
won.
over
Never
in
mind.
the click of your fingers.
Yep,
Never mind,
that's
it's
all
over.
it takes.
Thought it was T1 that was losing.
And poor Diablo, he cleared that wave really hard.
He did.
But he could not clear the champions.
No, and maybe he didn't need to clear the wave quite that hard.
It's crazy when you watch the collapse onto him, because AD carries are so strong right now and they do so much damage. Oftentimes if your team is fully ahead, like if T1 were 4k down and they try to make that play, maybe he just kind of gets collapsed on, kites back and they all die, but it wasn't that type of scenario, right? You can see in that moment, you're like, can he actually? No, he cannot, but he did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And he was the only damage threat.
and then they lost the game. But I respect the Diablo in him, looking for the angle. And T1 with a really nice play there on the Dragon. And some missteps, I think, for B&K, frankly, around the Keeper's Verdict. Vikla trying to go in, looking for the Dragon steal, meant that not only do they lose the Dragon, but they lose the team fight, they lose the Baron, and they lose the game.
Yeah, and we were saying about the amount of pressure that was on Kellen. I think later on in the game, the Keeper's Verdicts just didn't quite find the angles, and it meant that T1's Phalanx was just able to stay together. They were able to push forward. Pace was just shooting wherever he likes, as you can see here, almost doing as much damage as the incredibly fed Renekton in this game. And we know Renekton, even though he's got a lot of scales,
I'm still live on YouTube. Of course I am.
His forte. It's a little bit ironic there. But it is now time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to take a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game number 2, and then we are going to have a best of 3 from here. Guaranteed at least another 2 games, and that is exactly what we wanted to see. We'll see you back here for game number 3 real soon.
They call him Jeff. Call him Jeff, yo, they call him Jeff. Boom, broken ankle. Comes to me stream. Threatens me with leaving. What a gaming guy. What a gaming guy. He's a gaming god.
너네 미드 올 수 있냐 지금? 아 못 가. 우리 못 가게 유지하는 게 나을 것 같아. 오케이. 다음 라인에 그냥 공성상 볼래? 나 라인 하나만. 오케이 오케이. 라이브 들어갔어? 텔로 올게. 나 텔로.
Come on. Oh, see what I mean? Layer swap in there without telling me. Fucking shit cunts.
맹 나랑 넣어. 들어가 벨트. 맹이 있어. 왜 노플이야?
Yeah, man. Since when's it legal to just switch up? I'm on a boat, I'm on a cruise with a bunch of people that I've like figured out how to work my way around, and then you just fucking airlift me to another boat without telling me. Yeah, man.
지금 늑대. 탑 이번에 싸움 날 만해.
자, 그리고 킹겐의 점화 돌아왔어요. 돌아왔거든요. 점화 걸고 또 너 전멸 없잖아. 그다음에
탑 잡았다. 아유 죽었어? 얘 라인 푸시하려나? 푸시할 것 같은데 그냥 걸리면 노플이야 노플. 오케이. 야 탑이다. 나 살짝 흔들어 볼게. 잡았다. 끝. 노플. 와 큐도 많네. 이번에 탑 나면 그냥 다이브 깎아 줄게. 얘 필. 라인 밀 수 있냐?
What a load of shit, can.
노플에 점화도 없고 궁도 없어. 야 이거 음파워 맞추면 죽어. 탑인가? 뭐지?
Layer 6.
지금 여기 아니면 유충 갔어. 나 가는 중.
Nipping bot layer 6.
괜찮? 형만 안 죽으면 돼. 나 갔다. 나 빼긴 할게 일단. 못 맞췄다. 죽었지 이러면? 우리가 전령탑 지금 좀 전성이 같은데 어때? 야 이거 짜오 아래쪽인데 알리스타 깊게 나오고 보자. 우리가 바로 치던가 전령 나오는데. 네 쳤다. 봐줄게. 텔 보고 있어 나도. 보인다. 나 마테일 찍을 생각해. 이거 멀어서 여기 나오면 볼게. 먹고 하자. 먹고 해도 안 되죠. 밀자. 이거 나 게임한. 알리 서프 빠졌다. 짜오볼게.
Yes.
우리 안에 사이언 볼게. 바탕 갈게 이제. 사이언이 바탕 간다. 아지를 보일 때 좀 깊게 나와보자. 세게 들어갈게. 디테일한테 무조건 있어. 디테일 어차피 아지르야. 디테일 보는 거 하자. 나 이거 우리 이만 좀 볼게. 나 볼게. 우리. 잘 탔다. 나 설치할게 이거. 설치할게. 천천히 봐봐. 괜찮아. 알람부터 천천히 쳐봐. 아지르 디테일. 야 천천히. 야 이제. 리신 노고야 리신 노고. 야 뒤로 와볼래?
맞아.
내가 이겼어. 못 봤다. 그래.
한타 하면 그냥 기분 좋을 때 우리가.
그냥 맞대면 무조건 이겨. 피하지 마. 이 라인 살짝 세게 들어가 보자. 이런 거 탑이차 하려고 하면 각 보고 싶긴 해. 탑이차에서. 각 나쁘지 않은데? 이제 높여. 야 이제 보자. 형 썬데? 나 리신 썬데. 썬.
Ah, like fucking hell, bro. Fucking 9 in the morning, bro.
이제 잡았고. 좋다. 나 우리 하나 여기.
10.
구현 봐 얘들아. 구현 세다. 갈게. 얘들아 구현 봐줘. 나 버려라 이러면. 탑이차까지 천천히 잡고 바로 나빠. 할게. 어떻게 됐지 방금?
얘랑 그냥 박았는데 서버가 좀 애매했어 우리가.
야 우리가 배치 더 좋지 않냐? 다음 라인 한번 밀고 나가자 이거 밀어야 돼 이거. 일단 살짝 나가도 돼. 야 이쪽 한번 볼게. 천천히 쪼여보자. 이거 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 치면서 올게. 짜오 밀렸어. 나 이거 구했다 농구야. 아 그래 오케이. 구했 농구면 우리 좋은데. 딜러하기 싫다. 짜오 보고 싶다. 야 보자. 암렌차 한대 뺄게. 사이가 높아. 천천히 하세요. 너무 빨리지 마. 아지로 공조심. 가도 돼. 야 우리. 맞아. 나 이거 구현부터. 구현부터. 나가서. 노클. 카이사 어쩔래? 카이사. 카이사 잡아. 살아야 돼.
살아볼게. 못 살았다.
끝나나?
끝날 것 같다. 근데 이거
그럼.
안 끝날 것
근데
같긴
뒤에.
해. 바로 좀 가자. 우리 레드 쪽 돌아 있을만 하고. 야 이러고 우리 치자. 우리가 계속 이렇게 압박 주면 좋을 듯? 안 죽는 선에서 기다려줄게. 얘네가 친다. 쳐야 돼. 네, 집 끊으면서 백도도 살짝 생각하자.
Oh, this ain't good, Kerr. This ain't good. Yeah, fine.
카이사 잡았어. 야, 터졌다. 안 좋아. 뺀 쪽으로 맞아. 안 좋다. 쏘리. 나이스. 이걸 당구를 하네. 나딸것 같았는데. 나이스. 야, 마지막에 당구 성공.
우리도 플레이오프로 간다. 블랙 스퍼스가 농심을 꺾고 플레이오프로 올라갑니다.
Genuinely think it'd just be better for me to just go and do quests that I've not done. And then, you know.
And just with one game, the dream of more kills than minutes is gone, and we're back to measured League of Legends. It's tied up 1-1, T1 and DNK FearX. Digon here alongside Ox and Wadid, and we had the roller coaster. It was all hands, no brains. This one, a little bit more calm, a little bit more familiar.
We all knew it.
Yeah.
It's always T1
Yeah.
after them having a break for a week and like, let's just do little warm up, and they're just back on the track right now. Yeah, seems a little bit more calm and collected.
A little bit more measured, I think, and some sharp team fighting, good target selection. The sort of thing we expected, especially I think a lot of our predictions coming into the series.
Yeah, let's start with the draft.
How
here,
come
though,
they never
because
up any
it did
O's, man?
feel like DNK FearX
How many O's have I checked now and not found one?
Picks that were smart. You were talking about the support pool specifically there.
Yeah, I think they got a really high value bot lane here. I think getting the Sivir into the Varus, I was surprised they let the Sivir go through, because we often see the Sivir banned away when you get the Varus, or picked in the first 3, because he can spell shield a lot of his poke, he can just match his wave clear, and then the Poppy here into so many dash champions in this situation, you know, 4 melee champions with a ton of dashes. I felt like DNK FearX got a really high value bot lane, and if they could keep Diablo alive in this situation, you know, he has so many melee champions he can just AoE through, so I thought they gave themselves some good tools here and it was really going to come down to can they execute with that.
So
Peace.
yeah, I really like the BNK 4-5 right there, but also the pressure on their Ari and Jarvan was kind of huge because
fucking shot,
you see
bro.
T1's draft, it's all about their mid jungle. Ambessa and Silas, they are just high risk, but also high return. So I think all they had to do was not making crazy plays on the mid lane to give Silas free kills, but that's what literally happened in the game too. So T1 had such a great snowball in the early game.
Yeah, let's get into the highlights because it was kind of some early scraps that dictated back and forth here between these two squads.
So yeah, this is one of the situations that I was talking about. I think as Ari and Jarvan, you're gonna get outscaled so hard unless like you play perfectly. So I think that kind of fight that they planned for this one was not clear enough. They just EQ'd on the blue buff and nothing happened. And the Faker collects the free kills here, and I think this is not ultimate.
I think there were so many examples where Faker was just able to clear up and clean up and with the Ariel chase down targets. This was one that went a bit better for BNK FearX and just kind of highlights the example.
Good sign for finding us if like most of the spots you're in has like the monsters alive.
That managed to lock down Faker.
Oh,
so they did actually manage to take him
maybe
down.
not
They're
up
still
here.
getting a lot of kills overall in the early mid game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this kind of trade, I would be really happy if I'm on Silas Ambessa side because you don't want to kind of like stabilize the game against Sivir, you know? You just want to fight like 24/7 to make it really messy fights. So I feel like that's what T1 really wanted to do in this game too.
And
all the
also,
time, bro.
The identity of BNK FearX and Diablo, they really like to scrap. They really like to be proactive, both good and bad, and that's kind of what happens here in our second highlight where they started going fishing a little bit around the
all
red
the
buff.
time. We've got the P hub on all the time. I said all the time.
And this is a support Poppy in the job, and both AD, you're not killing the Ambessa in time. Your Sivir's not there, Viklon Ari's not there in time. The follow-up wasn't there, and it was just like so ambitious.
I mean, look where Diablo is
Cool,
right now.
dude.
He's just on the mid lane,
And you didn't see him.
clearing the way.
You didn't see him on the screen.
We couldn't see him on the screen.
He wasn't there.
Like, what is happening? You know, it's all about the Sivir, like him having a mid pressure into vision control, into control the zone for the Nasher. Everything is so simple.
And also, even if Sivir was there, that tight choke with like people able to dash over the walls, like the Silas, terrible place to fight. Even if Sivir was there, that is not where you want to fight. So just everything about that was wrong, and it just gave T1 a really easy spot to get a couple of picks into Baron and a free
It was going to
pass
play
have
league.
control of the game.
Yeah, when I think about teams that kind of had those coordination issues with their aggression, D plus Kia comes to mind in their earlier series in the playoffs, and now BNK a little bit cooking too much, but they still were able to stabilize a little bit and try to find a final fight here at the Drake's Hold.
So I think there's two big things here. Firstly, is T1 having a great read on this because players playing on the flank, and this Renekton is really strong. And a major threat, they burn his ult, they chunk him out, and even though they don't manage to take him down and they commit a lot of tools, they force him away.
Well, he was going and playing league, bro. You know what I mean? Then he just come in yapping.
And that was great from T1, but being
Trying to dictate to me, bro, what's all that about? Yeah, you know what I mean?
without him. So it's a 4v5. Renekton not there, and T1 pounce on the Sivir and immediately take out Diablo.
I think Vingla was looking for the angle on Honor because he was half HP, but Faker blocked the combination from
Oh, there's
Ari.
the Renekton.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, like every single time whenever they have the fight, it's winnable, but they're just not coordinated. So like they have to just set it up and go for the front back, and it's gonna be a lot better. But somehow, like after the game one, after that some insane gameplay, they were not be able to have a clean game again.
Insane
and I think
gameplay.
Faker, he's the one consistent player from T1, making this game so easier for them. And right now, Vikla, you gotta challenge him. You gotta do something against him.
Well, the good thing that bodes for BNK FearX is all of our highlights were on them being proactive. Maybe this time not making the right calls, but they're still in the fight. It is tied 1-1. Let's send it back on over the casters for game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. Here we are for a best of 3 that is beginning to unfold between us, and we do have a side switch. As first pick will now go over to BNK FearX, and T1 will jump on over to the blue side. So we'll see how things develop now with first pick on the cards for B&K.
My big thing here for what I'm most worried about for B&K for the rest of this series is they're not going to get their hands on Vi. Proactivity in terms of the comps that are left available is a little bit tougher when some of these picks are gone, right? Like the clear Renekton, which was incredible in Game 2, is now fearlessly banned, right? The Ahri is gone. That's one of Vicla's best. Like their playstyle is quite hindered as we go deeper into the series, and also with T1 being very aware of their playstyle and how they like to draft for early mid-game and skirmishes makes it a little bit face up. So we'll see what they do in terms of adaptation. I think there's still a lot of really strong picks left for Diablo. You and I were talking about how Sivir doesn't really necessarily give him the big outplay opportunities that a lot of the other picks like Ezreal, for example, the Inara that's banned against him, the Lucian that's banned against him have.
Yep.
And he is eating T1's bans at least here now on blue side. On first pick.
There were a lot of jungle bans in the last game. Wukong, Nocturne, Vi, all of them
Interesting.
taken away. None of them have been taken away. This time, finally, the Nocturne is going to get taken off the board. We'll see what the answer is going to be. I imagine a Vi ban is probably on the cards here if they want to stick to sort of the tier list. See whether they have anything else in mind as the first pick for B&K. That is going to be the big question mark for me. What can they get their hands on that they feel is the highest priority this time around?
It's a tough question. The Rise is still available.
So that could be the one.
And I think that is probably where we're headed just because
look
it's the strongest pick in the meta.
Please don't go
that's left
there.
available. Clears waves, does tons of damage, safe inside, it's good at collapsing.
Oh
It
my
does so
fucking
many
god, are you
things that
kidding me?
It's kind of required. I feel like a lot of mid laners would look for the counter pick Cassiopeia in this situation, but I think T1 are a little bit more clever than that. They're going to look for something a little bit stronger in terms of the overall composition. So I wouldn't expect that to be slammed down right away, but instead, something
Wonder I can't fucking get any, man. This fucking 200,000% movement speed, fucking
it's the Anivia.
flying
We've
about.
seen this into the Rise many times. In fact, I believe Stromaker played it into Faker, which kind of went okay early and then really poorly later on. Wukong going to be a consideration as well, as a bit of a circular theme is beginning as far as ultimate abilities are concerned.
It does seem like really only Chovy has been able to consistently get the value out of the Anivia so far.
Kind of making it look pretty broken on his side. But now, what are B&K going to do? I imagine you could lock in a bottom lane here. In theory, give Diablo and Kellen something powerful. Might be able to find that. Or you could just look to lock away your top side of the map and feel powerful there. Could be like a Rise type rotation, but we'll see what Raptor wants to do instead. Okay,
looking for the Ashe lane here to dominate bottom side. Ashe Seraphine wins every lane, unless you get ganked after you push way too far up. But it's Wukong, so he can't gank. He's Wukong, you're fine. Actually feels pretty smart when you think about that, as well as the fact that the Seraphine could just stop the Wukong in his tracks when he does try to get on top of your AD carry or your mid lane Rise that scales really well. And I think this is really the most blindable bottom duo that you could ever ask for. And it feels pretty safe here. And with the jungle pool thinned out as it is, it's not like Raptor was looking for a prio pick just yet. As Gnar, less blindable.
Oh, now would have been so much better.
Is an interesting one, but now they can actually protect it. See what they are going to ban away as far as that is concerned, or whether they're just going to ban away junglers. I imagine Raptor pretty keen to get back onto the Lee Sin, something like that. We've seen Mundo paired alongside the Ashe Seraphine. That was brought out by D+. Didn't work, but they're against Gen G.
I do think the Lee Sin will be banned because it makes high impact early where Wukong cannot. And if an Ashe Arrow hits, or a Seraphine Root hits, or a Rune Prison hits, you don't miss the Q because they can't move. So
yep, I like the ban.
Does make a lot of sense. Very impactful pick. I think they expected this. I do think there's real legs and a potential Sejuani pick here for Raptor as well, even though it's not really his preferred play style because of the Ashe and the Seraphine here. It does feel incredibly easy to set up and to even shut down a Kennen, for example, if you can ult him when he's trying to set up for his flanks.
Yep. I do think it's kind of difficult to go for a Sejuani just because you're likely to pick ranged into the top lane. I guess Jace could do both, but we haven't really liked the Jace too much.
Jace is the only pick I'm thinking about right now. Okay, Aurora was one that wasn't on the top of my head, but is also a good pick here. The Jace, though, doesn't give you any frontline at all in this draft, and so can do quite well in the individual matchup, but isn't really going to help your Ashe find success later on. The Karma ban is just saying, we win the lane no matter what. So are you playing Jhin? Are you trying to play Callista, like we saw yesterday, which was crazy, but they pulled it off with help of Canyon?
Yeah. I think they might have been considering
It's
a
definitely
Ziggs,
too
but then
slow
it would have been
flying.
way too much magic damage.
Yeah, Ziggs is tough with the cannon top side.
You put myself at
gonna be
a
Jhin.
higher deficit flying.
No Jhin
Once it's
bar
let
in
over
this
something,
game, unfortunately,
like
as
what I've
Brad
just
has been
done.
banned, as it always is against Carrier. Now, what is our top jungle going to look like
Is
here?
he just gonna play Gnar?
Could be.
That would be, I think. Okay,
You know, instead of nerfing these melee classes by 40%, why don't you think about increasing the mount speed or something that costs fucking 900 gold to get?
Man, this is so much setup CC. Holy moly.
That's pretty creative. I like it.
Yeah, and
out of the
Yone's a
box.
lot of damage as well. So Yone Ashe for the physical damage, as well as then you've got Maokai and Ryze doing a fair bit of magic. Does mean that the mid jungle for BNK is a little bit suspect.
There is not one single pick that Carrier wants to play in this game.
Well,
Janna,
he's gonna have to play something. Rakan is the choice.
Feels good here, but Rakan feels good to follow up on Cyclone in the lane. That is to say, like nothing.
The problem is
play in the
that
lane.
then a Maokai in the game.
Yeah.
And so then you just get twistedly advanced.
He is going to have to find some crazy angles, which also means that they're probably going to have map control, which means they're going to have vision, which means that this...
Oh, it's a top lane rise. I actually kind of love this.
Yeah.
I do
Man,
feel like
everybody's
Vikla
got
is gonna have a very rough
280%
time.
movement
This
speed.
does mean
How?
that mid-jungle situation looks a whole lot better. And now this makes more sense to me.
Yeah, also because Vikla's going to be able to play the Yone into the Anivia, it's pretty easy for Yone to kind of avoid Anivia's harass and the wall and stuff like that with his Unbind. Does make some sense, and with some jungle attention, actually can punish the Anivia incredibly well. I do wonder about Clear's
Yeah, you're going
experience
nowhere with that
on
mount,
this
lad,
big
that's all
we see
I'm
Ryze
saying.
Played
Oh,
almost
absolutely
exclusively by
nowhere.
Keen in the top lane.
Yeah.
And
What
we've seen
the
it for other
fuck, man?
players like Khan in the past. Some retired players have definitely played it in the past, but Mastery is going to have to be high here to pull this off, because you can't, yes, you will probably win the lane and do fine up there, mitigate that lane pretty well, even if you don't have Mastery, but it's about team fights later on that I'm more concerned about. You really need to be able to pump out that damage.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to be put forward here, because it's a very cool draft. Whether it works is a completely different question. Let's get on to the Rift here for game number 3. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for our third game of this series. As Owner is going to put down the hide-on bush, and the hide-on bush is unfortunately going to be taken out. All right, Vikla sidesteps. No Flash Frost for Faker this time. And now the test. I'm going to have a look and see how many times Clear has played
that's the question,
Rise more recently. I did lose on one a couple of days ago. But otherwise,
It's
not
the one
too
and
much
only
in his
DOG.
recent history.
As level 1 fighting into Ashe Seraphine.
Yeah, it's always a rough
Nice
time.
pace.
However, they are
Good
giving
news,
back
that
as
never
good as
happened to
they're getting.
Guma.
Ish.
Maokai also did get buffed with his Q damage by a
Lane's
flat
already
10
fucked.
across
See you in a
all
week.
ranks.
Not too bad.
So, checkmate T1.
I think you should probably be able to farm at least as fast as Wukong, who is not necessarily the speediest Clear in his first couple of routes. But BNK, just doing what this lane is supposed to do. You need to be pushed up as far as possible. If Owner goes for a level 3 gank on Wukong, I imagine BNK will not be expecting it, because I don't think any of us are. He is clearing towards his top side though, so isn't too worried about it.
And they hawkshot him.
They have hawkshot, so I guess they'll just never have to worry. Vikla is... Yeah,
It's tough
how
for
he
the first
started
few levels.
in game 1, and they won that game. So maybe this is exactly where Vikla wants to be.
Faker on the
Tough when you don't have all your
Anivia.
buttons.
Well,
Does
Faker,
finally
lad.
unbind the soul. Gets the knock up onto Faker there, so a bit of extra damage back. Nicely done. And
Bit of a win
Kennen
streak.
continues to win.
Yeah, doing pretty well. Clear 2 of those wins. We're playing against the Cannon in this case. Yeah, this
Whether he
is,
knows
I don't
the
like
tech.
watching this, but it is what we have to do, because this is what B&K's bread and butter in this draft is just to win the lane, get the prio, get the control. And Maokai dive would be quite difficult to pull off, but they have done a lot of damage.
And he does have the ability to go untargetable, so juggling of turret aggro could be a thing. But we'll just see. We do have now Pays going back home. Was looking a little worse for wear. 9-21 in the CS margins. Man, this is a rough time. And of course, they picked the Rakan alongside this Jhin. Like, it was always going to be difficult. The ban on the Karma, I think, was a bit of a masterstroke to make sure that T1 couldn't actually stand toe-to-toe. As Doran hasn't teleported yet, so he's able to use his health bar here quite nicely. As Faker finds a great stun. Ona's coming in. Vikla is taking the right direction out. But let's see, as Raptor is going to move on over. The kitty cats are getting mad. And Faker has a few minions that are angry at him. So it looks like the Yone is going to be okay. And Raptor, in his pajamas, just going to look for the monkey.
Yeah, I don't think Faker should back there.
Oh, it didn't take the extra damage there, Wolf.
Clean.
No extra 10 for Ona. As flash forward! Gets him into the egg, and out goes Vikla. Unbinds that soul, as there's the arcane smash. Ona gonna have to put up that decoy, and now Faker eggless.
Egg for flash?
A little in danger.
Definitely can be worth it, I think, for the Yone that's going to become a bigger problem once he starts to get some items and obviously gets his ultimate. So, well played by Vikla. I think calling worth, especially because Yone doesn't really use his flash defensively in a matchup like this almost at all unless he makes a mistake. So it was very good for him. Didn't have to flash when the gank came through. Actually played it very slowly, played through Raptor, so held his flash and was able to use it aggressively there on the return. And Raptor will even get this camp.
Yeah.
Yep, stealing away the Raptors. That sounds like something he wants to do, as Diablo looking a little worse for wear here in this lane. Does still have his barrier up and available.
It's like they've
Pays almost with that cleanse back.
Yeah, it's a boots advantage for Pays. That's really all he has with that back he got earlier. So,
yeah, nice little knock up here as Kellen in a little bit of trouble. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way. Somehow that beat drop does nothing at all. Meanwhile, Ona is going to discover Raptor here in his jungle. The bird is moving down though. And Arcane Smash, there's that extra 10 damage, baby.
there you go.
And
I think he's dead.
He's going to look for it. There's a twisted advance and the Arcane Smash! It's called Bramble Smash now, ladies and gentlemen. It hasn't been Arcane Smash for a very long time, as now Faker is looking to try and get that kill back. Oh, Raptor gets the level up! And he's able to stay alive. Look at that. Cool, calm, and collected in the PJs. And just strolls his way out.
This is just such a performance
Oh,
out of
for
B&K
fuck's
today.
sake, you're
And
kidding.
everyone is firing on all cylinders.
Honestly, like everyone on the Rift today, like this is just, it's just some pretty
You're
high-level
kidding.
League of Legends.
And, like,
really enjoying it.
And I want to say, like, for T1, they came in as the favorites. We expect them to be on all cylinders, right? We expect this undefeated team to come in here and pop off and do well. And even the Korean analysts who were saying B&K greater than D+ and stuff like that weren't expecting them to take, most of them take wins here.
I mean, I said the same thing on the POG state, and I predicted T1 3-0.
And now we're here watching Raptor go for these crazy plays. Has the ward as well, which is super helpful here. Gets on top of him with a flash, takes him out before Faker can impact the play. And Faker's wall is just a little bit too short.
Oh, man.
Raptor gets the level up as well, but less impactful ultimately. And poor Faker, not able to make anything of it. So, feels like highway robbery.
Yeah, still able to, you know, stay like right next to the CS numbers of Vikla and things like that. So nothing to worry about as far as the laning phase is concerned. But it is the Maokai getting away with murder. It is the dangerous thing.
He lived with 6
Now
HP.
moving forward. And
Now he has his ult.
He's just hunting this Wukong over and over again.
And you know, guess what? The owner doesn't have his ult, so you can just play around this super aggressively.
And don't fight Raptor around the Raptors. His name is Raptor.
Doesn't have smite, so
Doesn't seem to worry about it.
owner might not know that, so I suppose can't actually challenge for that, because if he gets it, he gets 6, and maybe they can make a play, but Yone has prio. Atlas, this is a bit of a strong start here with the prio in these lanes. The Rise is winning
Didn't
too.
know. Oh, okay, there's the ulti from Vikla, finds Faker here, and that's the solo bolo for Vikla, and he walks his way out. And in the meantime, the smite is going to go over to Ona. He does finally find level 6 as Twisted advances onto a clone. But B&K, man, they took that last game personally.
They really did, and this is such an early lead, 2,000 at 7.5 minutes.
It's the year of Vikla, Wolf. I think it's the year of Vikla again.
Yeah, I think it might be.
It took a little bit of time off, but now I think it's the time. It's the year of Vikla again.
And Clear, we haven't
He missed a whole lot of minions. Maybe it's not the year of Vikla anymore.
Whatever, he gets the champion. That's the one that you want. We haven't looked at the top lane matchup, but Clear has generated the advantage that you want to see with that swap of the Rise into the top lane. And for Vikla as a player, it's always the aggressive things you're excited about, right? It's the Yones, the Akalis, the Aris, right? He got the flash to get the egg earlier, and now he knows no egg.
Yep, and he already called it as well. Gets the knockup, gets that perfect setup.
How the fuck's all the thorium though? Never find thorium, actually though.
A bit of trouble here towards the top side of the map. Flashed, but that is not going to get him out of dodge. As now, the return on the bottom side, as there is the Nature's Grasp. The encore comes through, good flash from Pays, goes right over the top, but the beat has been dropped. Still, Pays survives with 100 health. The arrow going to connect the splash damage. Not enough, and Carrier blocks the volley. And the curtains are now getting called. Flash out there from Diablo as Raptor gets the interrupt. And Diablo, can you actually get any of the kills here as B&K looks to try and turn this around? If at first you don't succeed, try again. And there are no teleports to try and get under here. There's the high note, and that's the double kill for Kellen.
Raptor doesn't pick up aggro, he doesn't touch him, and he gets away. And more than the kills going over the Seraphine is you've taken the bottom duel off of the map here, and further farm is denied. Hayes also down both summoners, but his flash was incredible. We're going to go all the way back to this play here where Clear is just a little bit too far up in the lane, but this means that they can just press the go button on the bottom side. Could have played it about as well as he could have there. And then here, it's the first ultimate for Raptor of the game, and look at how this is played by T1. Carrier blocks, Pays, flashes. I mean, that is really hard.
Cleanses the Nature's Grasp and then flashes the encore. It doesn't get much better than that.
And then the arrow is blocked by Carrier. And Pays is like, okay, surely they can't. And then he gets up, he cancels ult so he doesn't get hit by the sapling.
Yeah, exactly. The little cat was chasing him. That could almost have been enough because Raptor has gone damage for the first item.
Exactly. And then Raptor is coming in here to try to take the turret, or to take the aggro. It's not even necessary. It's a double for Kellen.
Yeah, Diablo was able to take that first turret shot. They got the reset, so it's not doing that massive amount of ramp damage. As now Clear and Doran continuing to fight. Slashing Maelstrom comes in here as Clear looking to escape, and is going to be able to do so with that Realm Warp. As Doran still looks for it, and just finds the solo! Oh, that
I'm
was
telling you, man, people with gnomes characters usually have funny names as well.
One more time, and Vikla, just barely out of range. Vikla does take a lot of damage back here from Faker, who finds that combo. Flash Frost does go wide. As we're going again. Oh dear. They are in the fog of war.
And Raptor does not have his ultimate, so I think he should be able to get this recall off. Although Diablo could snipe him. Too slow. Yeah, Kellen misses as well. Also, I mean, his miss, he's just slow.
Needed a little bit more BPM.
Yeah, the problem in the top lane is, can they redive this on the Carrier? He has Ghost.
Well, he is going to press that button. Look to make his way out. Raptor is just going to look to try and guarantee himself a extra plate here. That should be going down. B&K doing exactly what this bottom lane wants to do. Continue shoving.
Clear.
That's a 30 CS gap is, Clear did just die twice. Here. This is probably going to be a third time. And getting money for Pays could be a good thing, as Doran misses all of that farm.
I think Doran didn't sell this very well. I think Clear is pretty aware something's going on, and
that's what
obviously Pays doesn't come back for a while. This does not feel good for T1. They need to make something happen here, because they're going to lose their bottom turrets. They need a cross map. There's the TP from Carrier. They are going to go for the dive.
Yeah, well, Clear doesn't have any minions to worry about, but the curtains have been called, and the rest of T1 are here. Let's see whether the DDR is going to work.
Arrow coming.
As the slow comes on through, yes, the arrow is going to ascend. That does connect onto Carrier. Fair bit of damage back, but Pays is still able to lock that one down. And yeah, that is just a little bit of an overloading of the top side of the map there for T1. And Diablo, in the meantime, just takes that first turret off the map. And it is still a 3,000 gold advantage for B&K.
This was a massive win for B&K. That was just desperation from T1 to try to get Pays something. Pays is like, I give up trying to play the game from the bottom side of the map. I'm going to go top side there. They get clear, but it takes so much to do it. And look at how long it's going to take them to take this turret down as well.
Man, this is kind of absurd. It's, what, a 40 CS lead here for Diablo? And he's now got 3 daggers. He's full build. My goodness. Kraken Slayer done though, that's obviously the main thing. So this Ashe is very frightening. Ulti comes through here from Vikla, looking to try and grab another egg out of Faker. Gets the knock up from the Q as Raptor's moving over, not in range of the Twisted Advanced. But the Kitty Cat, that's a little bit angry.
This is not a comfortable position for Faker, despite having his passive. This looks like it might just be enough to get the prio to guarantee the dragon. They're going to even take more vision away here in the jungle.
Pretty high value soul as well, as it's Ocean and Chemtech, our first 2. As out goes Vikla. Doran is pretty scary. Slicing Maelstrom comes through, but the rest of B&K are making their way over. That's a solo. And so B&K not going to be able to do too much of anything at all without Vikla on the map. Man, Doran is kind of taking
Doran's
names.
kind of like, are we sure we lost game 1 to these guys? They keep kind of coming near me and I press R and they die. I'm not really doing anything skillful. Well, I'm killing them. And Doran's just the punish guy today as we're going to see a fight.
Yeah, they're going to look for the angle here as the Encore does come on down. That is going to interrupt the engage, but Owner is already dead. Diablo gets so much of his health back with that surround sound and a huge shield from his barrier as well. That's clear, locking down the kill onto Carrier. The flash from Faker really wanting to take down Diablo, but the Ashe is looking to try and kite. The beat drops, and he's down to the egg once again. Diablo stands strong, and B&K find another team fight.
Find you a support who watches Diablo like Kellen does.
Absolutely.
Hey, this guy has Echoes of Helia online here, and he's going to pick up a bunch of extra gold. He got the double kill early on in the game. He's looking for that 2-item spike on the Seraphine quite early. Vikla is just greedy here. But this is impactful because Doran uses his ultimate to get the solo. He doesn't have it for the follow-up fight here. And I think if he did, this could have looked a little bit different. Obviously, Gnome would have been involved as well, and it would have been both sides having extra tools. But look at this. Turn comes through.
The immediate stun as well, as the arrow was just straight away from
The heal, and then the shield comes through, and there's no one who can get on top of him. Hayes cannot get in range because everyone is protecting the President, and the President is Diablo. And Faker flashes for the chase here, and then Kellen gets him rooted up. Diablo kites it out, the egg comes through as Vikla shows back up, and Diablo even picks up the kill.
Oh man, look at his health
There's
bar.
sucking one there.
Goes down to 200, then gets the barrier and the surround sound from this Seraphine.
I didn't even quite realize that he just barely got over the wall as well. He knows the range. He's begging, asking for help for Kellen. Kellen comes up. I want to watch Kellen's first-person view on this one as well. But man, if he gets hit by that wall as well, he's doomed. Gets just barely out of range. Insane.
Really nicely played. And now this outer turret in a bit of trouble as he procs the Q, and Diablo should be able to grab it. There it is.
I think we don't have a lot of game on our hands in this one.
Yeah, the game has drifted over to the other side as now Vikla is trying to get a little bit back here as Doran, another ulti comes on through. This time Vikla out of range as he rebinds, but Owner is going to move on over. Let's see whether Vikla can at least kill the minion wave before he does go down.
B&K, I think it's Doran's birthday.
Yeah, I think so. That is going to be Vikla going down.
Doran's like, what are they doing? I'm getting confused.
I mean, he's been like 100% kill contribution top laner is not what I had on my bingo card.
As they're going to get this this Herald B&K on the other side of the map, so it's not a huge win for T1, but Doran is quite large, has TP, but obviously no ultimate. There's no fight here in this one, so it is going to be a big objective going over. The mid turret is already gone though, so this feels more like a denial for B&K more than a huge win. They can use it to secure top turret or get Dragon Prio later on. Doran himself is going to get some additional plate gold here, but I think a Kennen alone does not make us the win for T1.
There is no exhaust, so that's something. Means that this Slicing Maelstrom will get value. But the problem is there are quite a few ways to keep the Kennen at bay. Doran going to be relying on Flash, Dash Cannon to get in there, get that ulti in the right position. And we'll see whether B&K can play around it effectively. Storm Surge is finally done here for Pays, but Diablo is so close to item
This
number
place is probably the best place for someone about
ridiculous.
80%.
And probably has enough money for it now,
No.
but is instead intent on farming, close to a 60 CS gap. 55 right now on the cards. There is Fan Dancer done, and a crit cloak as well.
Jhin is
All
not
because
a
of that
champion
level
that
1.
does a lot of sustained damage. We know this.
Yeah.
This Jhin with a Storm Razor only against the Phantom damage.
Did I say Storm Surge before? Apologize.
If you did, I think
that is a different item. Vikla built that in the last game,
but
that's not what it was.
He is really just not going to be hurting anyone. Like, he's looking for roots, okay? I am kind of
like wrapping my brain around how T1 could possibly ever get back in this game. And
I mean, in Doran we trust. That is what T1 has to use as their mantra in this game.
But when Doran, like after Doran's ult is gone, as long as he doesn't hit 5 people, who follows up? Faker is it's gonna be a while before he's really putting that damage down. It takes a long time for him to do that damage. His wall could cut somebody off. You know, there's a cyclone angle.
more than anything,
if
really.
Diablo makes a huge mistake or gets greedy or just, you know, does the Diablo thing where he's like,
To be
I'm just
honest,
gonna
I
walk
can
into that
sell
rush 'cause I'm
Adamantite as
fed,
well.
I'm gonna make it happen. You know,
Don't really
maybe
need
those
it.
are the ways back into the game. Doran has been doing a good job of punishing some of the BNK members who have not respected the fact that he's massively ahead in this game
right, so I can't
of
tell
his
you
opposition, but I don't know what that means
I kind of
outside of
forgot
like
6.
Vikla messing up and getting caught by a
Fucking
Q
probably
stun.
do.
Yeah. Well, he's going to get caught by a granite.
Hey, fuck me.
As Ona is just like, why, Carrier? Why did you bring him over here? As never mind, Vikla is just going to snap back. Doran is there, and I think B&K do know that the cannon is frightening.
They potentially drop Herald here to hold prior for this Infernal Soul point.
The 15.
Yeah, this Herald is actually being held onto for quite some time for Raptor. As Kellen doesn't quite get the beat drop on to Carrier. After moving over though, and B&K, they know exactly what they want. Soul point on the cards, and an Infernal Soul is going to feel absolutely fantastic for this composition.
Diablo picks
Both
up
compositions.
blue buff, which is pretty good for Ashe. And how does T1 get in here? Like, really, more specifically, how does Doran get in here? Because right now he is T1. There's no one else, and
Flash Dash Cannon Wolf, that's how.
I think he said, you know what, let's try to go in here on the 4th dragon.
This isn't Soul, right, guys? I mean, Soul Point is still so incredibly powerful. B&K utilizing their 4,000 gold advantage in order to make sure that they pick that one up. Man, this is just a ridiculous gold advantage. And B&K's composition just in general looks great. Beautiful little tiara picked up here
we
by
do need
Kellen.
Palayan over
Items on the
Adamant.
double kill
Well,
Seraphine.
we definitely want Adamant, but
There's a
I
knock-up on
want
Doran.
Palayan
Flash
to
Twisted
sell.
Advance comes on through as the Nature is grasping one more time. Ulti comes down, but Doran is able to buy a little bit of space. Still, the Kitty Cat comes down, and Vikla is able to lock that one up. There was also an arrow in the air, and so the cannon gets shut down. And yeah, I mean, this was where T1 were going to be able to find a way back in theory, right? Was the Fed cannon. Now even he is getting put down, and Diablo is continuing to be frustrating, taking 2 plates immediately.
And the bottom lane, like they're getting this mid-turret plate gold while the bottom lane has a Herald crashing into the inner. The macro is once again very strong here for B&K from this lead. And Wukong really does not like Seraphine. It's very difficult for him to close the gap on anybody. Ashley also make him annoyed. He's not happy. He's not having a good time. No one is having a good time anymore with Doran dead. As you pointed out, really the last bastion of hope for T1 to put themselves onto match point. And instead, we're looking at a world where B&K likely to go up 2-1 over T1. Like possibly going to go directly to our top 3.
And round 2 has been the 3-1 round. Round 1 was the 3-2 round. So far, we saw Genji and DK. They went to 3-1. As T1 are going to do the T1 Baron here at 20 minutes and 53 seconds.
I mean, Nivea damage is pretty real if she had more items.
Look at all the
still
things.
take a while.
Yeah, Vikla is going to have to teleport in here. Let's see where he's going to go. As the teleport into the backline is going to come on through. B&K do manage to get here, but T1 have this Baron so incredibly low. Arrow going to connect. There is the Encore. That's the Baron secured, but can they keep themselves alive? As the Nature's Grasp comes down, and Ona is going to be the first one to die. Clear has now found Doran, and Doran's just going to die? A solo kill for the Rise, who has felt like an afterthought this game. 2 dead in trade for the Baron. We've seen that not work out for the Baron up team, especially when B&K have so much control over these lanes.
Yeah, and now there's no jungler to punish the push here for B&K. They're going to have to hope their Baron buff minions can defend here. This turret is too long for this world. As they don't have the
Wow, big time there.
As that top turret is also just going to go down to B&K as this Baron buff withers away. I think it was a good call from T1, and they have Doran on the flank to try to mitigate any sort of team fight.
Raptor looking to engage Cone his way in as Carrier into trouble, has to flash to get himself out of the way. Faker slowed down by the volley.
It took millions like we're even strong.
Does get hit by that crit, but it is going to be
They're
Raptor
not
now that's in a
fucking
little bit of
seeing
trouble.
warlocks and fucking mages.
Vikla finding the ulti angle and They
press
get to
one
eviscerate
fucking
Carrier
button,
and
bro.
get themselves
For a
out.
warrior to
Clear
do
isn't even here.
a
He is
lot of
gonna show up here
DPS,
on
he
the
actually
flank
has to have
now.
a full
So they're essentially
rotation.
doing this fight without him.
Oh my
and now Owner
gosh.
thinks he can get his buff.
And maybe Dagon was right this whole time. Maybe Raptor is just the greatest jungler ever. As Vikla is down very, very low. There's a slicing Maelstrom, but there's no follow-up onto Doran. And now the curtains are being called. Faker in a bit of trouble is clear. Does have his Seraphs, and so the shield is going to help him.
And so we don't misquote Dagon. Dagon said he was top 3. And if he wins this series, you know, he will be.
I was being a little facetious, you know. As now Faker is going to look for Diablo. He has the barrier, and down he goes to the egg. Pays is dead as well as the Q snipes him down. And there goes the Anivia. Carrier cannot do anything. He's dead. It's a double for Diablo. And B&K, I think, are just going to march down this bottom lane and look to put an end to game number 3.
This was a very, very creative draft that I wasn't sure if we could trust because it's just kind of unexplored territory, but they made it look absolutely broken. The coordination was great.
And with the Red Bull Baron power play, it looks like T1 is sponsoring Red Bull after all of that money. As finally Raptor does go down, this inhibitor turret is going to go as well. A 5,000 negative Red Bull Baron power play. That is a large one. As now Vikla could be getting flanked. Carrier looking to make his way in, but Doran, I don't think he's going to be able to get the follow-up. As let's just see, yeah, he's just going to take a very short get himself out. The ulti is going to be
Red Bull
used.
in them cups.
It's like if you, before it's if you like,
In those
you
coffee
know,
looking cups.
T1, maybe you should drink Red Bull. That's like if you like Red Bull, maybe you should like T1. I don't know if that really came off the right way, but it is very funny what you said. I wanted to make sure that people knew that you made a funny joke, and I ruined it. But,
Proper funny guys, man. Jesus Christ.
My shtick, so I really
When's your
appreciate
Netflix
it.
deal?
Dragon for T1, maybe? Maybe? Yeah?
Could be the angle, and of course, B&K, they can give away as many dragons as they would like. Because, of course, they've taken the first 3 all for themselves. Vikla looking for a few Qs, does miss most of them. Good for work there from Faker.
Faker's like, oh, thank God it's over.
3 and 1s are quite on to the beam. Oh.
He did not. It is over. In fact, for Faker, it clears that wave. Yep. They get an Infernal Dragon, so that's a lot of stats.
How much do you want to nerf my class though? What the fuck?
Speaking of stats, I have a fun stat.
It was already weak to begin with.
Okay, I'm ready.
How many teams have come back from a 14,000 gold lead this season in the LCK Cup?
Just one team, actually.
Which team was that?
Mate,
It was T1.
a Blizzard retarded or
Not to
what?
be confused with SK Telecom, of course, the
Why the
previous team.
fuck would you
That was the
nerf
previous-
It was
melee
under the T1 banner after the
when you have mages and warlocks doing what they're
this year, in
doing
this
still?
season, against
Not even touched.
KT Rolster, their telecom rivals.
Got it. So there is still hope.
Absolute
However, it is
morons,
looking
bro.
a little dire, and
Now my
Diablo
DPS is gonna be
doing
even
a
lower
lot
if
of
I go in
damage here
dungeon.
This game has his first 3 items fully completed. It looks
time-
like a more of Malmortius on the way.
Last time Pays was on the Aphelios. He's
Yes.
on Jin this time.
Oh. You know what? I'm putting that in the cons column. He does have a rapid fire cannon and a, yeah. It's just not really looking.
Last time Owner was on Mundo. He's on Wukong this time. Which is not necessarily that bad if he can find a flank angle, but they don't have a lot of vision, they don't have a lot of control, but maybe it could be some sort of crazy cannon, Wukong, Rakan, Wombo.
It's crazy though, right? Because this nerf that they've done is probably for paladins, yeah.
I did just complete it.
But warriors
And
are already
Rise
shit
has
to
been
begin
basically
with.
a non-factor this entire game, but is all of a sudden incredibly terrifying. Actually has a gold lead against Doran, who was the most powerful member of his team. And speaking of gold lead, Owner actually does have one as
Crazy,
well. It's
dude.
kind of crazy.
Crazy.
Aragorn
I'll
to catch
fucking
Carrier,
live with it though. I'll
in
persevere
the
with
middle
it.
of his grand exit, and Diablo just walks him down. Is it going to be enough though, as they look for the curtain call, and Diablo just stands behind the tanky boys. The Wukong aren't able to do anything, and B&K just wipe out 2 already. Now Faker, Pays, and Doran, can they hold on to the base? That is the question. Slicing Maelstrom is there, and it's going to need to be massive. Clear takes matters into his own hands. There's the ulti from Vikla, and they just take down the cannon before Doran can do anything at all. And Clear is just tanking up. Nexus turrets doesn't seem to care too much at all as Diablo is peppering these ones down. Faker is discovered. The flash twisted advance there from Raptor is good as Carrier has respawned already. Gets a nice double knock-up. But where is the damage? It is just absent here on T1. B&K's lead too large. And they will take down both Nexus turrets and the Nexus and look for match point. One more goes. Complete beast mode in the enemy fountain. The Nexus is destroyed, and it's match point for B&K.
B&K
Match
might
point.
just do it.
Hey, T1 will come back, win the next one, and then it'll be the fucking best of one, and then it'll be GG. T1 will come in, Faker will pull his thumb out of his ass, dominate the scene.
Grabs the flex of the Rise in the top lane, the early Ash Seraphine that dominated the lane and pushed pays out. Not to mention the Yone that came through that ended up doing a lot of work to push Faker out, put him behind in this game. It is just an unreal performance here from B&K. The squad is looking great. They look like a strong team. It's not just the B&K aggression, it's the macro, it's the follow-up, it's holding on to these leads, preventing T1 from getting back in. That play from Diablo at the end was basically him just saying, I already beat this game, I'm not playing the T1 DLC. Where we go, oh, did they come back from a 14,000 goal lead? No, I'm just gonna go kill carrier.
And he did the whole thing blind as well, Wolf. Did you see that? He only had hair in his eyes.
It's crazy.
He can't even see his monitor, and he's doing things like that. Absolutely absurd. As you can see, more than double of what Pays was able to put down, and I don't like Jin anymore after this game.
It was your first time to
I never really liked him, and I really still don't, as it turns out. But T1 a chance to bounce back here in game number 4. They can queue up the silver scrapes, and often when their backs are against the wall, that is when we get the T1 that creates that magic. So we'll see whether they can as we go to a short break. The space is then going to break that game down. And we'll have game number 4. Let's see whether B&K can maybe do it.
나왔어. 끝났어. 바텀에 엔비아 풀떡 볼게. 라인 들어갈 때. 미드 바텀 끝나. 바텀 라인까지 박아줄게. 바텀 라인 써. 맞지 마. 빌려줄게. 이제부터 가줄게. 아니야, 박아봐. 나 풀떡. 엔비아 높여. 라인 쳐. 타워 쳐. 가려야 돼, 이거? 타워 쳐. 나 세라프 있어. 근데 시간 많이 남아서 그냥 끝나긴 해. 끝나긴 해.
Vector looks like fucking Gumayushi, man.
8초. 40에 끝난다, 얘들아. 밀었다, 얘네. 맞출게. 이건이 봐달라는데? 네, 맞아. 놀아. 잘해보자.
But Tatum's not even hit the Baron yet. Lehend is also looking for a flank angle as Ando. The ward is here. Rich is now moving over. They spot Lehend. As Gio looks to get himself to safety. The Slasher shot done nothing. And Will finds everyone with the flag and drag. As Rich looking to get to that backline onto Tay. The arcane shift is good, but the flash is there. Rich doesn't hit the Q though. Tay survives. Switch down dead. The damage is gone. And Gnome shift just invited DRX to the Baron pit.
야, 나이스. 딱딱이 형이야. 딱딱이 형 미안해. 그 상태 지리는데?
We're just gonna start it. They say we cannot wait. We have to make something happen. They're looking. Oh, the king! It's gonna get onto Taeyun as well, and he did it! Helsing finds the angle and punches them in the crowd. And Scout is still alive. He finally goes down, and that's both carries out of this game. Ducks out full health. Red buff, full build. And this game is over. DNS will win it 2-1. Now has right time. Okay, doesn't find the vault break, but then the Weaver's wall. Will be able to get away from that. Does have to use the flash though. Or to
Nice. I'm fucking staying here. Triple kill.
Vision now down on the Drake. Big flanking teleport angle though for Dudu. If he can get in here, that is going to be close, denying the soul. And now Dudu's possibly finding it. Gigantic here, but he's taken out. Yoshik's going to go down, and the Magnet Storm collects them all. Docked arm to pick up a double as Peter will get knocked into the sky, but the fight is already over. Two on the floor here for
Fight is already over. 다들 차도다스입니다. They called me J.O.D. Where the fuck are all the... Oh man. League of Legends Park.
For those of you that watch the greatest league in the world, the LCK,
It's in the
to
game.
learn, this is a great segment to do it because we've got a lot to cover. BNK Fearex on the cusp of knocking down T1 to the lower bracket in a way that no one thought, except maybe Umty's prediction might come true, but everyone else thought this was a foregone conclusion. T1 was going to take this. But BNK Fearex have come to play. They've done it with their play and with their drafts as well. It has been comprehensive so far.
I mean, even last game, we really liked some of their drafts, even though they lost that one. This one, though, to me, this was a clean sweep, and really there were three things I think gave them a big edge. Firstly, they had that Ryze first pick, the Anivia was picked into it, and then I think T1 made a bit of a fumble blinding the Kennen. And Ryze and the Kennen is a matchup we've seen way in the past that is good for the Ryze. They end up flexing the Ryze top and going this Yone Maokai. And the other thing is this Ashe Seraphine. T1 didn't have a good answer into it. They end up going the Rakan. Terrible matchup. They got punched out so heavily. And also the Maokai that came through, playing Rakan Wukong into this composition with all the CC. The Maokai also with a fight. How are you supposed to play Rakan into that when there's so much CC that just flies through you?
Unplayable, unplayable. Literally, like, this is probably the biggest draft gap we ever had in this playoffs, whatever. Like, you cannot win mid lane jungle 2v2. We cannot win bot lane 3v3. It's impossible, by the way. So it's just a draft gap. Like, it's unplayable.
I don't know if you can see it or hear it in Wadid's face. Like former old support player saying, this is unplayable as we take a look at the early action that happened.
You know, actually on this patch, they buffed Maokai's Q damage. You got 10 extra damage at every round. It might have made a difference here. There's a lot of Qs that came through in this extended fight.
For sure.
Raptor did just manage to survive. So close. And the level up. Gets the level up there. 6 HP was how low he went there. But that early fight obviously paying off. And then here, It was a little bit rough mid lane in the early levels because melee into range, but then Vikla coming up huge with the solo kill.
It was greedy by Faker, and also the bot lane. I told you it's unplayable, but also you can't really match here because you
That was
already
actually
know
a
that
sick flash
you cannot
by the
match
Jhin
3v3. So this is
Saved
such
him.
a free angle for BNK. Even though like T1 played so perfectly on the bot lane, it was really rough.
Yeah, I actually honestly want to give credit to FaZe and Carrier for how hard they
mate.
tried in the
Yeah,
situation.
they did.
They were doing everything.
We'll
They were
find
sweating,
you.
they were fighting for their lives. They were like
I
requesting
will
help,
kill
requesting
you.
backup. Where's the backup? It's not coming. I'm sorry, guys. It didn't come in.
can't wait for
BNK
two
corrected their
Lions.
system down.
Oh,
You
three.
can just see the effort that was put in there, but just again,
Look
a
before,
little bit
no
of
chance.
a draft
Oh,
issue with the way that
you
the game
fucking-
was evolving. And then
A
at
real
the
five?
Dragon fight, which is
Oh.
our next one, this is when you're like, oh man, B&K might be able to do this.
And they actually managed to find an angle to get onto Diablo here, but the heal that
Gotta
comes
get
through
up,
from
gotta
Kelly,
get up,
Kelly
gotta
is
get
going
up,
to CC.
whoa.
And look at how Diablo plays this. The stun from Faker comes in and he walks forward to dodge it. He's a psycho, but it works.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we love Diablo in this kind of situation. He's always looking for the opportunity, even though he's 1 HP. And the Faker hunts him down, but it doesn't matter. And also, it was kind of lucky that he started off the ultimate with the Wukong
Help
right
when
there.
he walks forward.
Oh yeah, like he dodges the Anivia Q perfectly. And I think this made BNK in a good position.
Help!
Help him! Help! And at the end, he's like giggling as well. He knows that he nailed it.
Also, his flash actually comes up in this play, comes up at the end, but he trusts his team. He doesn't
He
bid, and
didn't
he knows
nail
he's got
it.
on lock. Yeah,
That
just
is-
great plays from the team, feeling for him. And it as well, the step forward when the stun comes in was just so crazy to me. But what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, and with those plays that were so focused on the bottom side of the map, that led to a huge gap in gold and bot lane completion time for the items, that extra boost of gold. Hayes was asking anybody, hey, you got a slingshot? You got a cape I can wear? He had nothing.
So the reason this is such a big difference is because even when people are really hard one lane, you get so much passive progress in the quest. Just by being in lane, it'll progress very quickly. So even when people have crushed lane, they eventually get the quest. But they went for the swap. Lane was so unplayable. T1 said, Hayes, you have to leave lane, you have to go top. And so that passive progress slows down so much. And it ends up being 7 minutes 43 later. And the problem is, for every second, every minute that goes by that you haven't completed the quest, you're losing out on the extra gold. You get extra gold from minions, from everything, from kills, takedowns. That is so much gold lost. And we saw Hayes running around with just
Yeah. I mean, he was
horrible items.
He was looking for the play on the top, but I think in that moment you have to just go to the play right, like instantly, you know. So, but he was just waiting in the brush for like another minute, right? So that made me so confused in the situation where, like, you're doomed. You can't go back after this.
I think once you swap, you have to go back bot, the tower's down, you have to make sure you finish your quest, because it's like 4.8 about times faster the quest passive progress bot lane compared to top. Once your quest is done, you're free.
Again,
They've done this specifically, like you have to be in your lane, you have to get your quest finished, because I think that just fried him.
I'm just saying, again, this was huge draft gap. Like, even I think, like, Dan and I can play Ashe Seraphine into this Jhin Rakan, and I think we can actually win, because this is so free matchup. Like, so free. And what's happening? Like, T1 is still, like, keep picking for the first selection. They're just picking the first pick. But I think at this point, they should pick the second pick to get the counter pick on the bot lane to get a better matchup on the bot lane, because bot lane is the thing. You have to win the matchup. You have to win the pressure. You have to win the priority.
Well, this time they had second pick.
Thank God. Thank you.
No, but last time they had second pick and they picked Rakan.
I mean, I guess that's what they did. But again, you know, like, again, I'm just saying they have to get the better matchup.
Yeah, I think that should be the main focus. Also, one thing I thought about is last time we saw Ashe Seraphine, Nautilus and Blitzcrank got banned in the second rotation because those like really hard engage, the force you out of position can be very effective. Blitzcrank wasn't banned here, and they didn't opt to go for it. I feel like Rakan was just accepting your fate. I think you have to go something like Blitz and go, it's do or die. We either land the grabs and carry the game, or we lose. And I think they just kind of accepted their fate.
Game 4. is coming up, and B&K Furex one win away from punching their ticket to Hong Kong. Because no matter what, if they win this series, and even if they lose the next, the lowest they'll finish is lower finals, so that would be huge for these players in this organization. But T1 never gives up. Let's see how it all shakes out with game number 4.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown and some understandable frustration at the playability of the draft there for T1. But one thing that I will take a little bit of like maybe just adjust is that T1's backs weren't against the wall. Not yet, not for real. And now they are. So let's see whether T1 can do that thing that they often do where they lose a couple of games because they have a bit of fun and then they realize that they have to lock in. Locking in is going to need to start now. And B&K, let's see what they can do. On the blue side this time around, T1 choosing second pick. So making sure that they can get counter pick and they will be on the red side.
We're getting a little bit into Talia territory, right, in terms of mid lane viability. I am curious to see if that pick is going to come through. Vikla also does have quite an eclectic champion pool. We mentioned we love him on the melees, we love him on the aggressive dive picks. He's played Morgana mid. He does what he wants, okay? Indeed. He is a type of player that might have another creative strategy planned and prepared here going to this one. Because one thing seems very clear to me from watching the drafts we've seen. All three, or all four, or we'll see what happens in the fourth draft, but of the 3 games we've seen so far, B&K seemed like they came in with a much stronger game plan. And T1 have kind of just been flexing around it and playing standard and believing they're the stronger team, which everybody believed, by the way. And B&K brought strats. Let's see if T1 have any strategies of their own.
Well, the Vi is not going to be it, as they are going to ban that one away. The Nami taken away as well, to make sure that there is no Corki or Lucian shenanigans. I actually think that the Nami ban is really cool, kind of helps shore up a Corki or a Lucian lock-in.
I wonder if B&K leave the Nico up and see if T1 ban it. Because if you just end up getting Nico, I think they have to ban it now with the Karma ban. If they get Nico first pick, they can play whatever they want in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So much is gone here off of the pool.
I imagine that that is probably what they're going to look towards. It means that Yunara is up and available.
And they just first pick Slam it, I think, even with Corki available. If that Nico gets banned right here, this is such an awkward spot for T1 with second pick here. And they look frustrated.
Yeah, Faker wondering what he wants to lock in, and it will be that Nico to be banned away. And so, like
Diablo gets the Yunara. That doesn't feel great.
Well, they haven't locked it in yet, but I'm kind of assuming that that is what they're going to look towards.
And it's crazy that, like, because Rumble was played so early on in this game, that's not really a consideration either. You'd have such a, it feels to me, obvious choice here. It's a lot of discussion going on probably about what matchups they want to play into the Corki, which will probably be picked in response here. Lucian is still available. And they're actually going to go for Lucian instead. Just Diablo saying, I want this side of the matchup, despite the fact that Nami was taken away.
Yeah, and so now it means like T1 could pick away a Braum perhaps. I'm not entirely sure what they want to play alongside the Lucian. We've seen Sona cropping up if there isn't a Nami available.
Milio, viable.
Yeah, another one.
Yumi could be considered.
Oh, don't talk about Yumi. I watched yesterday. It was not great.
Rakan's already gone.
Well, Yunara is going to be the choice, and pretty obviously so.
Lulu is gone.
Oh, never mind.
They could still pick it up here with this. I think they're giving a lot of thoughts about the overarching composition of what tier list picks are available. Aurora is a flex and is one of the strongest mages that is available here deep in this Fearless draft in game 4. So it feels very smart to pick this up. It's also very good into Lucian. See what they want to grab. Like, they could grab a jungle pick here, but it would be blind. The Yunara feels obvious, right? It seems like they're using this time to discuss all the other possibilities rather than deciding whether they're going to pick Yunara or not, because that part seemed pretty obvious.
Well, is it going to be rounding out the bottom lane here for T1 after this next couple of picks, or is it going to be locking in something else? We'll just have to see. B&K, they can grab themselves their priority bottom lane of choice.
Milio is putting all the eggs in the Diablo basket. You're not going to have a lot of great engage. You're just going to hope that Diablo pops off and carries the game, which is a pretty safe assumption.
Yep.
And they are going to go for that pick, so that's what they decide to do. And it's hard to counterpick the Aurora. First of all, because she's Aurora, and she's usually the one who is the winning one in the lane, but also because it's a flex pick here. So maybe just a jungle pick for Raptor, like the Lee Sin. could be the option.
Yeah, one of those options could be good. We'll just have to see. Maybe getting something that can reliably get on top of Yunara is kind of what they want, but instead, Twisted Fate being considered, and Vikla will lock that one away. We've seen Showmaker find a lot of success on this champion so far. Obviously, he is one of our better Twisted Fate players, as he does have many years of mastery on the champion. But Faker, let's see what he's going to do, whether he's going to be donating that Aurora towards the top side of the map, or whether it's going to be something else. Because there are certainly options into Twisted Fate that you can take. Or they could just lock away Carrier's pick if they want to make sure that they get something high priority into this bottom lane. And it looks like that's going to be the option, as Nautilus will be snapped up.
Vikla has played nearly 400 professional games of League of Legends. He has played 4 games of Twisted Fate. Wow, pretty bold position to pick this year for him, given that he has strayed from it, even when it was at its strongest. We had 80 Twisted Fate. And
you say that like Faker's not played like fucking 5 million.
With the strats today is the Nautilus makes a lot of sense. You just got to lock down the solution, especially now that the Twisted Fate is there. You know this is going to be mainly a one-threat composition for the side of B&K. Mundo will be taken away.
Yeah, just trying to get rid of the next tier of junglers. Mundo's certainly there. Lee Sin, definitely one of those. And T1 will have the first choice after we do get out of this banning phase. So Owner will be able to get the first pick of the rest of the litter that are available.
I think the Nautilus pick was super smart because if you're T1, you need any way to get on top of this Lucian. Lee Sin was a great ban as well. It's very strong right now, but another one of those picks that can find creative angles, and the Emilio can't really outplay very easily either. Jace taken away now, making it feel like this is going to be a top lane Aurora pick.
Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like, and maybe counter pick for Faker could be the thing. Although, picking something into the Twisted Fate that is already being shown could be something to look out for as well. One final ban to come down for B&K. Let's see what that is going to be here. Time is ticking down.
They're probably struggling because they're like, there's just not that much engage left. Talia is another thing that could give this Lucian problems and also match the Twisted Fate in rotation.
That's a Malphite.
That is certainly one way to get on top of this guy.
And he's going to lock it in. Malphite has been not all that successful here in the LCK, but
yes,
they've already played Silas
on.
in this series, so they don't need to worry about that one being picked into it. Let's see how B&K are going to round out their draft now, looking for a jungler and a top laner. Unless they do something very weird, but I don't think so.
Now that they know they don't have to worry about the Trundle, they might just put Clear on, well, I was going to
Chew.
say Scion duty, but into the Aurora would have been a really tough sell, so they end up giving him the Gnar here.
All right, what's it going to be? Or after thinking about what he wants to
They could
play.
honestly almost even change this draft up completely and go for like Graves or Kindred and just add some extra damage and protect this Lucian further and deal with the Malphite. Says it's going to be
Trundle,
which is great into Malphite as well.
Was a little bit buffed on this patch as well. And so just a few extra numbers here and there. So the Trundle feeling all right. You can also just strip the resistances of the Malphite. He ults his way in and gets subjugated and dies. Is kind of what it's going to look like. However, the Wombo is going to be the problem, right? Carrier and Owner, if they're working together effectively, which is how they've won a lot of world championships in a row, that is going to be the aim of the game. Plus, there's a counter-strike layered on top.
That's a statement from Doran right there. You know, Keen was the only one who's really said, I like the Jackson Gnar matchup, but most people have considered this Gnar to be a strong counter pick. And Doran is essentially saying, I can handle that because it will be worth it to have another threat. We saw already with Rich pulling this off with the Malphite ultimate to set it up. Counter-Strike plus Malphite ult onto multiple people could be massive. But in this draft, you really only need to hit the Lucian. That's the main target. That is the main goal here. And T1 have all of the tools to kill Diablo that you could ever ask for in a draft this deep into Fearless. Sure, the early game is going to be a little bit scary for the Jax. It's a little bit volatile. If Doran makes a mistake, he can mess it up. But his Counter-Strike value into this composition will also be massive, because he can, of course, just ignore gold cards and can otherwise absorb all of that Lucian damage during Counter-Strike. The Gnar at least offers you a second AD threat, and will give you a little bit of side lane power as long as it doesn't fall behind. This is such a statement series from Diablo, and the drafting here in this fourth game reflects that as well.
It really does. Looking forward to see what they can make of it. This time around, I feel like T1 have a much better looking draft in comparison to the last game, right? This one looks like it's a little bit more honest, and we'll see whether B&K can still do it, even with much more even footing in the draft. Let's get into it.
It's layer swapped me, man. You fucking gimps. Why my O's are fucked? Oh my fucking god, man. If I've not got players fucking me over, it's the cunts that run the fucking servers.
We'll just have to see whether they lose because that wasn't there, or whether it is not actually a factor.
Atlas is looking at the stats.
Yeah, that's the stats that I care about. As Vikla finds a red card. There we go. Shout out to Reginald. You love to see it. Oh, that's a deep cut. It's been a while.
All right. Raptors just said we're going to start up some vertical jungling right away.
He is just going to eat rock. That is what he's thinking about doing.
Malphite,
whether he can make Ona's life bad.
Was nerfed a little bit. You know, at the very beginning of this season, he was a lot stronger. As we're going to see a little bit of a trade here. But I think that messing up the pathing of the Malphite and just kind of slowing him down a little bit can be really strong, especially because Malphite, the thing about Malphite in the jungle, one of his biggest weaknesses is he doesn't want to interact with the other jungler most of the time ever at all, because he kind of just doesn't do anything, and Raptor will be happy to continue to fight with him. And so we'll see how this goes. I do agree that I think T1 have a slightly stronger draft here. They have the right tools to kill Diablo. And that's the whole name of the game here. And this is one of the better Malphite drafts we've seen. I think for me, I was kind of low on Malphite earlier this year because a lot of time he was the
same fucking layer, bro. Why am I getting moved all the time?
He has a Nautilus to press R to make sure he guarantees gets it, and then a Jax to follow up, and an Aurora to set up the slow so the Nautilus can get in position to press R, etc., etc. So I think T1 really have quite a strong Malphite draft.
Yeah. And now you can see Ona is forced to move towards B&K's side of the map. He is going to head over and look to try and clear out their blue side. But that means vertical jungling, and the bottom lane will be completely isolated. Raptor rotating around to try and find the rock. That is all he cares about in this game, as Faker finding a lot of damage onto Vikla. It looks like Ona has successfully been able to get himself this blue buff, and Raptor caught happy feeding just a little bit here. Wanted to double check to make sure that Ona wasn't taking his bottom side, and he indeed wasn't. He headed straight towards the top lane.
And because Doran's doing so well in this early matchup here into clear, and Faker is crushing the mid lane, Ona is really under no threat. And he can actually do this quite freely, and nothing will happen. There will be no punish. There will be no rotation over from either Prio or Soul lane, because they don't have Prio.
Yeah, so Mega Fire Kick comes in here onto Pace, stops any follow-up.
Was making really nice progression with the yards on layer 4. Oh, Blizzard, yeah, I'm just going to shut a layer down because the population's dropped a little bit.
Got plenty of
get pucked, go there. Like, what?
Emilio's abilities are just the best.
Give him a Warren hug so he can...
That's what it feels like.
Yeah, high range. And I really like that Breath of Life is... It's the ultimate ability, and now that Aurelion Soul has changed, he doesn't have Breath of Light anymore, and so at least it's kind of similar. There you go. You get to, as a play-by-play, I get to say that name, like, kind of.
Oh, this guy, man, he thinks he's like some sick caster, man. He's just a fucking third.
Here is Kellen taking way too much damage towards the bottom lane, lit on fire, and the flash over the
He's fucking gelled up hair.
Kind of crazy
Fuck
for
off.
Pays. Diablo still able to offer damage back, but they do get all of the summoners out of Kellen.
Yeah, this can backfire because Diablo has both sums, and it's a
Does me,
3v3 now here in the jungle.
Rock.
He's driving now.
He just gets flashed on because his flash was down.
That was not
Diablo's
a favorable
looking
trade.
for another one, but it's gonna let Carrier live for the moment.
It was not a favorable trade, unfortunately, for the bottom duo there of T1. Diablo has his flash, has his barrier, knows he can follow up on the play. And every single time Carrier steps up and looks for a hook, you've seen Diablo's positioning. He's like, oh, well, I shoot the 80 carry.
Yes.
And my support is going to help me do that. And I don't even care if Kellen dies. I'm going to get the favorable trade. So watching it, it was a really cool flash play from Carrier, or sorry, from Pays. But unfortunately, it doesn't result in the kill. So that's a problem, because now he doesn't have it. Diablo's also at full health because all of Pays' Q was used on Kellen. Doesn't have Q anymore. Has to stack it back up. Doesn't have flash, and this over the wall from Kellen sets it up.
It's beautiful, and then Diablo knows that he can invest his flash in order to grab that kill. Raptor was fighting the rock on the top side of the map, and so therefore, on the upper side of the map, he wasn't on the top side, he was in the bottom one, but still. Too far away, as now Vikla fighting against Faker here momentarily. Stacks up the deck, but unfortunately just has to walk away. Faker now hits level 6, so does Vikla. We'll see where the gate is going to be going, as Cannon denied here by B&K. It has been a little bit of a bottom lane problem for T1. Diablo is having the series of his life right now. And we know this guy is an incredible player, but they haven't quite reached the we can take down T1 in a best-of-5 level of height.
Exactly. It hasn't been to the level of, let me prove it against like the defending world champions. And not obviously the defending world champion AD carry in this scenario, because Pays has slotted into Guma's spot, but he is absolutely having the series of his life, and they're drafting for him too in this one. Like, you know, this is B&K saying, we trust this guy, he's young, he's not that experienced just yet, hasn't played too many big best-of-5s like this. But we know that he is just not going to get nervous, he's not going to choke, he's going to perform. And outplays Pays and Carrier there in the bottom side.
Yeah, does so beautifully. And this was first pick, right? You love to see a first pick pay off. Manages to get that, that first blood. So all of that extra money to the tune of about 600 in the lead. 10 CS up as well. So Diablo's very scary. And we do have a rock down here once again. Ona has just hit level 6 as well. And Raptor is nowhere in the vicinity. So a possible option here as they do turn off the lights, but there is a ward still here. So B&K, they will get some advanced warning of the rock moving over. Kellen spots him, there is the flash, but they catch the dash, there's the hook from Carrier, and Diablo, he survives for a long time, but will be taken out. There's the T1 answer.
Yeah, no flash for Diablo after the previous play. And a bit of a caster curse, perhaps, but not really on Diablo.
Oh, he's done this late for some reason now. He should stop doing
And
it.
he dashes essentially right into
Bad
the
habit.
arms of the Malphite.
Yeah, beautifully played there from T1.
Now, Carrier does pick up the kill, so it's not as good as it could have been here for T1, but it is pretty massive to get Pays back on footing of some sort, you know, back on, I don't want to say even footing, but he's no longer massively behind in CS. So it's a successful gank this time around, as one of the only real counterplays to Malphite Ultimate is reacting quickly and pressing flash in situations like this. Owner predicts the dash, but also knows that Kellen can't help, and there's also a Nautilus there. So even if he doesn't dash there, he dies, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of checkmate in this scenario.
And no level 6 or anything like that for Kellen, and I don't think that would have helped either, because knockups are not really that affected from the cleanse. So Vikla continuing to get harassed here by Faker in this mid lane, but he is kind of cheating, right? So he is going to be developing plenty of money on this Twisted Fate, moving towards his Rod of Ages as soon as he can. Faker is doing a lot of work.
Yeah,
though,
mate, he's kind of cheating, yeah.
May have actually just lost
Yeah,
again.
he's cheating.
He's angry. Going to throw out that culling, gives Carrier a bit of a back massage.
Pretty difficult to dive here.
Overgrowth going to be taken down. Here's the gate to come on through as Vikla right underneath the turret will get knocked up as Pays is going to be the target, but he takes a long time to kill. Raptor just tanks it up, and he will be A-OK. Wildcard's not enough to take down Carrier, and the Rock is moving in. Faker there as well. Walks over control vision as Diablo is still trying to get more kills. As Faker goes between worlds, but immediately he's CC'd. Carrier gets the Titans
He's kind of up 500 gold.
Ulti from Ona, but the flash out from Diablo's fantastic. Still, he's going to go down, and down goes the Troll as well. T1, they are looking for some silver scrapes, and if they keep playing like this, they may find him.
Still, though, I mean, it's not that bad for B&K at the end of the day. They end up getting the kill onto Pays. And, I mean, Vikla, that's a little awkward cutaway. I heard a flash.
Yeah, was that a flash gold card? Yeah, we're going to see that in live.
Oh
Vikla just grabs the solo bowler.
Oh my God, Atlas, that was...
All right, so I guess it's not that even. Sorry, not that T1 favored. It's in fact a pretty even trade.
Because it was a fairly even trade at the start of this. And then Diablo, he just can't help himself. I mean, that's why he's so good, but also maybe just play it slower. He wanted to avoid getting hit by the edge of this, but then he's like, oh, maybe I'm going to die no matter what. I want to go for Carrier. Still flashes the ultimate, by the way, because he's a psycho.
Yeah.
Not 100% sure about that flash from Kellen to try to get in there and give him a heal, but ultimately...
I like the idea.
Yeah, the gusto was real. Flash gold card means he knows he has the extra damage. Qs, it's the auto.
And needed that sidestep. If he doesn't get that sidestep, then they both die. Or just he dies and looks very silly. So Vikla living life on the edge, but it's going to pay off here. 2-0-0 for the Twisted Fate. Means that he gets his Rod of Ages completed very early.
Exactly. Off that kill, he could just buy it on the back. And now he's going to be building it early. He's a level up on Faker.
And does manage to get that gold card as well, so gets himself to a safe range.
He just says, Faker, if you want to trade with me, you're going to lose those minions. And Faker does, in fact, lose those minions.
He acquiesced.
I'm trying to look at this game state and really quantify who's ahead. I think the game is incredibly even because, yes, the lead was there for Diablo. Obviously, the lead for Vikla is somewhat based on his passive, but he has 2 kills. Doesn't necessarily mean he can take over the game on Twisted Fate. So T1 still feeling pretty fine in this game if they can make a play here bottom side, but...
Oh yeah, if Raptor's here, it's still a scary time as Faker tries to go between the worlds and Vikla just stands still. He's just got so much health with his Rod of Ages already done, and Faker just has to get out of there. Thankfully he survives, but that means full wave control over to Vikla. 6 seconds on the Destiny.
I mean, Vikla might have been able to, if Malphite wasn't nearby, use his heal to chase down and get that kill. Obviously, Owner was nearby on the bottom side scuffle, so he does not commit to it, but still gets a lot of extra value here. And now the Malphite is not in the bottom lane, so they actually have full prio for the second dragon of the game. And this is what you want to be doing with this composition, constantly playing through Lucian, constantly playing through your bottom side control, and setting up every single objective before this Yunara becomes a bigger threat later on. You know, Cull is running here for Pays.
Ooh, Vikla goes back and completes some items here at the same time. Faker looks to try and grab that plate, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so as Diablo's dashing in. Hook is not going to connect there as the fire kick comes down. Has to invest the ultimate, does Carrier, as the Drake is going to be taken here. Now Owner is looking to try and pick up the kill onto Clear. That Meganar is coming through though, and he elects, oh, he didn't even have the ulti, so never mind. Owner wasn't able to get too much of a follow-up, and there is a big difference between a Malphite ganking without ult and a Malphite ganking with ult.
Yes, and also there's a pretty big difference in the impact that his ultimate, when he didn't secure the kill, made, and this gank here on the bottom side, securing more plates for this accelerated Lucian and getting the flash and ult out of Carrier. So another defensive tool here down in the bottom lane if we see another all-in, as Vikla is just walking it off in this matchup.
Yeah, these are Merc Treads, certainly looking pretty good, and that's only going to get worse as they upgrade, getting close to completing that quest as well, where those shoes are going to be looking pretty nice.
This is a really strong position for BNK, but again, not alone enough yet to feel like this game is in the bag, but they're doing everything correctly thus far.
Yeah, I think Doran certainly has a lot more agency in this game than what he's had previously. It's also an Ocean Soul, so not exactly the most of a big deal for BNK to lock down with their double dragon that they've picked up already. And so if we do see some team fights, Doran hitting level 11 now, very close to that Trinity Force. Going to be the third one on the map to pick one up.
Wow, bit of a swap here up to the top lane for Diablo. Does have his quest completed, so the penalty not going to apply that Ox was talking about before. And they're going to try to kill Doran and take this turret off the map. Pays cannot impact this at all.
Yep, Nara is just going to be thrown out for fun there from Clear, and I don't think Doran is going to be able to do much of anything at all. There's the culling. That's going to take him down, and now they're looking for the turret here as well. That'll be first turret blood if they're able to get there, and you can see Pays is so far away from that bottom outer. And when you group up to take turrets on this patch, it's actually better than what it was previously.
Absolutely. And there is a smiling CV Max somewhere because we haven't used this term in a while, but it's starting to feel like Funnel Lucian in this one. As they send him to the top lane, he picks up another kill. He picks up the first turret of the game. And Pays, meanwhile, isn't getting anywhere near as much on the other side.
Well, that is going to be Vikla going down to half health as T1 throws the kitchen sink at him.
He walks it off again.
Yeah, this is a very beefy TF. 4 stacks on that Rod of Ages. And yeah, with the quest completed, those Merc Treads are just kind of silly.
And obviously Malphite doesn't build damage. Zeke's will help a little bit with the damage, but it's not like later on in this game, if they fall further behind, he can just ult Diablo and they win by default. Diablo can flash it and kill him, or sometimes just get hit by the ultimate and then shoot him and kill him as well.
Oh no. There's a house, and the Nara's going to hit this time around. I think Clear could have done that by himself, as now Pays taking so much damage here from Diablo, who's got a Kraken Slayer, now building towards his Essence Reaver. This Lucian is getting very frightening as the fire kicks coming on through. Pays going to get interrupted as Raptor comes on over to clear out vision. And B&K, they just stayed right on this front foot, and it looks like they are never stepping back. T1, speaking of which, they're going to have to.
They can't do anything here. I mean, at least they're getting the cross on the jacks on the top side, but it's being matched by Gnar bottom side, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 in turrets. They already got the top side turret with the roam up from Diablo. And so this is a big trade up again for B&K. The macro really good off of just a pick onto that Aurora. Faker's Aurora now 1 and 2 in this game. Massively far behind because of the passive and that Rod of Ages early has really given Vikla so much extra safety and agency in this game. And it's a silent GGT Glow Park right now because I think on one side the T1 fans are not happy with how this series has gone. The other side, the B&K fans aren't going to call it over until it's over.
Not daring to dream
Not
just yet.
But it is, I mean, dead silent in here. Like when we saw that kill onto Faker, it felt like I was in a library.
Yes, and we've heard that before. It has happened. I think a lot of us remember Busan for that MSI. Let's see whether we can bring some life back to the LoL Park, though. It's not going to be for this replay, as this was Faker just getting caught out, and Clear just combos him down.
This is a really, really great series, draft-wise, strategy-wise here for B&K, but it's backed up by phenomenal performances across the board.
I think the way they played out this game as well, with the Trundle into Malphite and the fact that Raptor immediately starts counter jungle against Doran, dives on top of Vikla, and now this pillar is being very annoying. Raptor turns up at perfect time. Good leap strike to get Doran out of there, but he does have to invest it. Ulti now on cooldown as well.
And B&K are like, yeah, Dragon's up. Don't care about that. It's Ocean Dragon. I already got the 2 real ones. I'm going to drop my Herald on your top inner and maybe even going to crash on your inhibitor turret.
Oh my goodness. That's going to be a charge onto the inhib, as now Raptor is just walking back down towards this Dragon as well, and Ona, he can't start that one up. Doran is down here, just trying to mop up the mess in the top lane. As Raptor moves in, Carrier is there with Paze, but the hook is going to go wide. Fire kick comes on through as well, but it is Raptor taking a lot of damage. Now the subjugate comes on through, and they turn onto Vikla. He goes between worlds, getting comboed down, and will be taken out. It takes a while, but he eventually does go down, as now Doran gets into the mix. Raptor looking a little worse for wear, but stays alive for the moment, and now the pillar is in. There's the counter strike. They land on top of Kellen, but he is not the primary target, and Clear getting into that backline. Down goes Paze, and without the Inara, there is so much damage missing, and now it's Diablo's turn as he flashes out of the counter strike, and Faker is going to get mopped up as well. It should be a triple as he dashes after Faker to pick it up, and I think B&K cannot be stopped.
I think they might have just punched their ticket, Atlas. Unreal. No one predicting this team to win it. No one predicting this would go even 5 in T1's win. And we're on the brink. We are on the precipice of this team pulling it off. And this fight here for T1 initially looks like it's great because they're able to collapse onto Vikla when he comes in here and baits them. But look at Clear on the angle. His Narbar timing perfect. And he doesn't just blow it early. He waits for his opportunity as Diablo slowly closes the gap here. They have perfect positioning so Diablo cannot be engaged on. So much was used on the Twisted Fate that Diablo has the extra agency. Doran ignored, and then the Gnar comes through. Clear gets into the backline here. Paze is deleted. He does not have his item spike yet. He cannot carry this fight alone. And Vikla, this time he dies, but it's worth.
And Raptor's passive got him so much help in that fight. He went down to so little, and then Carrier dies. He has the King's Tribute, and you get the big round of applause from Vikla.
He was watching that fight. His sacrifice was valid.
And I think after this, it's looking like Vikla's TF win rate might be in the positive.
It was 50-50 before.
Oh my gosh, this is unprecedented.
Man, this is crazy. T1 getting outclassed tonight.
And it's not like, I don't want to look at this as like a T1 collapse, because I want to celebrate just how good B&K have looked in this series. And it's not only they're playing better, it's the way they play around, the tools they know they have. It's a cerebral game as well here for B&K. And they have all of the answers.
They're playing to their strengths as well, right?
Yeah.
Clear blind picks
Oh my god, my mic's been muted.
And it ends up getting value because Dor wants to have a better follow. He wants to have the setup with this Malphite, but it's one of Clear's best picks, and he's performing well on it. Same with his Renekton that we saw even in the loss, where he had an insane performance there. T1 just cannot even get in their jungle now.
All right, the Destiny comes on through, the gate comes out. That's the unstoppable force used defensively. as Faker gets a house thrown at him. I think it's a drill here, space drill. As now Diablo looking for an angle as Carrier taking so much damage. The exhaust onto Doran means that there's no re-engage. But B&K, I think just testing the waters, seeing whether any cracks show up. And T1 are going to be forced to back away. Crystalline Overgrowth goes pop, and B&K look to try and take down this inner turret as well. Once again, we have bounties on the map.
Look at the gold deficits. The only one that's
T1
not
in the
is...
wall.
Yeah, they're looking like Han Solo and Carbonite right now.
It's either that or it's Homer Simpson, like inside the hedge.
2.2
well, I think they're going to have to
crazy.
hope for a little Kool-Aid man coming bursting through. If they're going to come back in this one, and I apologize for the humor, but right
does it
now
look
this
like,
game
Split?
looks like it is over, and it looks like it has been over since that last Dragon fight. And it's 2 minutes to go until the next one here, but B&K have their eyes around Baron Vision.
I'm probably going to quest in a bit.
This is a very, very strong Diablo setup here. Two items for Pays, but there are just so many different reasons why it's hard for him to pop off in this game, because his other parts of this composition have fallen so far behind that he doesn't have the engaged frontline he was hoping for anymore.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Diablo is just dashing up to him and trying to kill him by himself every single fight. Like, this guy has
You shouldn't have left from
absolutely
before,
no
do
fear.
you know what I
And he will
mean?
continue to do so.
You join before and it's like, oh, I can leave, and then you leave, and then you come back
AD
and ask a
carry for him.
stupid question, bro. If you was
Kellen has
watching my
always
stream
been a
for what I'm
babysitter
doing,
support, right? A
you'd
lot
know,
of the
innit?
reasons why we were critical of Kellen is that he wasn't quite as able to start fights. Well, you don't need to start fights. Diablo will stop them.
He is the enchanter guy. We have said this about Kellen a lot. You know, his Renata wasn't about his handshakes, okay? It was about his positioning, his bailout
sweet,
timings,
bro. Like,
stuff
what-
like that. That we really
Too much of a toss,
you know,
yeah,
were
you're a tosser,
championing
bro.
when it was his
Fucking
best
from that
champion,
other
right? We're
fucking
like,
conversation we
he's
had
only champion
yesterday.
for a little while.
We
He is
come
really
in and
evolved,
like,
and
now
he's
it's
looking
happened,
better on
man.
Gage supports
Yeah,
too
all
this
right.
season as well.
Absolutely.
But I do think you have a really strong point here, because if he trusts Diablo and he's just going to play support
Much
and
of a
not be the guy
toss.
who goes
Yeah,
in, he's the
course.
guy who allows his AD carry to go in, it's a match made in heaven. And right now, the gates are opening. As
certainly are.
rapid fire cannon is done for Vikla.
These item spikes are absolutely ridiculous for B&K. 3 items on
Yeah,
Vikla.
right,
They're
wow.
all very important. Those gold
Fucking come
cards
and
can
join
hit from
them
a
and
really
then
long way
fucking
away. And
threaten
with
they
that
will
Lich Bane,
leave
they do
for
really
leaving and
hurt.
shit.
And
Fuck
Diablo,
off, man.
he's got 3 done, so they're looking for this.
Fake
There is
bullshit.
engaged from Ono, though. They're looking to try and get on top of Diablo, but with Kellen, he survives for such a long time, but finally, he's taken down the flash from Raptor, though. No 80 carries left on the Rift, but Vikler's in melee range with Ono and Doran, and it's now
How can I have a
Doran's
good
turn to
stream and
go
you come in and
insane.
fucking talk
Still,
shit and
he's
then
able to
like
get
threaten
himself
me
out of there. A
to
1 for
leave
1
twice
as
like a little
both
baby
of the
cunt?
ADs are just gone.
Yeah, this was the best
Grow up, man.
possible
Got
scenario
fucking
for
kids.
T1 in terms
Still
of the
like a
engage.
bellend.
Unfortunately, Pays was taken out by a quick, snappy reaction
Yeah,
there
totally.
by B&K, and now challenging for this dragon is just
Fuck off,
not
Splits, man.
realistic. I
Fuck
think
him,
for
I love you,
T1
bro.
as Doran might
Boring
actually
ass
also
guy,
be in
man.
trouble here as Clear gets his Narbar. House won't connect, but
Deluded cunt.
TP has to be committed, and Raptor is just soloing this. I think this is just Ocean Soul over to B&K.
Yeah. And Ocean Soul actually
I'm
kind of
fucking
insane.
leveling 61, you're not even online.
Just likes
Just
to
talk poo.
have his health bar bounce around.
With the
We're going to need a lot more Executioner's Callings than just the one on Pays, I think. As the healing is just going to be a little bit nuts. Diablo
does
is
have-
obviously very far up, so Ona finds a great angle here.
It does have a Spirit Visage as well. This is a really nice angle from Owner, but the follow-up from Pays unfortunately puts him in harm's way. And Raptor has
Child.
Flash, so he can follow on him. If Raptor doesn't have Flash there,
No.
and Pays actually gets away, he kills Raptor, and they probably end up getting way more than that. Clear was not even here, by the way, for the initial part of this fight.
Yep, and now Carrier is dealing with a culling.
You're fucking adolescent,
and that is
at least in
backside
life,
that he
man.
does not like to
Fucking
see.
baby
Another
boy
onslaught
over
of
there.
comes down, but where's the follow-up?
Or in
Faker
half
does
banter
find
thinks
it
it's
here,
funny.
and Diablo is gonna get
Comes to
taken
my
out.
stream,
Doran
threatens
now
me
gonna
twice
dive
to
in on top of
leave, like,
Raptor,
bro,
looking so
fuck
difficult to
right
kill,
off.
especially with Kellen alongside the flash from Clear, but he doesn't find the Gnar angle, and now a gold card comes in. They're looking to try and stop Doran, and there is the Gnar finally, but it's just not going to do enough, as Kellen cannot keep all of his carries alive, especially with Diablo on the floor. Still, Clear is there. He hits mini Gnar. He's like, I'm the 80 carry now, and I guess he is.
The wallets
I'm
are
not
so
like a
heavy
fucking
that
gay
these fights
cunt
that
just
shouldn't be
because I've
winnable
got a
for this comp
female
anymore are
in
just
my
winnable for
house.
this comp. This
Well,
lane
that's
is
the
a
type
game
of
with this much
logic.
of a lead are still kind of playable because Clear, like you said, is a
Unconsciously, you
secondary
think
AD carry
about.
threat here.
Fuck off.
But I gotta say, 2 times in a row is too many. Because now we're looking at a world where if this happens a 3rd time and T1 actually get a more direct punish, there's a way back into the
Only
scheme. And I think for
vilification from someone
BNK, you're still
fucking
in a
else,
very
man.
favorable spot, but
Boring
remember,
ass
we
cunt.
said this solution is the damage. He is the one.
Yeah.
And so you cannot be losing him initially. And the fact that Owners found 2 of these angles in a row means it could be a third. Now BNK going to start the Baron and look for a potential turn as T1 rush over. Heavy lifting here from Clear. Hysterics procs here in the end of this fight. So you can see T1 watch on. No flash for Owner. He has his
All
own.
right, Clear's going in. There's the gate. It's now Pays. Oh, he's too far forward. Clear looking for the angle. Look at that Nava. Still, he has to get
fucking say
ulted by
sorry
Owner
either
to
about
make sure
acting like
they
a
have the
twat.
peel. And Owner might be a hero.
Those are the worst
he has
people
saved his 80
to be
carry, but he
around
has to
that even say
sacrifice
sorry.
himself. That means the jungle is
You know,
dead, and the
free.
Baron should go over to BNK.
Yeah, this was a desperate situation for T1 no matter which way you look at it.
All of
They
a
wanted
sudden,
to get
I'm
in
the
there,
bad person.
look for some sort of engagement. BNK,
Oh.
old BNK probably just holds Baron and tries to fight on the Baron pit itself. Modern BNK says, no, we're going to actually play around the pit. We're going to put our Gnar, still build his Gnar bar on the outside of the pit, drop Baron, and look for the fight away from the Baron. Don't give T1 the opportunity. The evolution of this squad moving into this year is definitely felt. An Owner's sacrifice here is enough to save the rest of his teammates, but the Baron will go over to BNK, who pushed their lead up to 7,500.
Is Edo just like the greatest coach of all time if they somehow manage to win the LCK Cup World?
He was the greatest kart rider coach.
See what I'm saying? Like, maybe just everything he touches turns to gold. And like, this is the same roster. Like, it's absolutely absurd. As, yep, the library continues here. As Doran, he's going to get pillared momentarily. Vikla looks to try and find a gold card, but Doran gets himself out of there. He's going to be okay for the moment. Problem is, does not really change the state of this game. This large minion wave. What the heck was that damage?
Pretty unreal.
That's a Lich Bane proc with some crystalline overgrowth, I guess.
There's
as that
no-
tower just dies.
There's no TP for Faker, there's no TP for Doran. There's only one ward they could use to try to flank anyways. They just have to wait this out, but it's 2 more minutes. This should be the beginning of the end, barring a huge mistake, some miracle flash ult from Owner onto Diablo with follow-up. They're just going to play it slow, they're going to play it safe, and T1 fans pray they make that error.
This is crazy, though, as Carrier, he goes in, he gets pillared. There's another Destiny to come forward as Carrier looking very worse for wear. Vikla decides not to gate just yet, finally pulls the trigger as the gold card connects onto Faker. Now Clear finds him with the Gnar. He tries to go between worlds, but unfortunately, he goes to the world that nobody wants to go to with a gray screen. His owner, he's going to get turned on as well and eaten by a Raptor. Is this just the end of the game? Is this just the end of the series? Has B&K done it? Look, it was only 3 best-of-5s between these organizations, and B&K are going to even that scoreline as there's the flash onto the fountain, obviously, there from Diablo and B&K Fear X. They will be going to Hong Kong, and they are going up against Gen G for that first seed position.
What a team performance. I hope we get to see a smattering of votes across the rift between
You all gotta deal with every single fucking time I go live now.
Mechanical outplays, the
Fucking a
protection
joke.
from Kellen. Clears
Absolute
glow up.
joke, man.
B&K fans cannot believe it. We mentioned it earlier. Raptor, a god of the jungle, gapping Owner this series for sure.
Yeah.
And Vikla having the performance of a lifetime. Like, how can you have predicted that everyone was going to have both insane drafting and the play to back it up to crush the defending world champions here? No one expected it. No one predicted it. But B&K made it happen. They lived it.
Yeah, there he is. It's his year. It's his year, ladies and gentlemen. Vikla looking absolutely fantastic here today. Like you were saying, the POM situation, I'm glad I don't have a vote because there are too many great options. Once again, Diablo does up his pants. As you can see, he's playing blind, guys. This guy, like, obviously can't see through that hair. He needs a hair. Imagine if he got a haircut. It would be obscene, the amount of things that he'd be able to do. As Kellen there, humble as ever, as per usual. But I don't know, is Kellen my front runner just because of the amazing defense he played? The fact that the bottom lane is so important.
Crazy, but his Milio game was also good.
Yeah, Diablo's like psychopathic and was playing phenomenally well towards the bottom side of the map. But honestly, I think it'd have to go to Raptor for me, with the fact that Owner has been such a linchpin for T1 every single time, and the fact that like he played Maokai and looked phenomenal on it. Like his Pantheon was the main character of that game as well. In every single win, it's been what Raptor has done.
I think my brain
got them for it. Got them the victory.
My brain, it's a Raptor vote. But my pen and my heart and the narrative went to Diablo on this one. I voted for him. I think he was the man of the series. There was no doubt. Even though everyone set him up, this whole series was about the trust that B&K had for him, and it absolutely paid off. That final Lucian game, again, it was all about get this guy money, swap him to the top lane, get him more money. He's gonna do it, he's gonna carry, and he did.
Yeah, honestly, all of B&K understand exactly how they're supposed to win. They just wield this dude like a weapon.
He is the sword.
Yeah.
And everyone else is just the body parts,
Yeah,
you know?
it's the hilt and then like the little bit of string that goes around and then like the thing that stops you from cutting yourself and things like that unless it's a katana. Like, as clear, also absolute glow up in this game especially, but on the Renekton as well, like you were talking about before. I think everyone deserves an accolade in this series.
There's something to be said about Clear, like his DRX days when he was in Challengers, he got a lot of credit, right? When DRX was the best Challengers team, but he was not able to ever replicate that in the LCK, it seems consistently, until very recently. And that, to me, makes it feel like it's a confidence issue. And he suddenly has that. And I think that's something that we're seeing from a lot of our ex-Rise Group teams coming into LCK Cup here in 2026 is there's a new level of confidence, there's a new level of coordination that just wasn't seen last year. And I think as a whole, the LCK has leveled up so much between the end of the season last year and where we are here now in playoffs.
Yeah, having a look here at the final fight, T1 circling the drain. Remember, the only objective they got this game was one outer turret. That was literally it. This was an absolute clobbering from B&K in this final game of the series. And we say statement game quite a lot. I feel like we throw it around. This was the definition of a statement
I just don't even know if B&K will ever have a best of 5 like this ever again, is how I feel right now. But I also kind of hope they do, because they look so good when they play like this.
Give me a 5-game banger against Gen G as they try and get revenge against Ryu, who left them, right? Edo's like, I have all of these superstars that you left on the table. You went for the shiny, cool things that do a lot of winning, but I can win with
Talk about revenge. T1 now will likely have to face this team to go to the finals if they make that run through the lower bracket. And assuming Genji beats B&K, that matchup already, we're speculating that'll be the case. I think it's the most likely. Sounds epic. Imagine T1 trying to win another best of 5 against this team after the disaster that stopped them into lower. Justice Man voters win.
There we go. I think this is a fantastic choice. I think this guy looked so incredibly good in this series. Even the Jarvan had some good moments, although they weren't quite able to get over the line. But what an incredible series. B&K FearX, and I think there are some coffee bettors that are feeling a little bit worried about,
No, there are none. There are none here.
I think I'm represented in that, though, because I think it's like global versus Korean side as far as the B&K versus DK thing, and I was lumped in there. I kind of want to, maybe I'll just go, I'll defect and head over to the Korean
term
side.
Overperformance just doesn't even cut it for the series, man. I cannot believe it. Vikla's going to the space as well. He says, don't turn off your stream.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get an interview with him alongside Wadid and Digon as well, which is going to be a whole lot of fun. And before that, we get to hear from Raptor, the man that figured out exactly what to pick every single time in this series and looked absolutely phenomenal doing so. I'm just kind of reeling. I don't know what to make of it. There's a chance that T1 don't even like have a shot at heading to first.
Not again, just like last year.
What if DK somehow managed to capitalize on the fact that they fumbled here and just kicked them out of the tournament? Like,
and then nobody wins the bet because DK also go to Hong Kong?
Whoa, that would be crazy. B&K just beats Gen G, and then we get the DK versus Gen G, like, you know what? We just need to go to the interview with Raptor and stop speculating on things. This has been a crazy day. Take it away, Dia.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We have Raptor on the side of B&K FearX. Congratulations. Thank you. No, you just secured BFX's first international roadshow. How do you feel? It was a great performance by us, and we were able to take down a strong team. And I think our entire team is celebrating this moment. Yeah, against everyone's predictions, you just took down BT1. And everyone thought your draft was great too. So what were the players' predictions? I think lately, although we had some shortcomings in the last match, we have always thought that every match has been winnable. And I think today's match was quite comfortable to play out. And in game 1, we noticed that you were focusing the Jinx down with Pantheon, so how crucial was it to target the bot lane against T1? I think same with T1 and us, I think we actually like to play around bot, so that's just something that we had in mind all game. Your Pantheon is absolutely on point, and in the current LCK Cup, he is your most played champion, and 4 wins and 1 loss. Such a high win rate, so how do you rate Pantheon? You can rate your own Pantheon. You know Pantheon? And there are a lot of other bruisers like him, but because he has a really good ult, and I think he has a lot of angles to be able to make those game-breaking plays. Yeah, I think I did a pretty good job with him today. And so, in game 2, after your defeat, what was the feedback like? I think the overall review was that, at the very last team fight, we weren't able to do well. So I think we just wanted to focus on doing better in the next game. And you guys flexed Ryze top in game 3. And then you actually went for jungle Maokai. So have you considered him before? Yeah, we were originally trying to use Ryze for mid. But I think it was the discussion went, Yone actually looked even better, so given that Ryze can be played top, I think this was kind of like a on-the-foot kind of a decision-making. Yeah, you were able to solo kill this Wukong in the early game, so what was your read? I think Maokai against Wukong, you can actually juggle pretty well, so I was trying to go for a trade, and I saw that our bot was actually pushing in. Our bot was actually pushed in, so I felt like I need to just go the other way. So with the Anivia chasing you, you must have felt rushed. I think...
The Joe Rogan experience.
Who knows what fucking happens with all this Epstein file shit? It just keeps getting crazier and crazier and crazier and deeper. And so Rokana and Massey just released the names of these guys that had been redacted from the list. And one of them is what is his last name? Les Wexner, right? Who's the CEO of Victoria's Secrets. Is he the CEO or the owner? Former CEO. Former owner, CEO of Victoria's Secrets. He's being named as a co-conspirator now. Yes. Yeah, so he's being named along with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Because he runs this modeling, Victoria's Secrets, hot girls, the whole deal. Somehow or another, he's involved in this. And they had redacted his name up until now, right?
What?
Well, two things. I don't think anybody... his existence as a co-conspirator isn't new information.
But it's confirmed now, right?
It was, people I think are up in arms is that it wasn't supposed to be blocked out from the files.
Exactly.
He's not a victim.
Right, he's not a victim, so why was his name redacted? Right. And so they got it unredacted, and now he's being named.
Oh my god, why does everybody act dumb? It's clearly money,
so
bro.
People knew that there was something going on, but he had gifted
a multi-millionaire, and he acts like a fucking cleft lip.
In Manhattan. So this is like a $60 million house in Manhattan. You know the house where you go into it and you see Bill Clinton in a dress?
Yeah.
You know that picture that we have out in the lobby?
Yeah.
That's from the foyer of his house.
Right.
That Jeffrey Epstein was gifted by Les Wexner. By the way, Whitney Webb posted on her Twitter about Les Wexner being a sex trafficker, a child sex trafficker, in 2020. See if you can find that. Like that crazy chick is right about everything.
The one lady was kidnapped, or she was claimed she was kidnapped. It was in his house in New Albany, or Columbus. She claimed she was being held there for, I don't know, 2 weeks or something, like doing art. She called her dad to try to get out of there or something like that.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and that's like his involvement isn't like brand new information.
This was in Columbus, Ohio?
Well, New Albany is where all the, like, that's where his house is. The biggest house in Ohio, I think. It's a suburb of Columbus. It'd be like, just like
right.
People think he's still there. That's where Epstein's living.
Well, the people that think he's alive, I think they think he's in Israel, don't they?
Definitely, I think they're AI photos. They might not be.
Oh, I saw that.
But
Yeah.
People think he's been seen or spotted around town.
Wouldn't you think he'd get some surgery?
You would think that he would have to.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably one of the most recognizable faces in the world at this point.
Yeah.
Like, after so much airtime.
You'd have to get some surgery if you wanted to still. I mean, how would you keep that? This is a tweet. Your reminder that Leslie Wexner financed the mass rape and trafficking of thousands of American children for over a decade, and right now he is sitting in a 26K square foot mansion in New Albany, Ohio, thinking that he is above the law. She tweeted this in April 28 of 2020. How crazy is that?
Shit.
She's like the most prolific of all the conspiracy theorists, the most well-read, the one with the most recall, the one that's the most quoted. I don't know how she's so good at it. We're trying to get her on. I don't know how she's so good and what her background is, how she finds all this information.
We're still living on that dark
she's
web,
always way ahead of all this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, 2020.
That's crazy.
I think it's a proper weird place. You feel weird when you log on to dark web. Feels weird.
Bro. But these files, just what's come out so far, and the fact that they redacted men, these like powerful billionaire guys.
Let's replace
like,
men with money.
where he's talking about pandemic planning.
Redacted money.
What?
Where Jeffrey Epstein is talking about pandemic planning to someone named Bill, whose name is redacted. It's like, why are you redacting the guy's name that you're talking about planning for a pandemic, like what to do in response to a pandemic? Well, why is his name retracted?
So
or redacted, rather.
When are they supposed to testify? When are the Clintons supposed to testify? Would you say they're gonna 2 weeks? Did you say the aliens are coming in the next 2 weeks? They're gonna land.
I think that's
Something's gonna happen.
Just before that.
Yeah, it'll be we bomb Iran, aliens show up, maybe at the same time. Yeah. Fuck, man.
Outside of this, because this, I mean, obviously this conspiracy, it's not a theory anymore, right? Because they're connecting the networks, they're like exposing a lot of this. Like when you look at your total conspiracy catalog of things that you'd like to dive into, outside of aliens, because everybody knows that. What are your other ones you like?
Well, aliens is the most fun one.
Yeah.
This is the one that I hate
Eluded
the most.
one.
Yeah.
Because this one scares the shit out of me. Because the fear of, we talked about this yesterday with Roger Avery. The fear of these like literally demonic human beings that are running the world and don't give a fuck about human lives and enjoy watching people being tortured, enjoy watching people killed, participating in ritual sacrifice of people, and they do it in order to show
I
that
can be
they're
happy in
part of
this
the
world,
team.
and this is like literally a fucking normal conversation to have. Woo, let me be happy. Woo,
And it's been something
happy,
that you
happy,
look at in history,
happy.
you go, God,
We've
it's
literally
so
got
sick.
fucking
It's so twisted, it's so disgusting. And
Men
everybody
of-
wants to think,
men
oh
of-
God, that's not happening now. But
at
then
your
when you
age
realize,
doing
like,
some
that might
crazy
have been
weird shit with
Here's one of
anything.
the craziest ones. The day he was indicted in 2018, the very next day he ordered
Fucking deluded ass
330 gallons
motherfuckers.
of sulfuric
Give me a loud
acid.
man. If you ain't gonna fucking be normal headed
He ordered
and fucking actually not be stupid as
55-gallon
fuck,
drums of sulfuric
asking
acid
dumbass
to be
questions,
delivered to the island.
then you're welcome here.
And so there's a lot of
You
people
come
online
here with
saying,
your
oh, that's probably
retarded
for
ass,
this
boosted
desalination
ass,
plant. It's probably like a regular thing they need to order. So then
fucking
someone else did a deep dive and
room
said, no, this is the
temperature
first
IQ
time
having ass.
this was
What, you
ever
think you
ordered.
haven't got a fucking room temperature
Are there two other
IQ?
orders?
Jeez,
Oh,
oh.
so that guy
Could
was
have been
wrong.
the first one from that company potentially.
Ah, that makes sense. So maybe it was for this desalination equipment, but also that's a lot of sulfuric acid.
Why does this guy go on like he's some sort of fucking like man of wisdom, bro? All the fucking knowledge he owns, it's all sponged from other people.
Yeah.
He didn't go out there and learn this shit
Fucking get rid of
himself.
bodies.
Sits there and listens and takes it all in, and then redacts it to people like he's fucking got the info, bro.
Immediately.
Facts, facts, facts.
Yeah. The other orders, were they that large? Because here's the other thing. I mean, how long has it been killing people? How long have they been boiling bodies to get rid of them? I mean, if
Anyway,
you do have...
stop going on, chunky boy. You're a beast in the
for lack
game.
of better
I'm doing Shadow Labyrinth. I'm not even saying, yo, bro, do you want to come along?
Rich people from foreign governments or whatever, you set it up.
They didn't win it.
Whatever you want. Right? What I want to do, I want to kill a hooker. Like, I want to kill her.
I need to grind this rep out at some point, man.
You know, get rid of the body. Like, I want to
I'll get exalted, right?
There's one
Shit.
where this one guy is saying to him, "Thank you for the torture video." It's literally a part of an email. The actual quote, "Thank you for the torture video." Like, enjoyed the torture video.
Oh, he's literally just copied and pasted one.
Like, and they think they've
My weirdo
identified
website.
that guy. And what do they think? He's a sultan?
I was trying to find that right now. I think because Massey said he got the look that one up, I believe. Because it's weird. They're letting them in.
This is what's even weird, though, right?
One by one.
About this shit. This just proves that they can see everyone's messages.
The Congress people can go look at specific.
If you want to.
The files, you got to tell how much file you want specifically to look at.
If you know one more thing.
It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy.
You won't hear anything about it anyway.
Why have you protected?
How come you find all these emails from so far away?
Ahmed bin Suleiman.
If it's not being tracked in the
sent
first
the
place.
torture video to Epstein. This is in 2009.
Interesting.
So Epstein was saying that. Where are you? Are you okay? I love the torture video. I am in China. I'll be in the U.S. second week of May. What the fuck, man? And why is his name redacted? Why would your name be redacted if you're not a victim? Like, this is what's crazy about all this. Like, how
Joe
can you
Rogan,
redact
why don't
some
you just
people
say
and
it?
you
You
don't
know
redact
it,
other
bro.
people?
Like, why say
Like,
that?
What is this? This is
He's,
not
he's
good.
as worse.
None
He's
of this
as
is
bad
good
as the
for
people.
administration. It looks fucking terrible.
Because he knows more than
It
he's
looks
putting on.
terrible.
He's a
It
fucking
looks
bullshit
terrible for
fuck.
Trump when he was saying that none of
He
this
definitely
was real,
knows
this
more
is
than
all
what's
hoax.
going on.
This
And he's
is
been
not a
told
hoax.
to shut
Like,
up,
did you
just
not know?
act
Maybe
like
you
this,
didn't know.
trust,
Incredible.
weirdo
But this
ass.
is definitely not a hoax. And if you've got redacted people's names and these people aren't victims, you're not protecting the victim. So what are you doing?
Right.
And how come all this shit is not released? Like,
You would think that all of it would just, like, get rid of all of it. Just expel it all.
Like a man of that
This is the
stature
conspiracy that drives
has
me the
no clue. Like, it's all money based.
Julie and Dory talked about this yesterday.
All money based.
Saw a clip going around.
Shit, we've been caught. How much?
American billionaire Tom Pritzker.
How much do we
had an
need?
email to him that
Okay,
says-
do.
Julian Dorsey?
Dorsey, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm in a remote valley of Afghanistan. It's my birthday wish with boys with toys. Spent time with Petraeus yesterday, and
What?
he loaned me a
Oh
chopper.
my God,
Actually,
man.
2 with 1 as a backup. Can't call till tomorrow. Yeah, but boys with toys could mean like military guys with weapons.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
yeah,
what
yeah,
the
yeah.
Video, they thought they were talking about little boys.
Of course it does,
in
Joe.
Afghanistan. But
Well,
the part
boys
of the
with
birthday wish is an interesting part.
What is this guy even saying?
In a remote valley in
He's telling
Afghanistan.
Epstein about it.
But it also loaned me a chopper.
Well, actually, this is to Epstein.
Right. But the thing is, like, the loan me a chopper, my birthday wish, his birthday wish might have been to, like, gun down villagers.
God, no, that's what I
You
thought
know what I
they
mean?
were talking about. Not go play with little kids.
Yeah.
I thought he just want to go kill people. And
He,
then
I mean, I bet that. Look, he loaned me a chopper. Doesn't sound like I came here to fuck kids. It's like my birthday wish sounds like I'm here to fuck people up.
Right.
Like,
Or I'm just out here to
Yeah. Go to Australia and come out with that bullshit that you just sprouted out, mate.
Well,
Chopper
the
in
only reason
English
why I
language
wouldn't be
can mean a
interested in going to
various amount
Afghanistan
of
is the
things.
stuff
It could
that Jason
mean
Everett told me
fucking
about.
your
Like when
wiener,
he showed
bro.
me all those ancient Greek ruins. If you were a person who's a wealthy
It could mean a
person
gun.
that your desire
It could mean a
was to gun
machete.
people down. Like, there are people that will provide you with that service. Like, there was a thing with the Soviets, or not the Soviets, with the Russians, where they're allowing people to kill pirates.
Yeah.
Like, you would pay a bunch of money, and they'd take you to where the pirates are, and you go out in a ship, and with a 50 cal, just fucking blow up pirate boats.
Yeah, I'd heard about that. I'd heard about there were places that you could go as, you know, a combat tourist, basically.
Has to be.
Yeah,
There has
and
to be places.
It's all going to be like Russian or
Yeah.
Somalian or a connection between the two, right? So you'd have these like rogue elements and places where there is an organized government,
Which is Afghanistan.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you could definitely.
someone from the western side was providing that service to someone and letting them borrow a chopper.
Well, that was Petraeus. And they were saying that Petraeus was the main
Yeah,
general
Americans,
at the time,
man.
which I find
Like, they make me laugh, honestly. Like, they actually think they're like
that a general
educated enough to actually have a clue. They only know about America, Americans, bro. They're fucking so hemmed in their brain.
Correct.
There's only a small select few that are actually like not dumb as fuck.
They always had to fly in troops because they had to have a support.
Such localized fucking
chopper.
Motherfuckers only know what's gone in the state,
It's
in the city.
You know,
My guy's talking about choppers like it can't mean a
disagree
fucking
with the way that they were running the war. It'd be hard for me to
flung
believe
flung.
that a general just loaned some rich guy a couple helicopters to fly around Afghanistan.
You think he's lying?
I don't know. Like, you'd have to like dive into it and figure it out.
Yeah. But either way,
All these guys sending these emails as well are the type of guys that are sitting in coffee shops talking and
One
shit
thing
and
to take into consideration is how much of these emails
acting
are
like
actually
they're not weirdos and
like
that.
accusations that they're putting on other people. You
Master
gotta take that with a grain of
deceivers,
salt.
master
This guy
deceivers.
He was all about like influence peddling, like, and probably he had enemies, and he probably would destroy his enemies with rumors and making up false stories. Like the Bill Gates one with asking me for antibiotics to slip into his wife because he got STD from a Russian hooker. I'm like, that seems too on the head. You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't he go to his fucking personal doctor? Why is he going to Jeffrey Epstein for antibiotics in New York when he lives in Seattle? Don't you think he has like a concierge medicine set up there with a guy? And, and why would he say, hey, Melinda, I gave her STDs? You wouldn't. You'd say, hey, get me some stuff. Oh, I lost my prescription. Can you give me another one?
Yeah.
It fell out of my car. Give me another one?
Give me another one.
And then fucking crushing up in a smoothie. Like, if you're going to do that, you would do it. He's not a dummy. He's Bill Gates, right? You would do it in a more discreet way than contact a international sex trafficker who's a part of like some intelligence operation.
You would think.
You would think.
Right. I mean,
Yeah.
but the skeptic in me tends to kind of like look at it under a magnifying glass a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to take everything at face value, but also at the accumulation of all of these different things leads you to just go, what the fuck was going on?
Because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. National security.
Honestly, as well, how
is
right
largely
now
about, is not merely
anyone
a
can
series of
discuss anything outside of what's going on with them files, yeah.
How we deploy it. These are important
I
questions.
just don't know how they can do it morally.
But they are not the fundamental one. The fundamental question we must answer at the outset is what exactly are we defending? Because armies do not fight for abstractions. Armies fight for a people. Armies fight for a nation. Armies fight for a way of life. And that is what we are defending.
Let's go to the next story. You posted something this morning.
Human
about
possession is real.
the trans shooter killer in
Listen,
Canada.
type
This
of guy fucked
18-year-old
with our
trans
Alex
shooter
Jones, mate.
murdered at least 10 people at Tumblr Ridge School yesterday, and you said demon possession is real. Folks, this video is very disturbing. Go ahead and play this clip.
Oh yeah, I've seen this shit.
This is the shooter.
Bro, what in the fuck is that? What's weird is he doesn't look at the camera once.
Pause the clip. When is this from? What do we know about
This
this?
is from 2 years ago. I'll explain it all, but here's the more important part. I had like a member of parliament on like 20 years ago from the UK, and he was explaining they're targeting mentally ill and autistic kids for this.
He's a
sterilize them.
legend
Once
with
they
it.
go, a certain percent will go crazy, but we should play the rest of it. And so instead of putting this kind of mental institution or whatever, who was having psychotic outbursts, talking about killing people, I mean, that's what psychotic mania looks like. They take them and put them on drugs that totally whack them out. Then they get depressed. They put them on serotonin reuptake inhibitors that say on the insert cause mass murder and suicidal ideations. So it's a cocktail. But if you look at the shooter in Minnesota, he's on the same video with the weapons going, "I'm gonna kill him, Satan." And it's almost all of them are literally devil worshippers. And you can say, well, it's not real. Well, then why the hell does it keep manifesting? And what I've been told by the experts about the Satanism is when they drink the blood and do all the stuff. That's why the Joker acts like that. The Joker, Hollywood knows this stuff. They're showing you someone, that kid has been sitting there smiling and demonically smiling and laughing so long. If you look, he's demon possessed. That's literally a demon. You can see his face is all red, the Joker look. And that's what I was told by Ted Gunderson. But lots of you told me he wouldn't say on air. He said, no, in their lore, the face of the Joker is the face they make when they're killing people. And they'll do it so long when they're chewing up babies and drinking blood that the face turns red and does the Joker look. And then on the kids, they rape for days on end. They get what they call the panda eyes. And so these are real things that happen. So this kid's probably been, this is ancient every culture where it's the energy of the demon coming into him, and he's like, and he's thinking about mass murder right here. So, and I've studied this. I know this sounds crazy, but you can go find almost all these trans shooters, and their dads always worked for the NSA, or they always worked for the top DARPA company, you know, and it's, you know,
oh shit,
oh yeah, and both Crook's parents, special behavioral psychology, and they're all in BlackRock ads, and but it's the same MO, and they'll just have their guns and going, kill them, murder them, soon Satan.
What the fuck, Alex?
Wow. And by the way, what do we know so far about what's going on with Canada?
Well, all they say is it does not matter. Both the police chief and the regional police chief said that what matters is we do not misgender her. This is a woman. And they say that is what's most important in the speeches.
What did they say? They said woman is in a dress? Rob,
yeah.
Do you have that clip?
Yep.
There's a clip, and then also if you can show the stats of the school shooting or the mass shooting you're seeing,
it's all
the trans, which
type in police don't want to misgender Canadian shooter. I can find it. There's like the regional police.
Is that it?
This is one. There's one even worse. But yeah, go ahead.
Rob, go back a little bit, Rob. Start from the beginning. Go ahead.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay.
Gun
and then
person.
separately.
Gun person is what he's calling it.
Yeah, this one's pretty bad, but that's not. There's a long one. Yeah, there it is. This one right here.
Female, by the name. So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls
If the law was so
related
effective,
to
why is it it can't override someone's thought processes? That I could identify as a tree right now, legally.
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this. We identify the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jessie was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 60 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
Gun person.
But see, it doesn't matter that just killed 10 people. It's we need to get it right. Well, what did they chose to identify as a potted plant? Or an Apache helicopter?
Yeah, and apparently the uncle was interviewed or asked, and they said, yeah, he is a trans. You know, There is that. And Rob, can you pull up the
We should
stats?
finish the video, though. It's more of, you need to see the whole demon possession.
We'll go back to the video, but can you
Whole
pull up the
demon
trans
possession.
stats on what
Alex
percentage of the
Jones,
shooters
bro,
we talked
buzz
about
off
it?
him. I don't care what
believe this
anyone
morning.
says about Alex Jones, bro. He don't mean no harm to no cunt, so why judge what he says based on that shit?
Is this the one, Rob? Yeah, that one to the right.
You just want to know
Mass
what the
shooting rates
fuck's
by
going
demo.
on, yeah?
2015 to 2025. Public
He
incidents
might be
with
crazy,
4 more
but you can't help
fatalities.
that.
Trans non-binary biological male,
Crazy
0.769.
himself was crazy,
Trans
but-
non-binary biological female, 0.667.
He's
Then
crazy
Asian
and
man,
he's crazy.
black man, white man, Asian woman, Hispanic man.
Let me just stop you. You know what they call it in Europe and here now? When you see Asian men, that's not Japanese men or South Koreans. It's Muslims. So they call Muslims Asian men.
You gotta be kidding.
No, that's the Asian rape gangs.
You gotta be
Asian rape gangs.
I was about to say, why are Asians on
Yeah, so all the time they say when there's a murder or something that it's a white guy, even though in the mugshot it's a black guy. The way they do that to cover up for Muslims is they call them Asian men if they are Pakistani or Muslim Indian or any of that. Or Arabic.
Can you check to see if somebody in Grok asked, what does Asian man mean? And if it doesn't, you ask. And then if you can play that clip.
Look up what are Asian grooming gangs. It's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to find out how that chart
He's
for
right.
Asian man
Definitely
and Asian
right.
woman. That's what I want to know. We know about the Asian
Ooh.
grooming gang. We know about the
Come on, baby.
Pakistani. We know about the inbreeding. I want to know what they mean by Asian man.
Oh, you're right.
What demo?
Good question.
What demo do you mean? Does it mean Asian men when they say Asian men? Yeah, that's fine. I am so curious. Well, it's going to take a minute for
Well,
Grok to
I don't
respond.
know if Grok knows this yet, but you can separately ask everybody or ask it what demographic has the lowest violent crime. It'll tell you Asians in general. So how is it suddenly Asian men are up at the middle? That I believe is like in Europe. It's coming over to see what they call it.
Rob, go back to the clip of the guy, the shooter, for us to see the ending of that clip. It's disturbing, but if you can go back to it, if you just go on Alex's Twitter account, you'll see it.
Real Alex shows.
There you go.
Yeah, he loves getting those plugs in, Alex.
Go for it. Go to 30 seconds.
He loves the plug. This is fucking weird, bro. Yeah, but how much of that is an act? Because he obviously turned his phone on himself.
Give him a gun.
Unbelievable. This can be prevented, but it's all politics. They can't stop.
They take these people that are already autistic and give them the worst possible stuff. And I'm sure they'll probably blame this on Mossad soon, and, because the Charlie Kirk's killer. There's no trans people killing anybody. It's all Mossad.
Guys, you've been asking this for a long time. It's official. Alex Jones is on
Alex Jones
Can
coming in
officially
with an
ask him any
actual
questions
atomic bomb.
on Manek. And I know for the longest time you guys have been saying, let's get Alex on. Rob, I don't know if the QR code's going to be on the bottom or not. Or an ability to ask him questions. You guys
Gotta
may
be
have
careful though, they
stories
can't
of
just kill
Epstein angles,
anyone.
other
'Cause then
questions,
they'll know, innit?
things you want
And
to share
people
with
will
them.
cotton
You can
on.
officially Manek them.
If you enjoyed this video, you want to watch more videos like this, click here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click here.
Yeah. Good job, PBD. Hey, I respect that.
Did you ever think you would make it?
Don't like this cringe ass dog shit intro though.
Let's start off with Epstein, is what I want to get right into. So, your open, unfiltered analysis of what you think happened yesterday with Pam Bondi's hearing.
Bondi is not even a bad person, but we knew when she first got in, she's a talking head. There's so much complexity going on in the DOJ. That's why she came out at first and said, oh yeah, we have all these millions of files and hundreds of kids getting raped and it's Epstein doing it. And then later we learned she was told that, and then she has to reverse it and say, well, actually, that's not what it is. It was a bunch of child porn. So we don't
Honestly,
really know the truth about all that.
Pam Bundy's already lied about bear shit. You can't trust what
Because
she
there's
says. She
so
said there
much
wasn't
over
any
the
files. Now
almost
there's
20 years of
fucking 9
investigations
million
about
of them.
Epstein that's been slurped up. And also, last year they had or now the last 2 years, a hotline where anybody can just call in to the FBI or just send in paperwork, and any of that gets thrown in there. So that's why Trump is in there about 1 million times. But I'm also not an apologist for her. The DOJ has handled this totally horribly, and they've taken something where it's the Democrats that are known for sexualizing children, drag queen story time, all of it. It's the Democrats, in California lowering the age of consent, to 12-year-olds, and now it's only a misdemeanor, 2 days in jail if you rape a kid down to 12. I mean, literally.
What,
and
man?
somehow
Is that really the law?
Absolutely.
What the
Absolutely.
fuck,
and now they've
bro?
somehow turned it around where the Republican Party is the pedophile protection party.
God, man. 1 second. It gets me annoyed, man. Like, carry on, ass.
When it's the Democrats that are 99% in the Epstein files, actually doing stuff to kids, and then the media focuses on Ludnick, who I do think was BSing how much he knew Epstein. It's definitely financial. But okay, fine, he should resign
Wow,
over
Alex
being
Jones,
online.
the only one.
Let's go after the
only
people
one
that are Democrats
so far.
that are implicated by witnesses raping young girls at the island, at Zorro Ranch, at the New York facility, and in Paris. Somehow the Democrats have turned this all the way around, and conservatives are demanding, yeah, Trump, you're covering it up, release it all. And that needs to be looked at, but we need to have the main focus be on the admitted stuff that's in all of this. Bill Gates, all of it, the Democrats, the leftists, all these top billionaires that have hated Trump. This is cut and dry, but somehow it's all been turned around against Trump. And a lot of that's because of the mishandling of Trump coming out saying it's all a hoax. And then Roger Stone went and talked to him and said, no, sir, you mean the stuff about you being involved is a hoax? Yeah, that's what I meant. But still, a few days ago, Pam Bondi said, we're moving on at the White House. Well, the rest of us aren't moving on. And so they are implicating themselves, even though I've researched it up one side and down the other, and there's very little bad stuff Republicans are in there doing. Epstein was mainly a Democrat, leftist system. That's why he's allied with all those leftist politicians in Europe that are having to resign, in the UK and Europe proper. So I'm just calling it like it is. If I find something with the Republicans, or if I find something that they're doing, I'll go after them. But so far, we found almost nothing except for the old Republican Party, where Epstein originally got launched from. Then he became an operative of the Democrats. And if you want, I can do some of the background history on that, why I was the first to report on Epstein 18 years ago.
That's good.
Sorry about this, folks. Maybe more olive oil, we got it. So, I've been on air 32 years, and I was on local radio, then it got syndicated. There weren't any other shows like mine, really, that were on commercial radio. They were shortwave and like little conferences and books, and they were great people. And so I got to interview Ted Gunderson, who was high-level FBI retired. In fact, he was tapped to be the director of
Jones is a real one.
When Hoover died. And I interviewed all these other top experts, like John DeCamp, that exposed the Franklin cover-up, and the Republican Party, the blue blood Republican Party, running kids, the same stuff for blackmail out of Omaha, Nebraska, and out of New York, and out of Penn State, and a bunch of other places. And that was cut and dry. They caught them, they went to jail. But it then got shut down. And a bunch of the people involved in the pedophile rings all magically died. So I knew John DeCamp, interviewed him many times, Ted Gunderson many times. And so they told me all of this. Kathy O'Brien, which has now been totally vindicated, she had been an MK Ultra mind control program that was attached to this.
What?
And a lot of that's been declassified. And so I knew about all this and heard about all this from them. And so I understood that. Then it also came out in 1989, all front page Washington Times. I've seen you cover it. Underage call boys, midnight visits White House. And so you have to understand that George Herbert Walker Bush had been the CIA director, youngest ever. never been in the CIA. They said when they put him in there in the 70s, not true. He was basically researched. It was even in the documents running the JFK assassination operation as the man on the ground in '63. So that was his little reward. But later, he's the head of the CIA, and then he's the head of the country. And he brings in Wes Wexler, and he is a Victoria's Secret, all of that. He is the handler of Epstein, who also works with Bill Barr, who had been the CIA liaison in Iran-Contra. Even at his young age, he ran Iran-Contra for George Herbert Walker Bush in a compartmentalized program under Reagan that Reagan didn't know about, and there was a big scandal over that. So then Barr gets promoted to be Attorney General, and then he's brought back by Trump later. Thank you. He's been Attorney General twice. And now Mike Benz exposed a bunch of this that wasn't part of the Epstein files, but knowing what to look for now in the millions and millions of public files. It was Bill Barr, George Herbert Walker Bush, Les Wexner, and all of them in the early 90s that set up a CIA airline like Air America 2.0 or Evergreen Transportation in Ohio. They used for the first funding of that the Somali conflict, and they bring in the first 30,000 Somalis into Ohio. Okay, and
this is what year?
This is 1991.
Okay.
And this is all public. And a lot of this research, I had a lot of this research, but then I've watched like 10 hours of Mike Benz, just like 6-hour, 4-hour programs, just this document, that document, totally mapping it. So you have the CIA with Bill Barr bringing in Epstein to be basically the front man for the airline. So he's already, by 1991, he is already the head of the cutout for major CIA operations. Now, why'd they pick him? Bill Barr's father was like number 5 in OSS in World War II. Then he was like number 3 in CIA. This is all public. Then he runs an all-girls school in New York that Epstein is hired at like 26 years old to come in and, boy, suddenly becomes like the deputy principal over these girls. Donald Barr then writes a book called Space Relations.
Strangest book.
About humans working with aliens to kidnap children in sex slavery on a faraway planet. So, very nice person. The point is that they are it's Bill Barr, known CIA, his dad, known CIA, Herbert Walker Bush, known CIA. They use the cutout first money, claiming it's for Somali refugees, and they get a couple $2 billion to set up hundreds of aircraft, some of them, like passenger jets. They set all this up, and they're using it for money laundering, drug trafficking. It wasn't just Mena, Arkansas, and the Clintons over here working with the CIA and the Bushes. That's all come out. It was also over here in Ohio. And so that's how important Epstein was all the way through, that he was so trusted that he was put in charge.
Alex, mate, you need to stop tapping the table, lad.
That was not released by Bannon, but was in the Epstein files, the 2-hour interview from 2017 or 18. Everybody's got to watch it, because I thought, this is going to be boring. I watched it, my mouth was hanging open. I knew that Epstein was part of the Trilateral Commission, but that's like saying you're the head of, Valuetainment, and then you've got, a secretary or something, that's important, but they're not the head of it. I thought, okay, but he must have, I always heard he was in the Trilateral Commission. No, I'm watching that show, that interview, and he's like, no, David Rockefeller approached me to be his right-hand man for systems analysis, so I could integrate all these systems together, and because they had too many experts at just one level, and he knew about my work, with some other groups, being the CIA. So he brought me in to be his representative, and so they put him on the board of the Trilateral Commission, which is one of the most powerful globalist elite or super organizational systems, precursor to the World Economic Forum. So Larry thinks the head of the World Economic Forum today was Klaus Schwab. It's equivalent of him, of a 30-year-old being on the board of the WEF today, okay? Which has co-voting rights with the UN. So he is the protege and attaché and basically imperial legate. That's a Roman term for someone that can speak for the emperor. David Rockefeller set up the UN, set up the modern globalist system. He's on record doing it all. Here is a 30-year-old man that is literally given the control to fly around the world and be the representative of David Rockefeller.
He's saying this in the Steve Bannon interview?
He is, but then here's what I didn't just believe Jeffrey Epstein. I already knew I went and looked all this up, and it's all public. So it was all, the Trilateral Commission has documents on its own site and talks about the meetings and the things that Epstein chaired meetings with world leaders. So we knew decades later he's got all these world leaders calling him and, all this stuff. But he was, what's the Trilateral Commission do? It's all the leaders, the intelligence agencies, the big corporations, the governments, and academia all together, just the leadership, and then coordinates globally through the three pillars, Europe, Asia, and North America. The point is, this is the precursor to everything we see today. And so now you know what the Epstein thing is really all about. Now, obviously, through the underage stuff and the pedophilia that he was brought in, clearly, when he went to that girls' school and the rest of it, that's just the gateway drug with these people from my studying of them and what Ted Gunderson and all of them told me. And they explained that, no, they really do like to torture kids and drain off their blood and have the endorphins, not just the adrenaline. And so I knew all this MO. And so that's how I was able to explain to people. People found videos now 18 years old. They're posted right now on Infowars.com today, where I'm saying, no, it's a cult, it's Satanism, it's black magic. This is what they really do. Because it's not just Epstein, it's the people up above him to be able to do the horrible stuff they do. They have worldviews and world models that we're just animals that we need to be sacrificed, that they're the Ubermenschen because they're willing to do this. We're weak, they're not. And so you have to understand, this is a standardized system. Before they called it mind control, before they called it intelligence agencies, before they called it that, they called it secret societies. And really all secret societies have been, some have been good, some have been bad, some have been a mix. But the bad ones, the dark ones as they call it, the occult ones, the hidden ones, they have always used torture and drugs and sex and what you'd call mind control, trauma-based mind control. And just in the modern parlance, they took that and then institutionalized it. So you go to Skull and Bones, set up in the 1820s, or I think even earlier, by the main heirs to the Opium Trust of the British East India Company. That's public knowledge that they set up Skull and Bones off of the Druidic and Germanic Druidic teachings. And we have this because the daughter of one of the members, when he was dying of cancer, gave it to his daughter, who was the head of the Department of Education then under Reagan, Charlotte Isby, who I interviewed many times. Her father was on it. They gave the information to Anthony Sutton, the Senate archivist, and who I knew very well, talked to many times. And so they were able to release it. So what they do at Skull and Bones is, this is the elites of the elites, is they pick them, they get in it, and then they basically by increment explain to them, you're going to become possessed by a god. They don't call it a demon. And then all the Skull and Bones leadership comes in the last few days, and they've been for days sleeping naked in coffins, trying to channel these entities. They're bathing in feces, in huge vats, urine. And this is even in the movie The Good Shepherd with Matt Damon, produced by Robert De Niro. And it's in there. And it's all, that's what they do. And so imagine, all I'm saying is that's for people that are 18 years old, 19 years old. These are just like MS-13 wants you to not just kill somebody now, they want you to sacrifice them a carbon pentagram in them. And they want you to do it to a kid. That's now what they've graduated their initiations to higher up leadership is. And so, again, it's the same thing where it's a rite of passage. You got to do horrible things to prove yourself, and that's what this all is. And so that's how I was able to tell everybody that it's far worse than 14-year-old girls. They've just focused on them because here's the thing. I'm not against these women. They are victims. They were under Stockholm Syndrome. But Elon Musk is right. Here's the big secret. What everybody when you're growing up tell you, what the FBI is putting bulletins. Ice cream truck pulls up. There's a kid in the back. I got a puppy. Come see the toy. They use kids to other kids. The women that they've, settled with and then the victims and all this stuff, almost all of them are the women that ended up working for Epstein for years and years and years.
Recruiting other young girls to come to him.
Absolutely.
$200, $100.
Absolutely.
They'll get paid.
Absolutely. Some were bought at age, this is public, at age 9 or 10 from their Eastern European parents, flown here and then worked for him for decades. And so exactly, they're the ones that manage and run the women. And so when you see these women up there, you have to understand that in many cases, you're looking at people that for 5 years, 10 years, worked for Epstein and were part of it. But see, that's how they stop it. Those women then tell a limited story about what was going on. But then you read the names of some of the women, they're in all the emails preparing the beef jerky, walking the beef jerky up.
Or maybe not.
They're in the things preparing it to be sent to the labs so to be broken down and sent to people. That's getting to the IV bags. They're I'm not trying to put this woman down. It's just saying, notice in the hearing yesterday or 2 days ago, they asked Bondi, They said, have you ever interviewed any of these women? And she goes, I don't know. So they asked.
Can you play the clip, Rob?
I'll find it.
Can you play
and they asked the women, and none of them have ever been talked to. But if you look, a couple of the women in there were actually girlfriends after they were adults and worked for Epstein for over a decade, and it turns out worked for George Soros. So see, I'm not trying to demonize the women. I'm just saying it's what you're seeing is not what you're actually getting here, okay? And so it doesn't go down to all the kids that got eaten.
He's smart as
It doesn't go down to all the
hell,
kids that got
mate.
strangled and thrown in the
Some of
ocean.
these girls that are up there, you're saying worked for Soros?
One of them, I can pull it up, currently does on the Tides
Play
Foundation.
the clip, Rob.
Go ahead.
Ask them if that's true. Now, would the survivors and victims who are here please stand up one more time? Just by show of hands, how many of you or your loved ones actually have met with the Department of Justice and provided testimony and estimate and evidence? None. And of those of you who have not met, which is everyone, how many of you have reached out either individually or through a lawyer or representative to offer to provide testimony and evidence? All of them. And of those of you, all of you, who have reached out, how many of you were denied or ignored by the Department of Justice? All of them. And despite the shameful and despicable efforts by Ms. Bondi and her department to intimidate you, how many of you are still willing to speak to the Department of Justice? All of them. Well, Ms. Bondi, it looks like you have some more witnesses
Gentlemen's
to
time has
talk
expired. Now, I'm not defending Bondi. She's involved in the cover-up. I get into how and why from our information. But then she knows it's a whole nother level because I'm not saying all the women. I forget her name. I can pull it up. You see the one right there with the large breasts and short in the middle of like kind of strawberry blonde hair. I can pull her name up.
Yes.
Her. Yeah. She is high-level operative. She met Epstein at 21. Basically worked for them.
What's her name?
I can pull it up. But she worked for them. It's in the news. She worked for them for almost 10 years. And the point is, a lot of these people are in the emails. So you have to understand, guys, why does it stop at 14, 15-year-old girls? Because they don't want you, and the Republicans don't want to go there, the Democrats don't want to go there, they don't want to go to, we got the sex slave at the Hyatt, the finance has been taken care of. You know, okay, yeah, I just bought these babies from these women. Yeah. I mean, and then you have police reports of women saying, yeah, I'm at Zorro Ranch. You know, they took my baby away from me. You have police reports from totally separate deals, and then you have in the files him talking about the same thing. Hundreds of emails. We have the smoking guns. We need 100 FBI agents out there with ground-penetrating radar digging up Zorro Ranch. They need to be tearing out the walls at all these places. Where are the hundreds of hard drives they took out of Zorro Ranch? That's the real cover-up, okay? So everything's a limited hangout. Everything stops with, oh, these girls that got recruited at 14. Oh, it's so terrible. And yeah, okay, it is terrible. But the ones that got killed, committed suicide, were the ones that explained, no, those other girls, most of them, they worked for Epstein. They were the ones managing it, running it. In these emails, they would have a girl, 12, 13 that they grabbed, that they'd bring her there, and it's in the emails. And he's like, you're a fat slob, and you better take care of these men, or we're gonna make you stay in this closet. But once you're nice, you can hang out with the nice ladies upstairs. So they would use female control, and females wanting to be with females, socially, to get these women with peer pressure into the Stockholm syndrome. And so all I'm saying is, when Bondi knows full well that if she goes and talks to those women,
how smart he is, yeah. He's sat there speaking,
and there's been
and his brain's actively like thinking of new shit.
So there's a risk to talk to them, because the average person watching this, Alex, is going to be like, well, remember the debate with Hillary and Trump? And Trump says, let me tell you who we have here.
Imagery
he had all the ladies that were accused, that were victims of Bill Clinton. And she didn't know how to handle it. And the audience looked at it. I would say that was one of the biggest stunts that helped Trump beat Hillary. The average person who watches this, they look at it and say, why don't you talk to the victims? Why don't you go speak to them? Why don't you want to hear their stories? What is the risk for Bondi to speak to them?
Again, I want to be clear. I'm trying to show people the different angles of the 35,000-foot view. I think Bondi's handled this terribly. I believe they are involved in a cover-up, which has led them right into this disaster. And I'm going to answer your question, but first I want to say this. That's why Trump has to go there with all the human sacrifice, with the blood drinking, with the black magic on the blackboard, with the buried bodies, with the buying babies, with the disappearing children, and it's all Democrats connected to it. Instead, as Bondi said in the hearing yesterday, she said it'll bring down the stock market if this is known. I've said that about 500 times. Not that I agree with that, but I've been told, right before Trump got reelected, they said, listen, Mossad, British intelligence, CIA ran this. It's really a giant money laundering operation, which we already knew. Mike Pence proven. Trump believes that it's also cold. There's no way to prove it. The Democrats have had the file. They're going to twist it. He's been convinced it's all disaster. It's old news. It's designed to be a tar baby, which it is. So he's going to say, let's just move on. But I explained at the time, and I've told the White House this, you can't. It's a trap. This is how the people that are guilty trick you into becoming an accomplice and then manage it and turn it around and politically destroy you. And then, of course, none of the truth ever comes out. It's all a giant smokescreen of garbage and fake AI and the rest of it. So I was just simply bringing that clip up, not to obfuscate from the clip, that's why I raised it, but to say, here's the other layers to it that are going on. Now, to answer your other question, yes, this looks absolutely horrible. She looks like a deer in the headlights. She looks like she has a gun to her head. Like when we saw Bongino and Patel 11 months ago get up on Fox, they go, I know we said there were another shooter in Pennsylvania. There wasn't. Epstein acted alone. In fact, he wasn't even a child trafficker, and he had no accomplices. And he killed himself. And the Easter Bunny is real. And everybody turned against him because we'd already studied it. We knew it wasn't true. Plus, it was a 180. So it's the same thing. It looks terrible. It is terrible. It's hurting Trump really bad. It's hurting America. And again, my frustration is it lets the Democrats, who are the ones that are really guilty, if you look at the evidence, pretend that it's Trump and the Republicans that are the pedo protection party. And notice they're not going to the big reports of top Democrats and people raping kids and all the witnesses and everything. They're focusing on Lutnick, which is fine. Lutnick obviously was in business with him, obviously moved in next door to him, lied and said he only saw him once and thought he was a creep and ran out of his house with his wife, and then a couple years later, he's out at his island with his kids. Okay, no. But Lutnick's never been implicated in any of the illegal stuff. Fine. Fire Lutnick, or if you found him in a crime, indict him. But let's spend as much time on the hardcore cannibalism, Satanism, human trafficking, buying, selling children, and ooh, that's Democrats.
They're not there yet. They're not there yet, by the way. It doesn't seem like they're there yet. This is the clip I think you were talking about, Rob. You may want to fast forward to the part.
Jump in here whenever you want.
No, I get that. Go for it, Rob. When he starts saying, yeah, go ahead.
He killed himself. You want me to get? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
This is the clip you were talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. So, a part of it for me yesterday, I watched the Bondi hearing, and I asked myself, I couldn't find one clip that made her look good. Not one. Typically, these hearings, you'll say, okay, she won this one, they won this one, this was even, this was whatever, nobody won here, she took this one. I don't know if I found the clip. Now, don't get me wrong. The whole fighting back and pushing back and all that stuff, was that present? Sure. Asking Jasmine Crockett, she goes for 5 minutes, doesn't ask a single question, or the other lady who doesn't bring up Hakeem Jeffries, or calling out a lot of these people, that's great. There's a part of it that some people are speculating. Tell me what you think about this. Where the DOJ or the AG was monitoring what the representatives were searching when they were going to look at the Epstein files. I don't know if you saw that or not. Rob, do you have that?
I'll find it.
There's a story going around that they were actually monitoring what these representatives were searching when they went to look at Epstein files. What do you know about that story?
Oh, I'll guarantee you that was going on. I mean, I haven't seen the story, but of course they were. Everything in those computers is being monitored, and there's a record of it.
So meaning, if I'm whoever I am, I'm going to go out.
It's just like when you search your own files or you search Google, you're there searching a private database at the DOJ. Of course, they know who logs in, this congressperson, and then now they know what they're going to look at. They have a record of it.
So they know exactly what you're looking at. Why would they want to know what you're looking at?
I mean, by default, that's the way computers work. I don't know if that story is particularly true. I just know that's the way computers work.
Yeah, where is that story that Rob that's saying that happened?
Right here, this is Representative Nancy Mace of South Carolina said full release of the names of the Epstein files would shock the world. And then there is an article here this morning. Justice Department tracking which Epstein files lawmakers are searching for, opening, and reviewing. According to this is Nancy Mace as well.
Yeah, that's a 2-month-old story as well on what they're looking at. I guess it makes sense to see what person's story they're interested in. The other part of it is...
Well, no. It means the watchers are... Who's going to watch the watchers? And so, I agree it's Big Brother. I'm just saying by the very nature of it, they have the technology, so I'm sure they are monitoring what they're watching.
I would assume this is something both sides probably do. The other part of it is, you know the Dems, they only want one person. They want Trump, right? They want to get Trump. This has been going on under 4 presidents that people have been looking at. Why is it that it's fallen on this administration's mishandling of the files? Because right now the left is running with this. They're saying they're hiding it. Massey and Ro Khanna are coming together. This is not a good look on the current administration.
Well, you just nailed it. But going back to your last thing you said about Bonnie, and then I'll cover that, if I may. Even Senator Kennedy, who's a Republican and likes her, he had to tear her up on Epstein. So even Senator Kennedy had to nail her, and that's because she's been sent in there to sell something that isn't going to sell. And everybody keeps blaming her and blaming even Todd Blanche, who, by the way, doesn't like me. I'm not defending him. They're following Trump's directives. And I said this, about a year ago when the cover-up started, and it's been since confirmed. So it's Trump that thinks it's a distraction and a diversion and tar baby, which it is. But it doesn't matter because exactly the Democrats never wanted to touch it. They covered it up. They controlled the files. That's why there's all these clips going around. I saw today of Don Lemon, just 3 years ago, going, how dare the Republicans try to investigate the Epstein files? This is bigoted, and this is horrible, and this is crazy, and this is terrible. So yeah, and that's what Trump should be pointing out. You're the pedo party. You're the sexualized kids party. It's all the Democrats that are in these files. But because there are so many big bankers and British royalty and all of it, he has been told, that's what I was told, again, I've said this probably 100 times, I said Trump has been convinced that it will crash the economy if all these bankers and people, if this stuff comes out, and he thinks it justifies the means, it's too dangerous. And look, Trump, I'm not pushing this, I'm saying let's look at his perspective. The carbon taxes have been estimated by top experts that they put them in the next decade to kill 2 billion people by starvation and war. Okay, Trump just got us out of the Paris Accord. They've secured the border. They found half of the 500,000 missing children. They've got no tax on tips. The economy is starting to turn around. It goes on and on and on and on and on. Getting men out of women's sports, exposing, the NGOs, the election fraud. It's great. That's why it's paradoxical. I want Trump to succeed, but he has to understand that this has become a litmus test.
They're not going to win here if they continue going this way. If they continue fighting, opening it up, this is just going to make it seem like they're hiding something more and more and more. So what should they do? Should they release the whole thing? Well, what is the right move to make here? And by the way, before you answer that question, guys, you've been asking this for a long time. It's official. Alex Jones is on Manect. You can officially ask him any questions on Manect. And I know for the longest time, you guys have been saying, let's get Alex on. Rob, I don't know if the QR code is going to be on the bottom or not, or an ability to ask him questions. You guys may have stories of Epstein, angles, other questions, things you want to share with them. You can officially Manect them. Go ahead, Alex.
By the way, that's a cool service, but meaning to do that.
I know you couldn't. It's in a better place now.
Yeah, absolutely. So, did I answer your last question?
No. So I asked the question, so what should they do? Because for me, as I'm sitting there, if I score the biggest victories, crime, murder down 20%, border, beautiful, safe, people feel safe having their kids play outside, San Diego, Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, nice. We're winning in some of these areas.
D.C.
Right, D.C., safer, all crime, all this stuff. Minnesota, Minneapolis, ICE, maybe a couple fumbles there, sure. This is number one fumble. And so if they hired 5 advisors to go sit in a room with them, these are logical players, you're one of them, what counsel do you give to them?
Well, when I was driving here this morning, I know the White House watches your show. They watch mine, but not as much. But I've been told by the folks they love your show, and I hope they listen. I know they listen. Mark Mitchell, the pollster, was on my show a few months ago, and they really liked what he had to say. So the vice president brought him to meet with Trump and tried to explain the same stuff. which Mitchell was on my show yesterday, just saying this is you got to stop. He's doing.
great.
He's one of the most accurate pollsters. It's killing Trump. My family, people on the street, my callers, my listeners. I've got my finger on the pulse. I don't need a poll to tell people. People want a rebel that goes after the evil deep state. We cut our teeth exposing the Democrats as the pedophile protection party. It's Keir Starmer was the head judge that wouldn't prosecute one pedophile for 15 years in the UK and protected the Islamic grooming gangs. And then now he's all tied in with all these people at Epstein's Island, and he won't resign. I mean, it's like they're up to their eyeballs in the real stuff, and Trump is just saying, I'm not involved, I didn't do anything, I dropped the dime, which is in the FBI files. Well, where's Trump at the press conference? See, I was the FBI informant. I got him arrested 18 years ago. I broke down Roger Stone like 11 years ago before he even ran. So that's what's crazy is, though, he knows there's so much garbage. And that's what they explain. They go, sir, in the last year of Biden, they implemented this tip line. And I was telling people that were in the cabinet meetings when they convinced him of this. They go, sir, they implemented this tip line, and anybody by fax or email or phone can call in and file a report. So schizophrenic women, like in August, you'll call in and say, I was at Mar-a-Lago and Trump and Elon, raped me. And all of a sudden, it turns out they weren't even at Mar-a-Lago then. Or another report, I was at this golf course this year and Trump raped me and did this. The golf course wasn't built for 5 years. So Trump goes, what? You mean there's a public? And now, sir, you see Jamie Raskin and Schumer. Trump is in the files 1 million times. Well, because it's all... So now they've got this ongoing tip line. So when you hear that there's 3 million more files they haven't given you, next month it'll be 5 million. You understand? Because it's a perpetual motion machine. It's a cornucopia. It just spews it. So I'm not defending this. I'm telling you what Trump's been told.
The realist.
And that's why I said he's told it'll crash the
It's
stock
not
market.
100% a realist, though.
It'll crash the stock market.
He's not going against Trump.
And it's not like if they had targets they could get, or even a few of their own people they could sacrifice, they do it. They know it's a giant mess of BS and crap. And then the women that are the victims and the survivors, almost all of them were, got into it. And that's how it worked. And we're actually madams, out running these operations. And now they've been recruited and snapped up by the Democrats and are now on the payroll. That way, all the Democrats that are in there can be protected by the witnesses. Oh, we're not going to talk about kids disappearing or beef jerky. We're not going to talk about one piece of pizza that's glowing and loving and you're going to love it for 7 people. We're not going to talk about, we'll deliver the...
These are the files?
No, yes. We'll deliver the 7, 9, and 12-year-old to the hot tub for your entertainment, Mr. Podesta. But remember, they're children, but they're well-trained. But you got to, And it's not just it's also in the
How's he still alive, mate? You should
so
hear
all
what
the
he's
same
saying.
crap is in there that is in here, and it all just goes.
This is the clip you were talking about, Rob. If
He's
you want
a
to play
realist, but
on Anderson
he's
Cooper,
still afraid to go
saying
against
you
his
shouldn't go after
actual,
Epstein's files. Go ahead.
conclusively
I think it's
analysed
interesting when you look on the internet and you see
theory
the
crafting in his own
bigotry
head,
on the
like,
internet
he
and the
won't
people
go
who
against
have been,
Trump.
these conspiracy
He's
theories
still defending
about,
him in the Epstein files.
QAnon and about Jeffrey Epstein. There's a picture of me on the internet, right, where someone has superimposed the face of Jeffrey Epstein over Chris Cuomo and I, like, hanging out, and there are people who actually believe it. And people say, well, not all Trump supporters are bigots or racist. Okay, fine, you can believe that. But when I look at all the people who put things like that on the internet, 99 times out of 100, it is a Trump supporter. So people should think about that as they are placing those things on the internet, as they are wearing political messages in the workplace as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, talking about that, there's a fake flight manifest that has like 100.
You're on it.
Yeah, I'm allegedly on it. Obviously, if you want to see who was on that flight, there are court documents, and there's like a handful of people whose names you might know who were. Who were ever on any flights of his.
Here's the same tag they ran. WikiLeaks,
Did you always have a warlock and a mage? Did you
about 2 months
to
for
the
the
big
election in 2016, releases millions of emails.
That's like
so everybody
free
goes and
runs,
jumps
right?
in them and
Free
verifies
runs,
and
get
checks
'em
them.
in.
And there's all these emails about upstate New York and other places.
Found up a bit of all
with the
day now,
Podestas, with
lad,
others
you know
like,
what I
hey, we're going to
mean?
have our
Happy.
Thelema rituals tomorrow. We're bringing the spirit cooking. That's blood. And it's all in there. And there's famous emails where, and it's a well-known woman that ran a service where kids come and play with you. And
I might
you
join
can order
Ozzy.
online and stuff, and it's
I might
her
try to join them.
delivering the 3 children to John Podesta at the wooded
Way more
facility.
popular guild, and if it's
and then they'll
actually
be in
got
the
all
hot tub
Aussies
waiting
in
for
there.
you for your entertainment. And This is all the reality. Well, how did they divert off? They then had the New York Times and CNN report on 4chan and 8chan diverting off to a pizza place in D.C. that the people were part of, but nothing was really going on there with imaginary underground torture facilities that didn't exist. So they could go report on the fake story instead of the real stuff over there, you understand? So that's how they were discrediting it, saying, oh, there's no Epstein, there's no pedophilia, it's all fake stuff about us. And that's another thing happening. Somebody's flooding Facebook, X, TikTok with famous footage of Trump at beauty pageants and things like that.
Young girls, these are all AI deepfakes.
And they're everywhere. And they march with little girls.
Crazy,
and it's admitted fake. You can even see it's famous videos of Trump. You can find the original video at a pageant.
But they work. Even if 20% believes it, they work. You know, some of these clips, I don't know about this one. No. There are some of them that's literally young girls. You'll see like 10-year-old, 12-year-old girls that deepfakes are being made.
It's the one that starts. It's the one that starts with there's a bunch of them, with like a little girl crying on stairs, holding her crotch. It's not pornographic, but it clearly depicts she's just been raped. And then it cuts to all these shots of Trump and Mar-a-Lago and stuff that are known videos that we know, and then they mesh them in with all these little girls. They're crying and Trump's pointing at them, and then they cut in. Yeah, it's sick.
Did you see the 2006 phone call that the president made to the PD saying, hey, Ghislaine Maxwell's evil, that story that came out today. You saw that? Rob, if you want to pull that up. Trump told Palm Beach police everyone knew about Epstein. Maxwell was evil. Go a little bit lower. So why did this story not come out earlier? Why is it coming out now?
Man, everyone tunes in and tunes out. The point we're going live, man. Split does it, the fucking baby fat bitch.
Not bad now.
Why?
Roger
Now you're
Stone wrote a
doing
book
it.
on this. We were all vetting Trump. I was. Right before I endorsed him, I was one of the first to do it. It was on record and it come out in court that Trump dropped the dime on him 18 years ago because he pulled Virginia Giuffre.
Literally logs out online and comes online to see if I'm still online after his bullshit last comment.
And so you could have Michael Wolff in recordings going back 5, 6, 7 years.
Lad. Keep at it.
Years of them trying to get him to say something about Trump. He's like, no, he never got a massage. No, he never was around the girls. He was never around the kids. No, but he did drop a dime on me, and he's a piece of shit, and he's the worst guy ever, and he's such a scammer, and he rips everybody off in business, which means Trump beats people. So I mean, it's literally Trump dropped everything Roger Stone told me back when he was trying to recruit me to support Trump, that Trump was going to win, which I vetted and got into. He explained how it all worked. And how they're going to attack Trump for this, but it was really Trump first exposed it. And then now all that stuff has come out. Because Roger lives here. I mean, he's been at Mar-a-Lago since Trump got it. Been Trump's friend for 50 years. Everything Roger's ever told me has been accurate. I mean, he told me, and by the way, I like Steve Bannon. I don't think Steve Bannon's a bad guy. He was involved with Epstein. Epstein was very politically powerful. He was really the shadow head of the Trilateral Commission. People say he can control these world leaders. He really did. Okay, the emails of Bannon are, how do we overthrow the left and get populists in the UK? And he's asking Epstein advice on that. So, I mean, Bannon calls me all the time and sends me links and says, how do we do this? How do you put pressure on that? Hey, we need to get on this. Bannon works like 18 hours a day. I'm not defending it. I probably wouldn't have hung out with Epstein. But the contacts with him are there, and it's what Bannon always said they were. It was elections. It was contacts, because Epstein was like, you could get any number you wanted, any information from him. So Bannon was going, he even says in the interview, are you the devil? You're a pretty bad guy.
Can you pull up that clip?
But I mean, he's like going to the Trilateral Commission. This is David Rockefeller handed it over to him.
How many hours was that? Did he say 14 hours?
Well, they say there's a whole bunch of hours, but I think all the feds got was like 2 hours.
Wolf has 100 hours. I had Wolf on and we talked about it. Rob, play this clip.
I told him the devil, 100%. The devil himself. The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a good mirror.
It's a serious question.
Sorry.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
Because you have all the attributes. You're incredibly smart. You remember, the devil is somebody knows
smart?
The devil's brilliant. You read Milton's Paradise Lost.
The devil's brilliant, bro. What the fuck?
Satan is the
Good for Bannon for asking this.
Number 1 or 2 archangel. And the reason he goes to hell and leads the rebellion is because he can't be the top guy. And his thing is, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
I saw that in a movie once called American Dharma. I don't remember who said it. Okay? We have to go.
Okay, good.
Okay. Told him.
So, and so there are, I'm not saying Kabbalah itself is satanic, but any teaching has its dark and light side. But Jewish mysticism goes back to King Solomon and even before that. And in the Old Testament, they say you don't get involved in it, but then you get the New Testament start getting written, like there's 30 plus other books, written by the rabbinic mainline, Jewish groups since then. And then there's a bunch of books written by Solomon, and I've actually read them. And that's the symbol of Israel. It's really the seal of Solomon. It's not the Star of David. That's just a made-up modern name. But in all of that, there are experts on it, like serious scholars that don't really practice it, but know how to decipher it. So remember when James O'Keefe got footage inside that showed the temple and gargoyles and everything inside the blue and white striped temple with the gods and goddesses on top of it, and the chimeric gods, mix of animals and humans. So, but by the time O'Keefe got that footage, somebody had erased the answer to the equation. So he had this esoteric equation, but only if you do Kabbalistic research and then all the modern stuff, AI and everything integrated into it, would you then get the answer? And then the answer is the takeover and total enslavement and destruction of humanity, and how they're going to use AI and all these other systems integrated into the banking system to do it. And then when you watch the interview with Bannon, he's talking about, and that interview was like 2018, he's talking about how the AI is already out of control. We don't even know how to program it. It's going to take over, but it's okay. We're going to merge with it. And you can see that he's at the highest levels of all of this, planning this with big tech and everybody else. I mean, it's truly insane.
Yeah. But by the way, you were mentioned in the files, 14 times? And I think in one of the letters, he said something negative about you and called the president an elephant. I don't know what it was. Jones is crazier than Trump or the elephant. Who's Paul Krasner? Who's Paul Krasner?
He's a globalist. You look him up.
Yeah.
But there's actually 16 we found now.
16.
Yeah, but I like the fact he doesn't like me.
That's a compliment.
But I love how
similar to Rogan.
I love how my enemies spun it though. They would spin it like Jones is in the files. He won't respond. And I'd see all these comments. I'm like, what do you mean I didn't respond? I just covered it as soon as I knew about it. It's like, but they just throw it out like. Anyways,
who is this guy, Rob?
This is according to Google, this is Paul Krasner, the person that was emailing Jeffrey Epstein, this specific email right here.
Got it. Question for you about Thomas Massie, Rob. Can you pull up the clip with Massie and Bondi? There's a part about Massie and Bondi going back and forth. This is it. I want to get your thoughts on Massie. Go ahead, Rob.
Respond, and then the gentleman can move to the next question. It's my turn.
Within 40 minutes, you asked me a question. Within 40 minutes, Wexner's name was added back.
Within 40 minutes of me catching you red-handed.
Red-handed? There was one redaction out of
he's
over
listed as a co-conspirator.
4,700, and we invited you
in.
This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. He needs to get. You're a failed politician.
Chairman, please restore his time and remind the witness of the rules here.
There is no credible information.
What do you think about Massie?
I think this is the only time where she was right. But I think Massie overall is the good guy comparatively. So I'm not putting him down. Just if you look at this one play, because I did see this last night. One reason I didn't sleep last night, I was addicted to watching all this. This stuff's too riveting. They did leave Les Wexner, who's the CIA controller, an owner of Victoria's Secret, a bunch of brands.
He's the one that gave the largest private residence, Manhattan, 54,000 square foot house to Epstein as a gift. That was a $77 million property for no reason.
And he just so happened to own the house that Lutnick moved into next door. It was,
who owned it? Wexner?
Yep, same
You
deal.
know that?
In a trust.
Really?
In a trust, yeah.
Wow.
It's called common.
So he bought it from him. Lutnick bought it from Wexner?
He didn't even know that, and that's actually true, because I spent hours seeing if Lutnick was lying about this. It was just some big Manhattan real estate trust, but it turned out it was owned above it by Wexler and Epstein.
Yeah, I mean, those things you can't control. I live in an area where Paul Castellano, the boss of the, one of the big, I think it was the Gambino family, or the Colombo family, who owned the house. So, hey, how did you get the house that's in... Some of those things you can't control. But go back with the story.
Did Al Capone retire and die or something?
Yeah, you hear these types of stories. But go back to Massie. Massey's saying that about Bondi. You were going to say something.
Alex Jones.
Oh, I mean, there's so much to say about Massey. I mean, here's the deal. I've tracked this. I know the people that got involved talking to Massey, Emerald Robinson, and so many others. Literally just got him asking questions a couple of years ago, even before Trump got back in, and Massey was on this. The American people want it. That's why we're covering it. And then Trump gets in and says, yeah, we're going to go look at it. And then says, no, there's nothing there. It's a hoax. And we're like, what do you mean? Now there's all these documents. And then Trump starts saying, we got to get rid of Massey. He's a traitor. Trump started that. Trump is committing political suicide again with little cuts. He ran off MTG. I know the inside baseball on that. And I still support him.
The
I've been nothing but persecuted
baseball.
supporting him. I don't get any money supporting him. All I get is attacks and lawsuits by the Democrats. Because overall, it's good what he's doing on so many fronts. He's dismantling the globalists. He's really bringing 20 trillion in jobs back. Already about 8 trillion is invested. He's already got energy prices down substantially. So, but I have a responsibility still to report. He went and started a fight with Massey.
Why?
And made weird statements about his wife after she died. And then he attacked MTG. Listen, MTG isn't running for senator or governor. She's always been a successful woman in her own right. Had a very successful construction company, making tens of millions a year. I talked to her, good friends with her. I knew she was going to resign 5 days before she did. She said, I think I'm going to step down. I can't handle it. And she said, Alex, this is off record. But then later it came out. She said it again, so I can say it. They had a deep fake AI saying that was culled, though, from real statements she made, basically. She goes, the last time I really talked to him at any length, he just said, listen, we can't have these files come out because it'll hurt the stock market, it'll discredit America, the faith and credit in it, basically, and it'll embarrass my friends.
Who said that?
Trump.
Said it to who?
Her. And now you got Bondi yesterday saying it in the Congress. But Roger Stone, when he was president-elect, said, hey, just so you know, this Epstein thing's going to be a big problem. And Roger doesn't mind me saying this now. But he said Trump's had the CIA come to him. He didn't tell me what Trump said, but they have dinner all the time. And he goes, Trump thinks it's going to ruin the economy, and it's a big tar baby. And the Democrats have had the file, and it's a setup, and the intelligence agencies say it can bring down the whole country. So, don't expect Trump to, But again, you can see how it's an unending fiasco. Like, in a way, Trump's right, but you can't let them get away with what they did. And again, it's 99% Democrats. So he's giving his main enemies the victory, and then he's talking about how Bill Clinton's a great guy and a nice guy, and too bad he's got to testify to Congress about this. And Ghislaine Maxwell's a nice person, obviously trying to defuse things. And then meanwhile, he comes after MTG, who would literally, eat his shit off the floor previously if he asked her to save the country. And Thomas Massey, who's like a Ron Paul type, who's just very, very serious about his convictions. And so Trump turned them into enemies, made them more popular. Massey's more popular, even though they're trying to primary him, and put out that lie that she was polling bad, so that's why she didn't want to run. Trump didn't want her to run for the Senate. She didn't want to run for the Senate. So they just make up this bull. They attack their own party, and it's the stupidest thing ever. So, I mean, I need Trump to succeed, but this is so dumb.
Yeah, Massey doesn't give me the vibes of a bad guy. When I watch Massey, he gives me the vibes of a good guy that he disagrees with him. What does he say? His famous line is, I'm with the president 91% of the time, and the 9% that I'm not is when we're fighting pedophiles and, a couple other things that he says there.
Attacking Iran. But, I mean, that's the other thing. Lake Tahoe was pretty.
Was that what you say? Tahoe?
Tahoe, I love Lake Tahoe. There it is.
Yeah.
So, sorry. What was I saying?
Massey
like
attacks
squirrel. Yeah, no, Massey's the type of guy that comes off a farmer, nice and friendly, but when you start messing with him, he's going to fight back.
He's a fighter.
And so, and you can tell he actually likes it now once the fight's going. So it's like, Trump, you keep picking fights with some of the...
You think he is a possible candidate for 28 for those that feel Israel's got a little bit too much influence, and for those that don't like the way Epstein was handled, you think he could be a leading candidate for 28?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if he can win, but he could definitely run and get a lot of votes and inject that issue into the larger discussion.
Massey. Yeah, I think he's formidable. And he's got a following. There's certain people that swear by him and follow what he has to say, and more and more you see him talk, you're like, okay, I was with Rand Paul the other day at D.C., and we're doing a conversation. Of course, he's a libertarian. I've spent time with his dad as well. And you see the way they think is slightly different, but there's logic behind it. There's reason behind it where the average person can say, this guy sounds like a reasonable player. How do you think this is going to end up? And maybe the better question, Alex, is this. How long do you think this is going to be a story that they're going to be talking about?
It would have already been gone, and they would have busted some of these top guys, and we would have moved on, because the trail is cold. The FBI and Epstein, who ordered a truckload of acid to dissolve everything the first day he knew it was under investigation. I mean, the really bad stuff's been destroyed and erased. The people that know are the young women that are the survivors that were really accomplices in most cases. So we have the witnesses. We know who they are. They're right there. And that's how they contain the whole thing. Not demonizing them. It's just a fact if you understand investigations. And so the way Trump keeps doubling down stubbornly, it's only going to get worse. A bigger black hole.
You just see this roll it off, man. It's like, when you get a carpet rolled up and you just go boom and flick it out. It just does that with everything he says.
As Roger Stone says, thick-skinned, pig-headed in a good way, doesn't give a damn. And he says that, he said Trump, even before Butler and all the persecution, had a total I don't give an F attitude. He said after Butler, it was intense. He said now, Trump just does not care. He says, I'm on a mission. I'm to save the country. I know I'm not involved with Epstein. I know it's a diversion. I know it's all the Democrats. So I'm not going to even have this tar baby fight. And if the American people don't want to save things and you want to impeach me and remove me, he literally says in there, people come in and say, sir, we need to do something about this. He'll say, and it needs to be like this. He'll start screaming at them. Like, remember, sometimes he goes, I'm sorry, I'm hoarse. I've been screaming at people behind the scenes. And he has a legendary temper. But it used to pop out a lot. Now it's like,
specifically on this topic.
Yeah, or if you bring up the poison shots. Now, he brought Kennedy in, and they're restricting it, cleaning it up. He never admits he's wrong.
Poison shots, you're talking about the vaccine, COVID
Absolutely.
vaccine. Yeah.
And the thing is that the Democrats can't bully him, and the media can't intimidate him. That's a good thing. But then it also, when his constituents are like, hey, this is what we elected you for, that pig-headedness becomes a problem. So it's hurting Trump. I don't see, a month's 1,000 years in politics. Who knows what's going to happen? I hope we win the midterms. Here's what I want to say to the American people. We need to start discussing just being pragmatic. It's terrible. This is bipartisan cover-up. The Democrats act like they're not involved in cover-up. They are. Explain how the cover-up's working. Explain how bad it really is. Who's behind it, the intelligence agencies. And that it's far worse than anybody can imagine. Keep educating. Keep exposing. Discredit the power structure. Discredit the system. And then run candidates for office that are more hardcore and awake. And support Congressman Massey. Support Tulsi Gabbard. And her work, support all the good people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that's just knocking it out of the park, and just say, hey, too bad Trump destroyed his legacy. Too bad, he put a big scar on how wonderful all this was in populism, but populists getting people in isn't going to be perfect. Populists are winning everywhere. This is the fourth turning. So Trump just rode in on a wave. More waves are coming in. So we don't let Trump define us. We define ourselves by what we stand for, and we are exposing it all. And I'm the guy that first talked about Epstein. So whenever I expose the deep fakes, people go, oh my God, you're covering up for Trump. No, I'm covering the real things he did and calling balls and strikes. So there's a hysteria just to say everything's real instead of actually doing their research. But I think this is going to grievously wound the Trump administration, and it has the potential to derail the American recovery.
What happened to the Trump that would fire people? First administration he was in, he fired Scaramucci within 10 days. I think 30 to 40 people that he appointed, he fired. This time around, his retention, he went from 43% turnover on the first term. Right now, they're at 28, 29%. How come he's not firing anybody?
I'd like to answer that question, but I have had a bunch of tea and coffee. I'd like to
use the restroom.
I'd like to piss like a Russian racehorse, sir.
Right there to your left.
I'll be right back.
You want to go do that, Rob?
A very suspenseful mission to shake a branch.
Go do your thing. Go do your thing. Rob, what clips can we play while we're giving this break here? Because there are many, many different things that we went through. Trying to think if we want to go to this one clip that I pulled up. By the way, pull this up, Rob. Why don't you play the clip with the professor? Folks, if you've not seen this, the Epstein files have gotten so crazy that a teacher is approached by someone asking question, and look how this man out of Ohio State reacts when asked about Epstein. Go ahead, Rob.
Just one more. No.
Whoa.
Whoa! I told you not to put that in my face. I didn't.
Dude, you can't do that.
Yes, you did. No, I'm not going to ask you again. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, motherfucker. Who the fuck put your hands on me, sir? You put your hands on me, sir. Oh, God. Damn, dude. You shoved that camera into my face, sir. Just one more.
Rob, what was that, Rob? What do we know about what happened there?
Let me see if I
Because
can
the
find the
guy's
story.
been put on leave, right? He's been put on leave since that happened. But think about how many topics are out there that you can ask somebody of that causes this level of sensitivity where this guy, let me read the story, an Ohio State professor who was recently hired to help advance speech and civil discourse, is now on administrative leave after assaulting a documentarian on campus. University officials confirmed Wednesday. On Monday evening, Luke Perez, an assistant professor affiliated with OSU, legislatively mandated Salman P. Chase Center for Civics, Culture and Society invited E. Gordon G. to speak to his profiles in American leadership class. And what happened there? What happened to go a little bit over, but after G spoke to the class in the building, DJ Barnes authored the local left-wing newsletter Rooster, and Mike Newman, a local documentarian, intercepted G as he exited a public restroom. They began asking him questions about his awareness of a campus doctor's sexual abuse of student athletes during his presidency, his recent defense of Leslie Wexner, a billionaire and former board chair of OSU, whose communication with convicted sex offender Epstein are under scrutiny, and his decision to sell OSU parking lot to a private equity firm. That's what it was questioned about. Very, very interesting. Can you imagine how deep these stories are that a professor is going wild over a reaction like this? And by the way, in a minute here, when Alex comes back, a clip came out about what happened in Canada. And I'm going to play this clip before Alex is coming up. And by the way, Alex is coming up, so I'll have him watch this because he shared it earlier this morning. And again, for those of you guys that are watching, send a Manek to Alex. Any questions, any thoughts, you can officially
the real demon possession?
We're going to go to that, but I want to ask you the question first. First administration, President Trump fired a lot of people. Mooch got fired within 10 days. Nearly 40 people he appointed got fired. Turnover was 43%. Now turnover's in the 20s. He's not firing people. Why is he not firing people?
I've got a good idea about that, but I didn't answer your question from 30 minutes ago. So or 20 minutes. I should probably answer that first because it answers this question. You asked me, if we were giving Trump advice, what should it be about Epstein? And I really did answer your question, but I didn't explain it right. The answer is you can't tell him anything because he doesn't listen. I mean, he's gotten to that point now where he would listen to certain people, and if you could give him facts, he would change his mind. And he's gotten to the point where that's not the case. And now, if someone just kisses his ass, and by that, it's not that he even wants the attention. If they don't argue with him, then they can just stay around as long as they just tell him what he wants to hear, because he is beyond confident. And at 79, he's just. And so, I wish we could get Trump to be a little bit more retrospective about that and listen to people that have only given him good advice in the past. He needs to fire Bondi, he needs to fire Blanche, he needs to bring in hardcore people. I mean, look, if you're not going to indict the Epstein thing because it's old and a mess and we get all that, not that I agree with it, but I get the logic. I understand the thought process. I think it's a mistake. I predicted you'd make the mistake. I knew about your advisors. But we need a bunch of Ilhan Omar indictments. It's cut and dry. We need real deep state indictments, people like Comey and Brennan and Clapper. The public wants justice, and instead we haven't seen any of that. And going back to his first administration, Trump was really hands-on in the minutia, and he was checking on what people were saying. He was checking on what they were doing. I think he had more energy back then, and he focused a lot more, at least at first, on that. Then they came in and started calling everybody who was bringing in Russian agents. They got rid of Flynn and Bannon and others, so they kind of paralyzed Trump, because he really only fired folks that first year, if you remember, until the end that he fired again. Yes. So they paralyzed him with the Russiagate and putting him on defense and things. And then COVID, as a big distraction, brought out, they would basically brag as a way to derail his recovery and take back globalist control. They called it Disease X, and how they would get UN control through that. It's called the Operation Lockstep plan from 15 years ago that they implemented, basically as COVID, but that's a whole other issue. So that's that answer. What was the other one?
No, about why he's not firing.
Oh yeah. So
why he's not firing?
I mean, I don't know specifically. I know pieces of it.
I mean, he replaced Waltz. Waltz went from, one position to another position. That's not a fire. You're moving somebody, right, to kind of save face with media. But there's a lot of people that Trump 1.0 would have fired that he's not doing today. Why?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I know the fucking answer to it.
Media? Is it control?
Because these people know he's got shit on shoes. If they sack him, if he sacks them, then they'll just throw him under the bus.
He doesn't want to have the embarrassment of someone being fired. He thinks that legitimizes that there's a scandal that they've done that's wrong. And so, yeah, that's his main reason.
And that answer from
you
Alex
just answered
Jones
your question for you. Yes, Trump doesn't. He thinks it's bad publicity. There you go.
Okay.
Which again, you got to fire Lutnick. He's a likable guy. He's really great economy. He did move in next to Epstein. He said he went over to his house with his wife. He goes, there's a massage table. We give really good massages, the right kind. They were creeped out, never talked to him again. Now we learn, there was this meeting and that meeting, and talking to him about his nanny he wanted to hire, and then going to his island with his kids. But it's just for lunch for the day. Yeah, right. So it's because of the lying he's got to go. But Trump's like, that's my friend. Plus, it likely we've done something wrong. No, the public wants to see action, and then go fry some Democrats for what they've done. Hillary Clinton's head of her foundation was convicted of human trafficking kids out of Haiti. You can't swing a stick in the dark, and with the Clintons not hit real. Jeffrey Epstein's Ghislaine Maxwell is on record with the founding money for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, heavily involved there, but mainly with this Open Sea UN treaty, and even bigger, helping set up the Clinton Global Initiative. So I mean, the Clintons and the Democrats and all these people, they're all the people. So again, I know I keep ranting. It just makes me so mad to watch Trump doing this.
All right, let's go to the next story. El Paso. Shutting down the airport till February 20th. At first, they told us it was because of a, what did they see? They Mexican cartel drones. The clips came out. Rob, if you want to play this clip, these are the clips that we've seen. You see the clips up top. Apparently those are drones. Some people questioning whether they're drones or not. Some people want to know if he is using his favorite weapon that they use in Venezuela. You know which one I'm talking about. He calls it the what? Discombobulator. What is going on here, Alex, with El Paso? We haven't shut down the airport since 9/11, and it was shut down for 2 days. That's 9/11, and now you're shutting down 10 days for drones?
Well, we know that's down there by Joint Task Force 6, and it was our own Brianna Morello over at InfoWars that actually broke this early yesterday morning. She is a Pentagon liaison to the Pentagon, and when she called and they said, we really can't make a comment, and then she first got the news that, it was Mexican drones. And then now we know they're doing a drill. They've admitted an anti-drone attack training. And to do that, you've got to have really an active airport. You've got to have it really in an active zone. When you're there in El Paso, it's in the middle of the city. It's all surrounded. It's right there on the border. But it's not really overall a lie at the end of the day, because every week now they're having drones come up into El Paso. They're having drones harass the Border Patrol and the Army and Marines that are down there now. The Marines are in some areas of the border. And so it's technically, from what we've seen, not true that this was a drone attack. And obviously that big line of bigger drones, although that's the drone protection grid that they've got on ground and in air. They got a bunch of new systems. Israel has some really powerful ones too, but whatever you're being shown is not the really good stuff they've got. And so from what I've been told and from our sources, they're doing at least a 10-day drill on controlling that airspace, and that they're going to be launching their own simulated attacks by cartels or by even foreign governments or terrorists for control. And that Trump then wants to get the money, it's just pretty inexpensive comparatively, to put up drone defense network systems over every city. And that's the lower level integration to the higher level anti-missile defense system, Golden Dome.
But shutting it out for 10 days to do that? Shutting it out for 10 days? That's a little weird to shut it down for 10 days, no?
Yeah, they're doing a lot of training, they're doing a lot of drills there. I mean, I'm not defending it. And I mean, here's the deal. There are real Border Patrol reports, like just a week or so ago down by El Paso. Remember, drones came across, they were shooting at everybody. I mean, it's going hot zone down there. And so I have no doubt that, who knows, they probably are getting intelligence to the cartels. They probably are getting ready to use probably get ready to use it as a forward air base to strike cartels. But you got to put a drone defense base up first, because we know they've got drones across the border, and even artillery and missile launchers. So you're in the military. So if Trump's getting ready to hit the cartels out of Joint Task Force 6 as the forward base, and those other camps, what are they down there? It's like Biggs, the rest of it.
How much you know about the weapon that he talked about at Venezuela?
How you doing?
Rob, you had that clip of when the president was talking about, the weapons they use. I can't talk about it, but he gave a little bit of insight. Go ahead, Rob.
You talked about the weapon, the discombobulator.
Yeah,
what is that?
discombobulator. Well, I'm not allowed to talk about it.
But what does it do?
Let me just tell you, you know what it does? None of their equipment works. That's what it does. Everything was...
How does it...
It was my name. I'm very proud of the name. Everything was discombobulated. It was, practically a shot wasn't... they were ready.
Right.
And when we came, they couldn't do anything.
You saw this on the video. You could tell.
Tom, it discombobulated everything.
Nothing worked, even including humans.
Well, let's put it this way.
Out.
We lost no equipment in a very strong... And they're good fighters, great fighters. In a very bad environment, it was a military base, the biggest in South America. Because the house was in a base in in a very, very tough environment, we lost no men and we lost...
Pause it right there, Rob. What do you know? What do we know about this weapon?
There are all sorts of classes. Remember, we always hear about the Havana syndrome.
Yep.
And then they say it's not true. But they caught the Russians at our embassies in Germany and stuff, shooting them with radiation, back in the 60s. So this stuff goes on forever. Then they deny it exists. But there are all sorts of microwave gun weapons. There's also all sorts of systems that are special frequencies of sound that are either ultra high or ultra low. Generally, this would be ultra low. But generally, those would be localized. When Trump talks about it, he has his science czar talk about we've taken control of matter and time and space. They have a lot of theoretical physics systems where you, over a wide area, can create an effect that the Germans in World War II discovered that dealt with anti-gravity. The problem was when you turned on this effect, they have different names for it, it would make everybody completely nauseous. And if you kept turning up, it'll kill people. So that's why they were waiting with anti-grav. They need computers and robots because it doesn't affect silicon. Yeah, there's the Nazi bell, and it was the Glock, and all those effects. So that's what you're talking about. So it's a whole area of physics. They've also got different type of particle beams that you can just aim from space. People call it space lasers, make a joke out of it. It's not a joke. A laser itself is just light. But if you have a particle beam with a particle accelerator or a cyclotron on it, be a small one or a large one, you take a bunch of heavy
like the fucking,
ions, heavy particles like
uranium
uranium or plutonium that themselves aren't going to explode in a chain reaction, but have such weight to them, they're going to explode just with a kinetic force and cause little mini chain reactions when they hit things. So you just, and then the beam fires. And it hits all the ions. And so we've all seen that in science fiction movies, but that's how it works. And so now they've got stuff where they can fire similar things to that, but it has a resonance and like a vibration. And they can add that to these interdimensional fields they've got and fire that through it, and then just dissolve things. So the Air Force wanted to threaten the Russians and Chinese about 16, 17 years ago. So they had a press conference and said it was an accident. Remember how Putin showed the submarine with the missiles that create the tidal waves and all that on accident, and they let you see it?
Yep.
And the Air Force said, look, we have antimatter weapons, but we can't test them, but we theoretically know that we can already blow the whole planet up. So if you think what we had in the 40s was powerful, imagine what we got now.
Got it. By the way, have you ever done any sound effects for Hollywood, for movies? You would kill it. Have you ever done it?
Have
you ever done any sound effects?
Before Obama came along, I never tried to get in that, and then people said, hey, you want to do a voiceover for this? So they Taft-Hartley, my voice is out right now, I can do better ones, but Taft-Hartley, when they put you in movies and stuff, you're automatically on the Screen Actors Guild. And so I got to where, right as Obama got in, I had some voiceovers because I was in the Screen Actors Guild, where it was being aired on TV over and over again. I would get like $500,000 checks. Like one ad. Yeah, I would. I swear to God. And then they found out, wait a minute, you don't like Obama. So then I got blackballed and no more jobs.
So give me one of the examples of what you did. Like, what cartoon did you do it for?
I mean, I did movies, cartoons. And
seriously,
what I got paid the most for was like insurance company ads.
Rob, did you know this?
No.
I had no clue.
Is it fucking doing
Insurance
that?
company ads.
Yeah, I've done like
Fucking doing that.
Whatever the names were. Here at Mutual. But you got the voice of God too, is what they call it. No, but even though my voice is, I can give you some of the voice of God. Voice of God's like any of that big, like a return the map, return what you have stolen. You're in grave danger. So that's like from Time Bandits. I can do Autobots. Autobots, transform and roll out. Megatron, prepare to die. Megatron. But if I wasn't sick, I could do better. And here's Darth Vader. If you only knew the power of the dark side, join me and I will complete your training.
Wow, that's actually fucking ridiculous.
But like if I have an insurance company ad or like...
What?
If I wasn't sick, I could do better. And here's Darth Vader. If you only knew the power of the dark side, join me and I will complete your training.
Bro, that is some subliminal message shit right there, though.
It was a financial one, so I got paid a lot. Because I forget that one, it was End of America, and it was like selling all sorts of financial stuff and instruments, and it was like experts believe the end of, it was all this stuff. And I used to see it. I'd be in restaurants or bars, and the ad was on.
I had no idea, but I listened to your voice. I'm like, dude, this guy's so animated. Okay, let's go to the next story. You posted something this morning about the trans killer in Canada. This 18-year-old trans shooter murdered at least 10 people at Tumblr Ridge School yesterday, and you said demon possession is real. Folks, this video is very disturbing. Go ahead and play this clip. This is the shooting.
I'd just like to know what is funny then. It's so funny that makes you laugh like that. That's fucking
Pause the clip. When is this from? What do we know about this?
2 years ago. I'll explain it all, but here's the more important part. I had like a member of parliament on like 20 years ago from the UK, and he was explaining they're targeting mentally ill and autistic kids for this to sterilize them. Plus, they know a certain percent will go crazy, but we'll the rest of it. And so instead of putting this kind of mental institution or whatever, who was having psychotic outbursts, talking about killing people. I mean, that's what psychotic mania looks like. They take them and put them on drugs that totally whack them out. Then they get depressed. They put them on serotonin reuptake inhibitors that say on the insert cause mass murder and suicide and suicidal ideations. So it's a cocktail. But if you look at the shooter in Minnesota, he's on the same videos with the weapons going, I'm going to kill him, Satan. And it's almost all of them are Satan. And almost all of them are literally devil worshippers. And you can say, well, it's not real. Well, then why the hell does it keep manifesting? And what I've been told by the experts about the Satanism is when they drink the blood and do all the stuff, that's why the Joker acts like that. The Joker, Hollywood knows this stuff. They're showing you someone, that kid has been sitting there smiling and demonically smiling and laughing so long. If you look, he's demon possessed. That's literally a demon. You can see his face is all red, the Joker look. And that's what I was told by Ted Gunderson. Lots of you told me he wouldn't say on air. He said, no, in their lore, the face of the Joker is the face they make when they're killing people. And they'll do it so long when they're chewing up babies and drinking blood that the face turns red and does the Joker look. And then on the kids, they rape and rape and rape for days on end. They get what they call the panda eyes. And so these are real things that happen. So this kid's probably been... This is ancient every culture where it's the energy of the demon coming into him, and he's like, and he's thinking about mass murder right here. So, and I've studied this. I know this sounds crazy, but you can go find almost all these trans shooters, and their dads always worked for the NSA or they always worked for the top DARPA company, and it's oh shit. Oh yeah, both Crook's parents, special behavioral psychology. They're all in BlackRock ads, and but it's the same MO, and they'll just have their guns and going, kill them, murder them, soon Satan, and this is it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And by the way, what do we know so far about what's going on with Canada?
Well, all they say is it does not matter. Both the police chief and the regional police chief said that what matters is we do not misgender her. This is a woman. And they say that is what's most important in the speeches.
What did they say? They said woman is in a dress? Rob,
Yeah.
do you have that clip?
Yep.
There's a clip. And then also, if you can show the stats of the school shooting or the mass shooting you're seeing.
It's all
the
now.
trans, which...
Just type in police. Police don't want to misgender Canadian shooter.
This is part of the pod I've seen a little bit.
I can find it.
Right,
There's like the regional police.
Is that it?
This is one. There's one even worse. But yeah, go ahead.
That includes
Rob,
the
go back a
deceased
little bit,
gun
Rob.
person.
Start from the beginning. Go ahead.
That includes the deceased gun person.
Okay.
Gun
and then
person.
separately.
Gun person is what he's calling it.
Yeah, this one's pretty bad, but that's not. There's a long one. Yeah, there it is. This one right here.
Female by the name. So a suspect is identified as an 18-year-old female by the name of Jessie. We have a history of police attendance at the family residence. Some of those calls were related to mental health issues.
We've heard all around the world reports coming out from different media, not local but world, and we've heard people from Tumbler Ridge, actually people that know the shooter, and they are all saying that this person is transgender. Why is the RCMP not speaking to this? Why are we hiding this from the public?
Well, first off, thank you for your question. We're not hiding it. In fact, you're the first media to ask the question. I will say this, we identify the suspect as they chose to be identified in public and in social media. I can say that Jessie was born as a biological male who approximately, the information that I have, approximately 6 years ago began to transition to female and identified as female both socially and publicly.
Gun person.
But see, it doesn't matter that it just killed 10 people. It's we need to get it right. Well, what did they chose to identify as a potted plant? Or an Apache helicopter?
Yeah, and apparently the uncle was interviewed or asked, and they said, yeah, he is a trans.
That's the fucking brain you've got, Alex.
There is that. And Rob, can you pull up the
We should finish the video, though. It's more, you need to see the whole demon possession.
We'll go back to the video, but can you pull up the trans stats on what percentage of the shooters? We talked about it, I believe, this morning.
If you take gang-related out, it's almost all of them now.
Did you, is this the one, Rob? Yep. Yeah, that one to the right. Mass shooting rates by demo, 2015 to 2025, public incidents with 4 or more fatalities, trans non-binary, biological male, 0.769, trans non-binary, biological female, 0.667.
Is it outrageous for me to say that?
Then Asian man, black man, white man, Asian
fuck
woman,
off to their own spot
Hispanic
and
man.
chill around
Let me
other
stop you.
trans people.
You know what they call it in Europe and here now? When you see Asian men, that's not Japanese men or South Koreans. It's Muslims. So they call Muslims Asian men.
You gotta be kidding.
No, that's the Asian rape gangs.
You gotta be
Asian rape gangs.
I was about to say, why are Asians on
Yeah,
this
so
list?
all the time they say when there's a murder or something that it's a white guy, even though in the mugshot it's a black guy. The way they do that to cover up for Muslims is they call them Asian men if they are Pakistani or Muslim Indian or any of that. Or Arabic.
Can you check to see if somebody in Grok asked, what does Asian man mean? And if it doesn't, you ask. And then if you can play that clip.
Look up what are Asian grooming gangs. It's the same thing.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to find out how that chart put Asian man and Asian woman. That's what I want to know. We know about the Asian grooming gang. We know about the Pakistani. We know about the inbreeding. I want to know what they mean by Asian man.
Oh, you're right.
What demo?
Good question.
What demo do you mean? Does it mean Asian men when they say Asian men? Yeah, that's fine. I am so curious. Well, it's going to take a minute for Grok to respond.
I don't know Grok knows this yet, but you can separately ask everybody or ask it what demographic has the lowest violent crime. It'll tell you Asians in general. So how is it suddenly Asian men are up at the middle? That I believe is like in Europe. It's coming over. It's what they call it.
Rob, go back to the clip of the guy, the shooter, for us to see the ending of that clip. It's disturbing, but if you can go back to it.
How is it disturbing?
If you just go on Alex's Twitter account, you'll see it.
Real all
Laughing like
shows.
a freak. Laughing to
There you
himself.
go. Go for it. And go to 30 seconds.
Weird guy, man. Weird guy.
Some even more psychotic and give him a gun.
That's the literally
This can be
Asanabi type of viewer.
But it's
right
all
there.
politics. They can't stop.
They take these people that are already autistic and give them the worst possible stuff. And I'm sure they'll probably blame this on Mossad soon, and because the Charlie Kirk's killer. There's no trans people killing anybody. It's all Mossad.
Let's go to that. Tyler Robinson, the roommate, the furry roommate, boyfriend, whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you saw this or not. He was found in Dallas. Do you have that story, Rob? If you want to find what happened there with Tyler, I'm sure you got some thoughts. What's going on there?
I saw the recap for the viewers.
He's a clairvoyant, bruh.
What is the latest? What is the latest you know of what's going on there with the individual that killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, the reason I asked, I saw this last night about quietly living in Texas, and from all I've seen, it looks like an accomplice. Why aren't they being charged? What do you think?
Trans lover of Charlie Kirk, alleged assassin spotted after going into hiding. Moving out of state, go a little bit lower, Rob. A little bit lower. The trans lover of Charlie Kirk's assassin, quietly Texas, 6 months after his partner charged for shooting right-winger influencer. Is this New York Post?
Yes.
And the next, interesting that New York Post writes it that way. Lance Twiggs, who authorities referred to using male pronouns, has fled his hometown of St. George. Twiggs, 22, is spotted with long, unkempt hair, a Taco Bell t-shirt. Go a little bit lower. Is that the same furry guy?
That's the original photo of.
Okay, go a little bit lower.
So now he's back to being a man.
He's back to being a man. He's going to Taco Bell. Is it Taco Bell or Del Taco? What is he at the top? That is it, Taco Bell?
Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. All right, I don't know how I feel about that. Go a little bit lower. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Even lower. Anything else? Twiggs has not been charged with crime. Authorities indication. Okay, where are you at now? It's been months since his shooting.
No.
To me, he was #1 draft pick. I don't think anybody was above Charlie. Charlie was the most important player in the conservative Republican movement long-term 60 years. They took out the #1 draft pick. Knowing what we've seen and read, what do you think's going on?
Well, let's look at Tyler Robinson. Everybody saw the mugshot of him if you scroll up. And he looks like a pretty normal guy. But as soon as I saw him in court and watched the 25 minutes of it, he was wearing the trans tie. He was laughing. He was looking really psychotic. And, there was this lie that, he's such a nice young boy. And then you have his family that turned him in, and they're crying behind him. And then you have all these leftists in the town saying, when Charlie comes here in a few days, he's going to be dead. And then as soon as the shot fired, a bunch of liberals go, yay, great job, and stand up while everybody else is running. And then you've got this famous leftist activist down there saying, I shot him, and he told the police I did it so our guy could get away. That was coordinated. That's where the help is. Vikash Patel killed, and I confirm this with people that were in the room, any investigation into accomplices. And his argument to TPUSA was, and I talked to high level, I'll leave it at that, well, we don't think we can get those convictions. This is open and shut. So if we widen this, it'll make it too hard. No, it makes it believable. Plus, it's justice that we roll up this network of trans killers. They said we're going to kill them. 6 of them, 10 total. 6 the days before said we're going to kill him when he comes here. Within minutes, they said, see, he's dead. We told you. He had all these helpers there in the crowd. And then by limiting it and not bringing the stuff out, it allows people to push the idea that somebody else did it, which I have seen some weird stuff happen. There was a lot of bizarreness that day. I'm not saying it shouldn't be investigated, but overwhelmingly, we have these trans people out killing folks, evidenced by what we just saw in Canada. And in the last year, every confrontation I've had at a restaurant or on a hike and bike trail or on the streets of D.C. that we caught on tape is a trans person, and they never look like actually a real woman. They look like some crazy dude with sunken eyes, with bozo, the clown hair, comes over and threatens to kill me. And a guy in D.C. say, Charlie Kirk's gone, he got it, you're next. And he's going around me super fast in one of those mono wheel things, whatever those things are you stand on.
Yes.
And he's going like 30 miles an hour, almost hitting 25 miles an hour, almost hitting people and swooping in out of traffic and coming back around me and threatening us. And I've had another one in a restaurant.
I think the only reason why Alex is still alive is because they went out the way to actually like ruin his reputation and his.
Get him out of here! Screw you, Alex Jones. We're gonna get you.
What's the word?
Ended up grabbing him and dragging him out. And I said, I'm still getting my food to go and left. I've been on the hike and bike trail. Had one of them say, we hope you and your family die. So I personally, they all think we're hurting them. They all think that they're unhappy because of us. No, you're unhappy because you're taking a bunch of dangerous hormones in a weird cult. And so, just anecdotally, do I believe this guy killed Charlie Kirk? You bet your ass he was at least there. You bet your ass he's on video going through the hallways, down the stairs, and people are like, oh no, that's not him. He's a good boy. Or other people make an AI composite of him. People go, oh, that's AI, so all of it's fake. Well, we'll see. I know the government's corrupt. I know they put on show trials. I've been through a couple of them. But I really find it hard to believe they've got his family and everybody else and all the rest of it. And then he comes in with his trans tie looking like a Jeffrey Dahmer 2.0. So I don't know if you can pull up the footage of Tyler Robinson in court. And it's pretty creepy. I mean,
What's the trans tie?
Yeah.
You said trans tie?
That's the trans colors. That's the trans tie.
Got it. So he's representing.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the exact color, the exact stitching of it.
Did you see the George Zinn guy? What happened to him? The guy that stood up and walked up. Did you see the story about him?
No. Oh, he got busted for...
Man who falsely claimed he killed Charlie Kirk gets sentenced to prison.
Alex Jones analysis.
Rob, can you pull up that story? Is this it? Okay. Go a little bit lower. Okay, so a man who falsely claimed confessed to shooting the late Charlie Kirk last year will face up to 15 years in prison for pleading guilty to sexual exploitation of a minor and obstruction of justice. George Zinn, 71, claimed to have shot Charlie Kirk. Zinn was arrested later, admitted that he was hoping to hinder the investigation by giving false information to the police and diverting officers who could have secured the scene or searching the actual shooter. What's a little weird about this, Rob, I think people forgot this clip, a lot of people. Go back to the clip where the moment Charlie gets shot, he starts walking towards it. You remember this?
Yes.
When that happened. The moment he got shot, there's a video. It's funny that you can't find it. It should be easy. I would say, stands up. That's amazing that this video was so easy to find.
I have it.
So you have it?
I think I have it archived. Hang on.
Oh, we've shown it before. We've shown it
here,
before.
right here.
There you go. Go ahead, Rob. He just gets up and he puts his hands up. That quick of a reaction.
Instant. He was, I'm ready.
Quick of a reaction. Mm-hmm. You think he wasn't on it? You think he knew anything?
Absolutely. And he's famous for showing up at other big, horrible events and doing key things like this. And definite intelligence operative. Turns out he's got cancer, I was hearing. So this is probably like, his deal to get some money for his family or whatever. But the point is that there was all sorts of weirdness like this going on that day.
So how far are you following the story with Candace and Erica Kirk?
Oh, I followed it.
What do you think about that?
I think Erica Kirk obviously is a theater kid, and so her way of coping with this was to get up there and really put on a big show. That's what TPUSA does. Look at their Super Bowl halftime was amazing, way better than Super Bowls. It was like, wow, I was like, this is really good. I don't usually like watching rock and roll or anything on TV. I like being there in person. So people saw all the big pageantry after he died. They thought, well, this looks like she's not sad. No, that's her putting on a good face, going out and doing it. And I'm not defending everything about TPUSA. I'm not paid by them. I've been at a few of their events and spoke. When I've defended TPUSA, they go, oh, you must be working for them. No. I know that Candace had the Brexit, and they were going to use that for the Brexit stuff, and that they bought her company. And then I know that she got upset about that, and I know that she was also mad about Charlie or some other things. And so the internet, it was a huge sensation questioning whether there was other shooters, whatever. And we also covered it, lots of weird anomalies, like the bullet going in the neck and not going out the back. And give me a break. So we have questions. I mean, I think it should be investigated. But to say that TPUSA killed him, and then the Egyptians, then the Israelis, then French intelligence, and then their secret meetings at Fort Huachuca, and the guy was at Fort Huachuca. We never said he wasn't. He was acting weird, and they detained him. But the point is, everybody else has alibis that they weren't there at some meeting the day before planning his murder. It's not how it works, anyways. And so I looked up the guy they had as a witness, and he was like famous con man named Mitch Gnome, who said he'd already raised money before, saying my wife stole my son and beat me in the hands, and broke my feet with hammers, and locked me in the garage as a prisoner, and all this stuff. Wouldn't let me. And then meanwhile, he was convicted of that. And then his ex-wife just released the footage to everybody of him dabbing the keys to the car, and him attacking with the hammer, and him breaking the doors. And I'm just like, Candace, you cannot have this guy say he's at Fort Huachuca, and he sees all these people, and then she goes, was this person there? Erica's old boyfriend? She goes, yes, him too. And was this person there? So it's kind of like you just mail order to like call DoorDash and anybody you want to be in on this master plan meeting to murder. And as soon as we said this, she goes, oh, I'm not saying they were planning to murder him there. Well, that's what all your surrogates are saying. So I've known Candace Owens since she basically showed up at the political scene. And her first thing was a way to rat out and dox conservatives, and how women could go out and even date guys to set them up. That's kind of what the left's doing now. You hear them say go out and date guys to set them up. That should have been a red flag. Then the left that she was involved in were false flagging her, posing as white supremacists to bully her, to think she was being stalked, so she'd sign her program over to them. So that's the left just all Jussie Smolletting each other. She comes on my show, seemed pretty nice and everything, and that was like 10, 11 years ago, whatever it was, 10 years ago, I forget. And then she just goes through this whole process where she's at TPUSA, and then she's at the Daily Wire, and all this stuff happens, and she's done some good work. But now it's gotten to where she's like, I'm here in Tennessee, and I grew up in Connecticut, and I've never seen the ice, on the trees not melt. It's 30 degrees. Why isn't it melting? And I just went on there and commented, well, ice melts at above 32 degrees. And then they all attacked me and said, you're wrong. It can melt at any temperature, she says. And then I even had one of her co-hosts who's over at my studio at somebody else's show, and I made a joke to him. I said, so if Candace says ice is, melts at 30 degrees, he said, he goes, it does. It does melt at that. And I went, he goes, and I said, well, I said, if it's salt water, it can. And he was like, exactly. It's just like, I mean, it has reached this cuckoo level now where what's going to happen is, now that we've woken up so many people that weren't that smart, but now it's so obvious the government and the media is lying to them, now they just think they can go choose whatever reality they want, you understand? And so the new thing is you're going to have people that serve the globalists, people that fight the globalists, try to build a new future, and those that just believe the earth is flat, that believe I'm a clone, that just believe everything's a fraud, that they don't think nuclear weapons are real, they don't think satellites are real.
Here's one question. Here's one question about Candace.
Yeah.
Is if somebody said to Trump what Candace is saying about Erica Kirk, Trump would have sued him and put him out of business. Okay? She just came out. I think one of the girls this morning was telling me, I don't know who it was.
She says Erica needs to be arrested.
Yeah. So you say something like that. I just saw this morning. You say something like that. Why isn't Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA?
Listen, if Erica gets killed by a nut now, it'll be a false flag by Mossad. You see how it works? No matter what Candace does, she's insulated now. It's never her fault. Yeah, I mean, I believe Candace.
If it's defamation, that's a defamation lawsuit.
Well, I don't want to be mean to Candace, but I've looked in her eyes. I've watched her carefully. You can see the look. I think she's gone in like a megalomania, and I think her husband. And I said this months ago. He needs to intervene. I don't mean shut her down or stop her, but she needs to go to. And then they go, oh, that's how the Soviet Union controls people. It's sending away to no. I'm saying I believe she's mentally ill, and she has this total scorn and just wants to destroy TPUSA. And you're right, TPUSA is one of the game changers that got Trump elected. 2.5 million young people just for the last election. It's expanded some now, but it's gotten really tainted by this. And she's in there attacking their donors. She wants the whole thing burned down. And it is malicious for maliciousness' sake. And she serialized all this made-up crap. I mean, what they claimed I did with Sandy Hook I never did any of that. This is what they claimed I did. You just serialized BS and monetized it. And I hate to be mean to Candace because I like her as a person. I think she's a nice person in the past. But notice that's Trump again. Because Trump will sit there and watch his most key pillars of support vaporized and not come in and support them. And I know TPUSA doesn't want to sue her. Listen, they have contract.
Why don't they?
They have non-compete stuff with her. They have their Blexit contract with her. They have all this stuff because they don't want to escalate.
But if they that, don't they also have where she can't defame them?
Yeah, all of it.
So then, if that's the case, if she's breaking it and you don't do anything, you're confusing the market. So there's two things. Say you don't do anything. A percentage of the market will say what? Well, maybe she's right. Maybe they're afraid. So if you do something, then the market's going to say, let's see what happens. Here's a lawsuit. So to me, I don't follow this very closely right now.
I don't either.
I just get clips that are sent my way.
Check of it.
I get stuff that's sent my way, and, I follow the Macron stuff very closely. I thought she was doing a great job with that to see what happened. And we still don't know what happened there. But, some of the stuff is very weird with Macron and the husband. But to me, if TPUSA doesn't take any action, she gains more credibility, period. And if I'm Candace would say, well, if I'm wrong, sue me. Go ahead, sue me. That's a very interesting slippery slope. Trump would have stopped it a long time ago if this was taking place. I wonder why they're not.
Well, speaking of that, I'd like to give you an update on what's happening with InfoWars.
Go for it.
Okay, because I've seen you guys cover it, and you've been very overall fair, but I don't blame you not knowing, because it would take years for you to know it all, okay? Because I didn't understand it until later in the process. So, 12, 13 years ago, a kid on a bunch of SSRIs, his mom buys a rifle, he goes, reportedly shoots a bunch of kids at this school. In Connecticut, I don't ever say that it was staged for, I forget the exact number, like a year or something. Professors in Florida and Wisconsin and a bunch of other places, they come out and they say they think it didn't happen. And then they start giving what their evidence is. It becomes this sensation on the internet, hundreds of millions of views, some videos per video on YouTube, tens of millions. My listeners are demanding I have these guys on. So I have them on. I have them debate newspaper editors that think it did happen. And I probably did 10 shows on it total over the years. They put into evidence suing me 22 minutes. And it was just me with a caller going, like, I think it's fake. And I go, I can see it's synthetic, yeah, fake. And then they would use that to then say I sent people to pee on the kids' graves and all this stuff that never happened, period. You understand? Much less from me. And then Hillary runs $25 or $26 million, whatever it was, of ads the last month of the run in 2016, saying Trump says Alex Jones is amazing. Alex Jones says this never happened. And they show like a 3-second clip of me saying synthetic fake. Then Trump wins. Well, then I didn't know what was happening. They start running, I'm not exaggerating, hundreds of articles a day, sometimes thousands. I get the Google alerts because it'd be like an AP article, it'd be everywhere syndicated. Some days 33,000 articles, but it would be AP in 25,000 places. But I'd be on every channel. Remember, for months and months and years, like they were invading a country. And I didn't understand. Well, they were running ads through these charities that were set up in association with Bloomberg and the families. Whenever you hear the families, there's 20 families. 6 people from like a couple families are who sued me. I only ever said the name of one parent. Okay, under the law, you're not supposed to be able to sue somebody unless you said their name. So I didn't know what was happening until last year when we got the documents. People pointed it out where to find it. Mike Benz type folks, not him. It was in the public record. So I'm sitting there for like 2 years before they sue me. I haven't even talked about it in years. Before they sue me, I'm like, I think it happened. Stop saying I did this to you. They were running ads on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, where it wasn't for gun control. It's Alex Jones attacking us. They're attacking us. We need money. So we later learned they raised at one charity, just run by 2 of the parents, $300 million off of my name over like a 5-year period, and it's directly off of me. Like they attack me, the money goes for nothing. This they sue me. This the show trials happen. Boom. We then learned that the Justice Department would pay the Connecticut law firm 1 to 2 weeks before each time they would put their bill in each year and then the Justice Department would give that exact charity, a couple of them, millions of dollars. We have all the screenshots off the federal websites, all this, okay? And there's a lawsuit being filed imminently, probably even today, finally, my civil rights lawsuit for all of this. So I didn't understand what's going on. Like, why am I on every channel? I barely ever talked about this. I'm in restaurants, people are going, quit making your money off those kids. They're saying I made hundreds of millions off these kids. They're saying I never made hundreds of millions. My company had made gross hundreds of millions, but that's like you sell a water filter and you make 35% on it. This guy sold $10 million of water filters. Yeah, we made $3.5 million bucks, and we advertising and crew. It's like, you know business. So look, this company made $60 million this year. Yeah, and about $20 million of it was genuine profit. You pay half in taxpayer employees, you know. So, but they're saying he's got hundreds of millions he made off these people. They're telling the juries, but here's the key. They said I never gave him discovery. I gave them all the discovery, everything. It was made up that I didn't give them discovery. Then the judges find me guilty. It's called a default, which they did to Mike Lindell recently, last year. Mike Lindell said Smartmatic and Dominion were doing things that were wrong. They've since been indicted. They've since had to admit a lot of it. But you know what happened to Mike Lindell? 6 months ago, the federal judge said, I'm ruling, you can type this in, judge finds Mike Lindell guilty, Smartmatic. The judge said, I find you guilty. There's no way to access a Smartmatic remotely or by the internet, even though it's built into them with phones. And so now he's going to tell a jury this year that Mike is guilty and the jury will rule against him. So that's default right there, okay? Judge rules. My pillow guy, Mike Lindell, defamed Smartmatic with false claims. He was defaulting. But in this case, the judge didn't even say he didn't give him discovery. They don't want his discovery. It's all to prove he was right. The judge is finding that it's impossible because these machines cannot be accessed. They have cell phones built into them and ports plugged into them. We have famous cases in the elections where the Dominion and Smartmatic crews come in during the elections and plug in. Everybody knows that. So the point is, this fundamental lie, this is how they get you now. We need major reform over this default garbage. So both judges in Texas and in Connecticut find me guilty. They then have show trials after 4 years suing me, 1 month after the next, right before the midterms. Okay, last time before, right before 2024. No, 2022. And so I'm in there, and there's lights, and they're putting powder on the judge and the other people, and the judge, kicks the jury out and just cuts off the YouTube feed and says, now there's 20 things you can't say. You can't say you're innocent. You can't say you don't have 400 million, all this stuff. And I'm like, and so people say, why aren't my lawyers defending me? She would then go have conferences behind the deal, not let them have a record of it, and tell them, I'll sanction you, you can't do it. So it was literally totally rigged. First time guilty, but now she's got to have the show trial where the jury's told I'm guilty, given false evidence. They put on days of evidence that I had $300 million in the bank. The man never examined our files. It was just totally made up. He said our whole business model was different than it was. He talked like Thurston the Howell III. Wasn't even. And then the jury, we talked to them later. They go, well, since you got $360 million, we thought they deserved 10% of your money. I mean, 45 million. And meanwhile, I was negative in the bank then and had never made more than myself like $8 million, $10 million a year. Okay, those are my best years ever. I needed it for legal fees anyways. So I'm just sitting here, and the judge said those 2 days, you are not allowed to put on a defense. We had to sit there and say not one word why this guy just gets up there and makes up a complete
Who's this judge?
Fantasy land. She's literally you go to her Facebook, she supports, Antifa, everything else. Her judge's name is Guerra Gamble.
Guerra Gamble?
Guerra Gamble.
There it is, yeah, Guerra Gamble.
Yeah, and then she is literally, used to have on her Facebook blue hair. And
her?
Yeah, that's her. And
what do we know about her?
In Texas, the judges are elected. She's literally financed by consortiums of Soros money, and she's just unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
So where's it at now?
Well, listen, it gets worse. Then a few years later, the HBO produced a documentary. Okay, so it's all scripted. I'm forced to be an actor in this. I didn't understand until later. That's why I couldn't talk unless they said. Couldn't say I was innocent. And she walks the red carpet at South by Southwest, where this is the main premiere at the big giant movie theater with everyone clapping like she's a movie star. Judges aren't supposed to be in a movie about their own deal that they shoot during the trial and then walk the red carpet and be part of the event. That is unbelievable. Sorry, go ahead.
No. Where is it at now? What I want to, how much have you paid? What can you disclose to us? What's next?
Well, yeah, that's how the lie always works. He refuses to pay the families. Of the 20 families, only 6 people sued me. Never said the names of anybody but one person. And so they got a $45 million judgment in Texas. They got a $1.4 billion in Connecticut. The interest on it's like $600 million already. If you remember, they asked for 2.67 trillion or 2.76. What was it? Guys, type in Bloomberg. Sandy Hook families lawyers asked for over 2 trillion. And so, which is the GDP of India. And it's all about horrifying people. It's all about driving people into submission. So,
stop it.
Yeah, 2.75 trillion now, sorry.
Sandy Hook family said a Connecticut judge should impose the highest possible punitive damages for Alex Jones, suggesting by one calculation could be as high as 2.75 trillion. And they couldn't pay that. Countries couldn't pay that. Where did it come up with 2.75?
The U.S. couldn't pay that right now.
Where did it come up with that number?
They got up and said to the judge. In fact, there's another Bloomberg headline that says lawyers for the families asked for 2.75 trillion. So you asked where this is going. Ladies and gentlemen, it's worse than I'm saying because there's so much to say. They got me in conferences. The only reason I can say this is because they said it outside of the mediations in Connecticut and Texas. And they said, if you just stop covering guns and stop supporting Trump and all this, we'll just drop all this. So this is all about pure harassment. They also have said they never want money. So they'll say in the news, we want money, we want money, we want money. He got all our money, he made money off us. That's not true. Don't have money to make money off them. They made $300 million off me fundraising, okay? And they got Justice Department money to fund their lawsuits. So on top of it, and you've got all these other high-powered politicians involved. But now, if they set this precedent, which they're doing it to everybody, Giuliani defaulted, Mike Lindell defaulted, all vindicated, doesn't matter. They're going to do this to everybody. This is their new thing, where they default you, and then now, I literally have almost no money in the bank. Under Texas law, I get to keep my house, my car. I don't care. That's fine. But I never had all this money, they said, and so we have it on appeal still to the state of Texas. The Supreme Court, Texas is going to overturn it because the stuff she did was crazy. Even though she found me guilty and then the jury agreed to that, she then, 2 weeks after the show trial, said, I'm finding you guilty of elder abuse because one of the parents is above 63 now, and I'm going to then bust the cap that was like $500,000 so they could get to their $45 million. Well, she said, I don't care what the Supreme Court, she said in the ruling, I don't care what the Supreme Court says, I'm doing this. So the Supreme Court has that's going to get overturned. But I've already been to the Supreme Court on the Connecticut case. They refused to hear it. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because in this case, you have serious conspiracy against rights, civil rights violations, where all these groups colluded. Remember when they said the Onion and Bloomberg 2 years ago or a year and a half ago bought InfoWars and it was shut? Yes. And then the federal judge overrode it? Then they did a bunch more stuff like that, turning the lights out, sending in armed security, all this stuff. I mean, it has been like the Alamo down there. And so finally, the federal court kicked it out in bankruptcy of 3 years, said we wash our hands because they would never agree to anything. He kicks into state court. Barbara Bellis, the same judge, she said, signs a receiver and tells him to come in and take it over. Under the law, he's supposed to sell it at auction, but they don't want it sold at auction. So now he has just come in and said he's no longer going to allow it to operate and fund next month. You know, the money's there to run it. And so they're going to close the doors. He says somewhere around the 7th of March, finally, and we'll shut down. I have the Alex Jones backup network to other people own. I'll pop back on the air, follow me on next Alex Jones, things like that. But my point is that all the rules are being violated. Well, that's fine because I've got good, high-powered lawyers now, and I had good ones before, but they didn't understand this was the next-level corruption they were dealing with by the courts that are hitting them at every level, and not every court's corrupt. And the stuff we've deposed them over a year ago, just admitting that, oh yeah, the plaintiffs and the families, yeah, we got together with the U.S. trustee from the Justice Department that came into my case, and we decided people that are going to work with Alex Jones will never be allowed to get this company. So that's why they had the staged. Auction was because the judge ordered an auction, so they had a staged auction that wasn't real, so that Michael Bloomberg financing it could get control of my website, they said to confuse people about who I am.
So,
and I know you're a business guy, so you understand all this. Can you translate to the public what you think you're hearing?
No. I'm tracking. The question I got is, can a pardon help you in any way?
I don't think they have pardons for civil matters.
He can't do anything with that right from the top.
Only the public can pardon me by following what I do. Whoever my sponsors are, support them. Because here's the deal. I get to have my crew and have my show and we're building a studio with folks even better than the one before. And so, and under federal and state law, I'm allowed to get my paycheck. They can try to grab it and stuff, but I don't care. I live in a trailer. I live under a bridge. I don't care. They haven't taken away my voice. They haven't taken away.
Have they garnished your wages yet or not yet?
Wow.
Well, that's the thing is they've never wanted to settle. So the courts keep telling them settle, but they'll never settle because they want to keep the protracted fight going because it's about pinning me down. It's about, they say on TV, we want him off the air. We don't want money. We do this to harass him. We do this to silence him.
So long-term, InfoWars, what's the plans? Are you going to sell? Are you going to move?
They won't let anybody buy it.
They won't let anybody buy it. And whoever that probably buys you, they're going to destroy them as well. They're going to go after them as well.
Well, they're just not letting anybody do it at auction. So now the Onion guy, who's fun about Bloomberg, he has said, oh yeah, it's at the state receiver level. I'll be getting it soon.
I'll be getting it soon?
Yep.
What does that mean?
It means that they're not going to have an auction. Because again, under the law, I'm supposed to have something sold so that part of my debt's taken away. Yeah. But they go, no, we have you with a no discharge in the federal court. They manipulated the judge there with deception. That's going to be overturned. So that no matter what I pay them, I never get out of it. You understand? It's non-dischargeable, which is the bankruptcy law is supposed to be about that. So then at the state level, we're like, okay, we got people that are ready to buy this for a bunch of money. They go, we don't want money. We're just going to wait, and the receiver's going to give it to us, and you don't get any money taken off what you owe us. Under the law, that's illegal. But they don't care because they got an Antifa judge with blue hair. I mean, imagine you go into a court and there's literal, Antifa sitting there.
So no, they haven't garnished your wages. They haven't taken any money from you yet. You are spending a lot of money with lawyers.
Well, let me be clear what they did. All I had was I'm not into big fancy stuff. All I had was a 127-acre ranch out in the middle of nowhere, an hour from Austin. That was great in a place I never had time to even go there. Okay, it was because it was an emergency. It had a little shack on it. That was really cool. It was like 150 years old. Cotton farmers lived there. And so they took that. They got $3 million for it, like triple what I bought it for. They got my little lake house that I bought for like $300,000. They got like $1 million for that. Little cool thing right on the edge of the deal, but I never had time to go to the lake house. So in all my years on air, I was making hundreds of millions of dollars. I had this ranch and I had this other thing, and then and I had a Ford Explorer because you get to keep your main car. They got like a 7-year-old Ford Explorer, so they got all that. They had me audited by the IRS, and the IRS came back after a year audit and said, okay, you overpaid taxes the last 5 years, $4.3 million. So that went into them, but then they never want the money. They give it to the lawyers and whoever the receiver is to continue to wage war, and then they spend all the money with PIs and audits and corporate audits.
How much of that money went to the 6 families?
None of it. They don't want the money. They've said in hundreds of clips on TV, we don't want money. All of it is weaponized. They already get $300 million off my name in fundraising. They already get Justice Department money funding their lawsuits. So they got their $300 million plus off my name. I mean, they literally
the 6 families.
Yes, so they already got $300 million, and it's me, my face, ads. He's brutalizing us. Give us money, help us.
Why didn't the other 14 families sue you?
I think they went and they must have gone and researched. I never said anything about them. I mean, I literally watched a few videos, commented on a few people, had a couple of debates about it, and then talked about one guy. Well, I won't even say his name, but he's real famous. He sees the CNN cameras. They'll go, hey, you're supposed to be on camera, and he's like, well, ha ha ha. And he sees the camera, starts crying. People said that looked fake. Okay, and so all I did was say, yeah, it looks like that to me. I didn't create it, didn't put it out, any of that. That's all they've got. And so when they say they've harassed me, when they say I've harassed them, when they say I've made money off them, none of it is true. They live off of me. But it's not them. It's the lawyers. It's the law firms. It's the Democratic Party. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty wild. So it's not closed. They want to extend. I remember when I got sued by the previous company I was with, the first thing I wanted to do was settle. The moment we settled, I could get my contracts with other insurance company. Later on, the CEO of that company and I had dinner one time, the guy that sued me. He says, what should we have done differently? I said, if you would have kept the lawsuit going, I would have lost a lot of contracts. I would have been out of business. So you should have extended the lawsuit and not settle for the check that I gave you. They sat there and thought about it. They obviously want to destroy us, what they're trying to do. Can they stop you from giving your thoughts and opinions?
No.
They can't stop doing
Well, look, that gets incredible. If you go back to June of 2024, when they got caught doing the fake auction and all that, they had the former federal prosecutor and head lawyer, my main inquisitor, it looks like Eddie Munster, come down here with the one dad whose name I had said, and they would kind of bow up at the entrance and kind of raw dog me, kind of it was just pathetic, and they thought we were going to be shut down that day, and they put filings in saying, you can pull this up in Bloomberg, the 13th Amendment does not apply to Alex Jones. It applies to everyone else. He's a special case. We own his name. We own his likeness, basically. We own all. And remember, they went to X and said, we want real Alex Jones. And they said, no. We own that sub URL. And if you can sue and say you can get his content, then you show us the right court ruling. We'll let you download his content. But you will not get real Alex Jones. And Elon spent a bunch of money, got the whole file, countersued them, and they had to back off. Did you guys pull the 13th Amendment thing?
I'm looking.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. It's in a Bloomberg article. So lawyers say the 13th Amendment is Alex Jones is a special case. 13th Amendment doesn't apply to him. So they literally that's against indentured servitude and slavery. So they literally, if you want to, I think the headline will be like, the families, it's always the families, not Democrat PR firms and think tanks, the families of Sandy Hook want Alex Jones' social media. And it's in a Bloomberg article about that. It's also in articles X to intervene in Alex Jones' case.
There you go. You just found it, Rob. All the way at the top. Isn't that the one? Reuters? Reuters is probably quoting. Want to see? That's the one. Click on it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. The point is, you can read the filing. They said, they literally said they own my name. Well, only if you sign a 360 contract like Prince did with Sony or whatever it was, you can sell your likeness and you can sell your name. I've always free to aired my information. In fact, they had a big problem even saying they can own the catalog because I've always said in contracts online, so stations can play us without asking TV stations. I always say this is a free, non-exclusive license to the world. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The 13th Amendment does not apply to him. Wow. You got to read the filing. I mean, you can't make this up, man. I mean, they literally. And imagine, I'm walking into the courtroom, just like this.
Ready to get you.
One time my security had to come over because one of them came over like, he's going to. And he's like, you only gave us $300 million. We only live off you. We only made all this up about you. And they just got to act like I'm this bad guy.
He's a
fucking crazy.
bye.
I just laugh at them like, you fucking lunatics. And like one guy looks like Eddie Munster, like walks like a flying monkey. Like it was like, and my lawyer's like, who are these people?
Do these clips exist or no?
There's no cameras in a federal court. I'm just saying, you got to see these people to believe it. Because they know I haven't done any of this stuff, and they'll just sit there going, every time I turn around, they're just going like, and I'm just like, dude, you know you made $300 million off me. I didn't do any of this. The worst they got is me with a caller one time going, yeah, I can see how it's totally fake, synthetic event. I just move on to the next person. Like I said day one, I think Jussie Smollett's fake. If it was real, it's not why am I bad? You know?
Yeah, it's wild seeing from there to now. Alex, if today you're 22 and you're the same wiring, you're getting started in social media today, doing the same thing you're doing, would you do anything differently?
Oh, I definitely. Yeah, I mean, I definitely would have interviewed like those professors and stuff that were saying it didn't happen. I mean, because...
You wouldn't have interviewed those guys?
No, I wouldn't have because it allowed me to be set up. I mean, here's an example. people, there's a whole genre of real conspiracy theories where people speculate. What I've always done is really just cover news and analyze stuff people don't know about. The trouble I've gotten in is when I cover somebody else doing something, it then gets attributed to me. Like I said at the start of the show, after it came out in the WikiLeaks emails, WikiLeaks that were confirmed to be real in 2016, all this horrible Satanism, Aleister Crowley delivering kids the hot tub for Podesta, we were just some of the people covering that. CNN, MSNBC, New York Times all covered 4chan and 8chan that were putting out disinformation, so they could discredit the real info. I just barely even covered them and said, I think they're wrong. I then got blamed for what they did. Now we know from the emails of Epstein and others, they were working with 8chan and 4chan to plant that. You see, but even when I even talked about it, they then turned around and said, because I was the target, you are the one, and tried to sue me, but that didn't go anywhere. But the Democrats used that off record. I can't talk about what happened off record. They used that threat. This is back 2017 to get me to go to D.C. to have a conference about some stuff. It wasn't just Pizzagate, it was other things. And they said, okay, well, this person's, took them days to even get around to, who this person is, but in a huge law firm, all this. But if you'll just stop and work with us, $50 billion a year. And I said, I'm not going to do it. They said, fine, you're going to get sued, you're going to get destroyed. And then that's when all this started up. But I met with Democrats you see on TV, the lawyers and stuff. And it's just point blank, Alex, we like you. Come join us right now. And I'm like, no. So that's why when I'm down lower level and their lower level lawyers are at a mediation, with me, the head of the Koskoff firm, the judge and my lawyer, and the meeting starts, he goes, you ever seen the Godfather movie? And I go, yeah. And he goes, well, we're like that. We run the state. You're going to lose. So I got you down here for this mediation. I'm going to go talk to your lawyer, and he'll tell you the message. And the retired judge was like, wow, that was weird. I've known him for years and act like that. And then I get in the car with my lawyer, and he goes, well, I go, let me guess, they want me to come meet and agree to this and not talk about the Second Amendment. But he goes, yeah, how'd you know? And I said, I've got this before. So that was just the lower level giving me the message from the higher level. Like, here's the 50 million, and then by the time, we just won't destroy you down here. And I'm like, dude, like, they think I'm for sale. I don't know how to sell out. In fact, I have so much energy and stuff because I'm going to fight for my life. And so I'm going to, and so I wish I never would have stepped into their trap, but the way God works in mysterious ways, I kind of think maybe I shouldn't have any regrets because it was all a learning process. And I learned so much, and how they operate got exposed in the process. And I believe in the end, things like this is going to bring them down. So, I mean, look how Mike Lindell, a judge finds him guilty, no jury, but then months later, everything about the companies comes out just like he said. Well, and now they called Lindell, he was on my show 2 weeks ago, you gotta get him on. And he named names, and they said, listen, we'll drop our lawsuit against you, and maybe even, take care of some of the back money that you spent fighting us. Like, if you'll just not attack us anymore. And Mike said, I didn't attack you, I told the truth. And he said, I'll see you in court, and hung up on him. So see, now they found him in default. Good, let's have the jury trial later this year. Now that they've already been indicted and it's all coming out. See how it works? So enough time on this, it's coming out about all of them. Does that make sense?
It does. I have one last question I want to ask you before we wrap up. You had an interaction with Marco Rubio. I don't know what it was, 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. Rob, you have that clip? This one right here. Go ahead and play the clip.
I can't read you.
Facebook.
That's why you didn't get elected.
Do they need to be regulated like do they need to be regulated?
Marco Rubio and the snake. Little frat boy here.
All right, man.
Yeah.
Who are you, man?
Yeah,
Who's
sure.
this guy? I swear to God, I don't
you
know
better
who
hope
you
you
are,
can
man.
deplatforming. Tens of millions of views.
InfoWars.
Bigger than Rush Limbaugh. He knows who InfoWars is. Playing this joke over here. That's why the platform didn't work.
That's there. Whatever the timeline is. What year is this, Rob? Can you pull up the year?
I remember it. This is like 8.5 years ago.
Okay. From there to now watching how he's handled himself, has your opinion about him changed?
Well, first, I want to be clear about this clip.
Please.
They were having hearings about censorship where they were talking about me, and the Google head was there, but I couldn't ask questions. So I'm already hot and bothered, and they got these scrums all over. So I walk over, and he's doing a scrum with like 4 or 5 reporters. So I sit there politely. We put the raw video out, but then they banned us right after this, so we should re-upload it. So much stuff that I remember, we'll try to find the full thing. I walk over and I'm polite, and I wait. And I say, shouldn't we do something about censorship and what's been happening to InfoWars? Because that just happened. And he goes, who are you? And then he turns and ignores me, so I wait a while. Then I start being smart mouth. So the media cut it to make me look like I'm a dick, you understand? So I didn't just walk over to him and be a jerk.
Have you guys ever interacted prior to this or no?
Well, no, but here's the thing. I've always thought he was competent, very well spoken. And I knew he used to be more neoconish. That's how the structure was. He's been a great guy for Trump. He's got the best numbers of anybody in there. And so I don't want to be enemies with Marco Rubio. In fact, 6 months ago, because I know I'm in there, they told me they got into the State Department documents of the 12 people they're mainly targeting when Trump first got in at first. I'm one of them. And then we know it up to 30. And I've got these documents, a bunch of them. I'm in Crossfire Hurricane. I'm in Arctic Frost. I'm in it all, man. I've been. Oh, yeah. I forgot the Sandy Hook thing. It was the CIA went and that's come out and got the Justice Department to do that as well. CIA, FBI ran all this. I forgot that because the FBI initiated the lawsuits, all of it. So I was trying to get him to do something about it. I advised J.D. Vance when I already knew he had the nomination. Nobody knew it. We met up in Detroit, and I explained. I said it's the Countering Foreign Disinformation Propaganda Act of Obama. That's how they put the stay-behind networks or sleeper cells in. When Trump got in, they put a couple $2 billion that tied into other agencies that already had money for other programs, over $20 billion, to be able to then engage in propaganda and undermining you. And Vance is like, yeah, we're on that. We know about that. But the point is that all the stuff Mike Benz now has just vindicated all that. But I've been aware of this whole plan, and that's why they've been after me, is because I actually know how their plans operate. Sorry. Oh, back to Marco Rubio. I would like to be nice to Marco Rubio, but he goes on to basically threaten to kick my ass in the club. He says,
that day.
Yeah, he says, if you touch me again, I'm going to have you dealt with. And I said, oh, your bodyguard? He goes, no, I'll take care of him myself.
He said that. Good for him. Question I got for you is, right now, okay, this is February 12th is what it is right now. Who's your number one candidate draft pick for 2020 president on the Republican side? Is it him or Vance?
Is it who I think can win? Or is
primary general? Because those are two different things.
I like J.D. Vance better and think he's very well spoken, and is presidential material. I trust him more, but I gotta say, I think both in the primary and in the general, I think even though they're best buddies and two peas in a pod, I think that's because Rubio's keeping his competition close. I'd have to say Rubio's got the edge.
Rubio's got the edge.
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Even though you like JD, you think Rubio's got the edge?
Well, there's enough, though, conservatives that are anti-war that might taint it. But just for his performance and the way the way he comes off, Vance comes off great, too. But Rubio gets to also be at the big peace summits and the war operations and, all that really powerful stuff. So, and then he handles it very well. He comes off very presidential. So I'm just being honest with you.
Okay, sounds good. We are at the end of the podcast.
Tell people where to find me?
Say that again.
Tell people where to find me?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, InfoWars will probably be shut down. I know it's happened a bunch, but this is probably it in the next 3 weeks. You'll find out about the new network, the new URLs, the new news sites at Real Alex Jones on X, on Rumble at The Alex Jones Show, which I've just started promoting Rumble. We're going to build that up. And on anywhere else we're allowed. We're still banned everywhere else. YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, you name it. Oh, what's going on here?
We got a gift for you, buddy.
So Real Alex Jones and our backup network at AJN Live. And Patrick, thank you, brother.
Anytime. And in the interim, folks, it is his birthday yesterday. So we got to sync for you. We got you a cake. We got you a few things. On three, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alex Jones.
What the hell?
Happy birthday to you. And Rob, can you bring me the other gift hidden so I can give it to him?
Yes. And listen, I knew about Manek, but now that I've really looked at it, It looks badass. I can't wait to get involved in that.
Yeah, I mean, people are going to be able to access you, ask you questions, and I thought it was appropriate while we're doing this.
Is the girl one of the presents? It's a joke.
No, but this gay frog is.
Ah! I get a boyfriend, not a girlfriend. Thank you. All right.
So we got you that. We got a couple other gifts. We got this shoe that we built the last 2 years, made in Italy 100%. Your size, future looks bright shoe. So when you're sitting there in business meetings, folks will see that the future looks bright. This is yours.
Right now.
Go for it. See if it fits. Hopefully we got the right size.
Shoe fits, you must quit.
Let's see it.
Hey, I need people to give me stuff. I don't have any money.
There you go. Sick. There you go, buddy.
Me and Patrick get married.
We'll make the announcement on the next podcast.
Perfect.
There you go. There you go, buddy. Congratulations, congratulations. Happy birthday, buddy. You're the man.
Thank you, sir.
Take care, everybody. Go send him a wish him a happy birthday on Manect and follow socials. God bless everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye.
Woohoo, the Jonesinator.
All right, so Alex Poatan Pereira, one of the biggest names of all of mixed martial arts, and of course one of the hardest hitting fighters that's the sport's ever seen. A two-weight division champion, of course. Is he on the verge of fighting for the heavyweight title? Because that is what he's hinting at. He took to Twitter and he posted with no context, no clues, no opponents, no nothing. He just put 1, 2, 3 and go. And as a man where the most thing that he says is Shama, that's saying quite a lot. I believe that Alex Pereira is hinting at the fact that he is going to get a shot at a third world title. The only man to ever do that. And the reason I think that, I've talked about this many times. Number one, he deserves it. He was the middleweight champion. He was the light heavyweight champion. He run roughshod all over the light heavyweights. And of course, there's still another couple of fights. There's Carlos Solberg out there. There's maybe a third fight with Yuri Prohaska. But realistically, he's done it all. He knocked out Magomed Ankalaev in 69, 59 seconds, whatever it was. He smoked him. It was very, very fast, okay? And the man is gigantic, and he's not getting any younger. And of course, we have the whole situation with Tom Aspinall. Now, you might have seen this post that was doing the rounds recently, okay? A couple of days ago, I saw something. It was very alarming. People all over Twitter, Josh Thompson was one of them. So I thought there was some credibility to this. They said that the UFC went to Tom Aspinall and asked him to vacate the belt. That's because he just had a double eye procedure, double eye surgery, whatever you want to call it. He had operations on his eyes. He showed him all red, and of course it's already been 4 months since the last fight with Cyril Gane where he did get eye poked, and it wasn't his fault. It really wasn't. He shouldn't be getting any shit or any blame here, but he is, which is just weird, right?
The reports are out that UFC asked Tom Aspinall to vacate the title until he was ready to go. He said he'd be willing to vacate the title as long as they released him. Now, that opens the door so he can go ahead and box.
But he just had surgery, okay? And he isn't going to be fighting anytime soon. And when they said they went to Tom and asked him to vacate, I kind of understood it, because they probably wouldn't want to do an interim title fight because of the whole debacle that Tom went through with the interim title, and then to bring another interim title in, that would seem kind of weird and seem kind of crazy, right? Interim titles all over the place. So maybe they said, do you want to step away from the belt, okay, whilst the division moves on, and when you're ready to come back, you fight for the belt straight away. And the rumour was that he said, I'll do that as long as you release me from my contract so I can go on box, right? And everyone was saying, oh, this is really happening. Turns out it's not. It's bullshit, okay?
This is #1 bullshit.
Tom's waiting to make his comeback. He's still very much the heavyweight champion of the world. The third champion to come from England. Shout out Big Tom. And I'm looking forward to the comeback.
Stop texting me
now,
then, I can't
because of
fucking
that,
speak to you.
that's when Alex Pereira comes into the fold and he says 1, 2, 3 and go, right? This new era of the UFC, we want big fights. Paramount TV have just paid $7.7 billion. They want spectacles. They want fights like the White House. They want John Jones versus Alex Pereira. Or, as I always said, Alex Pereira versus Cyril Gane for an interim title. Now, I don't know what's going on with the whole stuff with Tom. Apparently he came out and he said, I'm still very much the champion. That's great to hear. Do not walk away from this sport, Tom. Do not let the fans get to you, right? They're a fickle crowd. I was hated beyond belief, and now there's still a few people that hate me, but for the most part, people respect what I do. I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm loved, because I sound like a wanker if I say that. But the tide has turned. I was once the most hated man in all of mixed martial arts, because I was a little shit back in the day.
Well, Bisping's just a dick.
But the fans of mixed martial arts, just like any sport, they're very fickle, okay? Right? Love you all, by the way. Now, here is what Tom posted recently, and I just want to talk about this quickly. He said, I love mixed martial arts. I'll never stop loving it, but I just hate the business. I think that fighters are completely replaceable, and the business will make you feel like that any chance it gets. Even if you get hit with an illegal move, which could affect the rest of your life, they don't really give a shit, and no one else does either, right? And I understand what Tom's saying, okay? Because you do feel like the whole world has turned on you, and certainly when he wasn't the person at fault, he wasn't. But this is the world that we live in. It just is. The show must go on. I went through multiple eye surgeries. I wasn't in constant communication with the UFC. They weren't calling on me and checking on me. The only time I got a phone call off Dana White was when he called me, and I'm not talking shit, by the way. They got a business to run. They got a worldwide massive corporation to run, putting on the best fights on the planet, okay? And if someone gets hurt, well, then that's a real shame. But the show goes on. It just does. We're stepping into a cage with 4-ounce gloves on, trying to beat the shit out of another human being. That's why a lot of people think it's crazy, because it is a dangerous sport. And in the world of boxing, people die. I talk about that all the time. The sport of boxing still moves on. If you get hurt at work and you can't do your job on a Monday morning, the business still continues. Their factory still goes on. The milk still gets delivered. The cow still gets slaughtered, right? Whatever it is, Amazon drivers are still making the deliveries. Just because John, your usual driver, twists his ankle and can't go to work, the show still goes on. I am not being unsympathetic towards Tom. I totally get it, and I understand that he's pissed off and he's going through a lot right now. Just ignore all of that shit. Just come back, win your next fight, dominate the next few, make tons of money, and retire. But in the meantime, let's get back to what I was saying about Alex Pereira. If he isn't fighting anytime soon, and it certainly doesn't look like he's fighting anytime soon, then this 1, 2, 3 and go from Alex Pereira, to me, is clear as day. He's fighting for a third belt sometime soon. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's talking out of his ass. Remember, he said that he got hacked recently. There was someone else recently as well saying they get hacked. It kind of drives me crazy. Anytime someone puts something on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, and then they get a little bit of backlash. Jake Paul just did it, for crying out loud, about the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Oh, I don't know what happened on my Twitter. I think I got hacked. You didn't get hacked. You posted something. You felt a certain way. You said your little tweets, and then you got a ton of shit and a ton of backlash, and then you just went, oh, I was hacked, right? And Alex Pereira has said the same thing in the past, and maybe he'll say the same thing about this. But going back to what I say, Alex Pereira deserves a third shot at the belt. If Tom is on the sidelines right now, and John Jones is actually retired because of all the arthritis in his hips, right? If he is walking away, right, then he is, Alex Pereira, the next guy, the most logical guy. He's done it all at light heavyweight. There isn't really anyone there for him anyway. Yeah, of course, Khalil Roundtree wants another pop. Of course, Yuri Prochazka cried his eyes out just at seeing Alex Pereira destroy Magomed Ankalaev the way that he did, because he is a samurai and he just, oh my God, he loved everything about it, right? And I love that about Yuri. And Yuri's one of my favourite fighters, okay? But he has been beaten twice, and realistically, at light heavyweight, Pereira's done it all. And the man is gigantic for 205. He would probably walk around 240 pounds. He could put a bit of muscle on, walk around at 250 and go knock the fuck out of almost everyone at light heavyweight if they can't take him down, right? And what would Cyril Gane do? Cyril Gane would stand there and go toe-to-toe. The man's a kickboxer. Send him to Dagestan for 20 or 30 years and forget all about it. He still ain't going to shoot a takedown. And you're going to be jumping around all over the place. Pa, 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 pa. But you know, he's very light on his feet, you know, and he's very French, and he's got the flair, and he's got the ballet, and he's got the pa, 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 pa. He's got the punch you in the face. I don't know what I'm doing, okay? I've lost the plot. I've been sitting here by myself in this room, losing my goddamn mind, because Alex Pereira is going to fight for a third belt. The only person to ever do it. That will mean he is, by far, the most successful person to ever step foot in the UFC's hallowed octagon. What do you think? Am I crazy? Am I talking out of my arse? How do you feel about Tom? And if you're watching this, Tom, just ignore all this shit online, because those people could never dream of what you have done and achieving the levels of greatness that you have. They could never dream about it, so they talk shit online. Just ignore all that. They don't matter. But Alex Pereira, right? In the meantime, if Tom is on the sidelines for a while, which it looks like it is, in the meantime, there's an opportunity for Alex Pereira. Would it be Cyril Gane? It would have to be Cyril Gane. Cyril Gane was fighting for the belt against Tom. Yes, he poked him in the eye. Yes, he was the person that committed the foul. And yes, he might be the guy that gets rewarded with another major title fight, right? But that's the world we live in, right? It's not a fair world sometimes, okay? And some people might think that's crazy. But as I said before, the show still goes on. What do you think about everything that I just said? Do you think Alex Pereira will be fighting for a third belt? Or am I 1, 2, 3 times out of my goddamn mind? Thanks for watching. Subscribe, ring the bell. The dog's barking. It's time to wrap this video up. Shut up, Ford!
Tom Stoltman wins Britain's
Ladies
strongest
and
man.
gentlemen, raise it up. Britain's strongest man is the Albatross, Tom
Stoltman. Danke. Salamat po. Salamat po. Gamas panda. What the hell? Gamas panda.
Kamsahamnida. Kamsahamnida. Zuki.
Kamsahamnida. Kamsahamnida. Terima kasih. Salamat po. Salamat po. See, Tom's the worst. No, Tom's the best, sorry.
Tom is the best. He's the spiciest. He has very fun.
All right. Got another box.
Yeah. He knew what he was doing.
I could do one like that.
Good morning, guys. It's the morning of Britain's strongest man down in Sheffield. We're about to go for our wee swim. I've been told the water's pretty wild today, so hopefully there'll be no deaths. I'll be fine. So we'll get our wee boost, get back, and we'll get down to the stadium and see who's going to be Britain's strongest man. I know who it's going to be. We'll see you down there.
It's 7:15 a.m. and I thought we were going for a cold water swim, not cliff diving. Okay.
Just don't show my wife I stole her gloves this morning. Oops.
A zebra got frostbite.
guy? Beautiful little snow zebra. Look at this little guy. Don't bite me. I think he might be okay. What are all these little noises? All right, let's take a little look at this. At least 4 inches of ice. Oh, there's a coyote right there. The 4th and last day of the freeze. You're considering attacking me, are you? Well, all right, everybody. I'm finally done. Most of the chores are done, and it looks like the baby broke out on his own. Even though I just gave them a bunch of water, him and his son and wife are hopping around. I can hear a lot of the snow melting. It's not going to snow again here, probably for another 3-4 years. How cool is this, seeing the baby and Tibby hanging out together in the snow? Look at that. Beautiful little creature. Might have a little bonfire tonight with some buddies to celebrate the fact that this whole horrible storm is finally over. As you guys can see, Mama here and her baby are hanging out, eating all this food I threw on the ground. I think these guys are going to be just fine here. But oh my goodness, look how cold this little boy is. They sure do love eating all that food I left for them. You're not going to slip and break your leg if I... Oh no, look at him. Okay, I'll leave them alone so they don't hurt themselves. Oh my goodness, look at this little guy. But yeah, guys, it looks like the snow's finally melting. I think these guys are going to be just fine here. But look at that, a kangaroo in the snow. Come on, little guy, go back to your mama. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. Kangaroos in the snow, folk, today. All right, everybody, I just got to Crunch, and I'm here with my gallon. I take a gallon every day, and it's completely frozen solid. There's no way I can drink this. This is my setup. I got shotgun shell. I got some protein. Creatine I don't really use anymore. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the sauna so it heats up. But this is the Crunch Fitness. I've brought you guys here tons of times before. But they recently just added a sauna, making it better than most of the gyms in Waco. This is the only way I can thaw my water. All right, everybody, this should be the last night. I'm at the new property. Last night of horrible freezing temperatures here. This is what it looks like with all the snow. Looks like Montgomery is doing just fine over there in his little barn. All right, everything is fine here. I think I'm going to come back tomorrow morning and break up all their water. Might just have to drive into this pond. No ice in the water here, as you guys can see, because of this goo. All right, everybody, the 4th and last day of the freeze. These guys are still hopping around for some reason. I hope the baby's okay out there. Wow, look at this precious little get it all wet. At least it's not raining anymore. Poggers is in there watching me longingly from inside the room, but Poggers is an indoor dog again. All the animals have been fed and have water. After Poggers fell asleep on my couch, I woke up at 8 a.m. for my Zoom class because Baylor University canceled all of their classes, even the grad school. All right, everybody at the new property. Looks like there's still a little bit of snow here on the ground. There's ice in the crocodile enclosure. Really glad I didn't keep that crocodile. Would have been so hard to keep him warm. For some reason, Bandit is just in here, even though he has a hole and he can dig out and climb out. Looks like he's drinking the water in here. Look at him running around over there. And his girlfriend is outside of the fence, running around outside somewhere. Be able to see her. Yeah, look, there she is, you guys. You see her running around? And these Rhea do not like her at all. They will pummel her if they come too close. You see them all running over towards her? They do not like her at all. That's why, you guys, if you want to farm Rhea, you don't really have to worry about coyotes as predators. But we do have to worry about them not getting any water and dying from thirst. But look at that, you guys. I've never seen a zebra in the snow before till now. And it looks like he's doing okay. Hello there, beautiful little boy. Don't bite me. And I'm gonna bite you if you don't like this video. Just kidding. Unless? But I'm gonna go ahead in here with a hammer and try and break this up. If only I had thought to bring a hammer. But look how cute these guys are together in here. Okay, I don't have a hammer, but I do have this jack. Should do the trick okay. But look at that beautiful little white Rhea in the snow. Wow. And a happy little zebra. Okay, happy little boy. Come on. All right, let's take a little look at this. Oh my gosh. I might need more than just this jack. Okay, maybe I can't break this up with something this weak. Look how cute and uppity he is, you guys. Why is he trying to kick me? I think he's just really excited and frustrated because he's thirsty. Yeah, look how he comes over and tries to pretend to kick me. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful little boy, formerly known as Nick Fuentes, renamed to Montgomery Switzenbacher III. Beautiful little snow zebra. Never seen a zebra in the snow before, you guys, but here we are. And he's actually so much bigger than he was before. Look at how big this boy is. I'm not sure how much I love him trying to bite my sleeve, but at least he's not biting my fingers off yet. We are going to have to neuter this boy soon. It's only a matter of time before he becomes horrible. But he does need water, so let's see what we can do about this. And for all I know, this whole thing could just be a giant cube of of ice. Okay, I couldn't find my hatchet, but this 10-foot T-post should work. Really glad that I put his little blankie in here so he knew to come into the barn whenever it got real bad. Just out here farming zebras and rhea in Waco, Texas. Beautiful little fella. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and try breaking all this up, and if I can, I'm just gonna let him out over to the pond. Oh my gosh. Okay, I just broke it up, but I had to use 2 hands. Looks like at least 4 inches of ice. Look at that. Wow, there's still so much food in here. And honestly, I think he just likes dancing in the snow. And the rhea seem really glad to be able to finally drink again. So now these guys are finally getting a nice gulp of water. And even though all the bobcats and coyotes that we've released out here can come and go whenever they want, they like to come here, I think, during the winter so they can get in the shelters. Also, I think they like playing around in here. It's like a jungle gym for them. Not to mention we have infinite chickens half the time and tons of water for them to drink. But yeah, this place is turning pretty nice. All I need to do now is put a little home out here so I don't have to live where I'm doxxed. Oh, there's a coyote right there. All right, everybody, day 4 of this Texas Snowmageddon 2026. My baby kangaroo is still alive, praise God. All these animals are just fine here. I think the time has come. I can finally let these guys out. Kevin and Karen and their inbred granddaughter and the ostriches are doing great in there. And Boo Boo's also doing phenomenally well. By the end of today, I'll be able to go ahead and let these guys out to drink from their pond again. So first, I'm going to go ahead and let Boo Boo out this way. Now he can live out here with this pond and the kangaroos if he wants. I'm opening up this fence so that these guys can go over and drink from the pond. But wow, we did it, Kevin. We did it. You survived. I'm going to go ahead and move this. Okay, Kevin, you're free. You don't have to attack the fence anymore. You don't have to do that. Kevin, you don't have to attack that fence anymore. Kevin, you're not thinking about attacking me now, are you? You're not considering attacking me, are you? Not actually considering attacking me. All right, everybody, these guys are now fine. But first, I'm going to do an ostrich toe inspection. Ostrich toe inspection. Let me take a look at your toes, boys. Let me take a look at your toes. Let me see. Okay, those toes are fine. Those toes are fine. They seem fine. And they ate all of their food. And Kevin seems fine. I sure hope he doesn't try to attack me and slip on ice. But now these guys have full access to the same paddock they used to. Tons of food in there. Now they finally have plenty of fresh water to drink that doesn't come from a 5-gallon bucket. And everything is back to being as it should be here at the Urban Rescue brand. Peacock moment. Another day of thawing my gallon in the sauna crunch. Oh my goodness, you guys. Garbanzo Beans just walked over to the baby kangaroo and pecked him. Also, Poggers is out running around. All my animals are hanging out together today. Everything is as it should be again. I am going to need to go feed the Cappies pretty soon, but look at Garbanzo Beans chasing him around. Oh, they're so cute. Poggers is just digging in the snow. All right, everybody. It looks like all the snow is finally starting to melt, and soon I will give Poggers back to the fox huz, but for now, I'm going to let him just run around. He has a little tag with his name on his collar and and my number. So if he runs away to the Dollar General again, that's okay. But all of his food is over there, and as soon as all this snow melts, I'm going to let the Cappies back outside. For now, I still have to feed him with the bucket. But first, I'm feeding myself because Uncle Ben has not eaten anything in like a day. Look at how he's just sitting there waiting for me to let him back in. Remember how I said Poggers has my number on his collar? First thing he did was just run onto the highway. And some homeless guy walking by said that he went this way, so I'm walking this way. He loves being a horrible dog. And he was just at this person's house. And he's absolutely covered in mud. Perfect. Now I have to give him another bath before I bring him inside. But that's what happens, you guys. I give him a whole steak and then he runs away. He's still running away to the Dollar General. Yep, there he goes. As much as I love him so much, I probably am going to consider rehoming him soon. And I'll sell him to you guys for $5,000. Send me an email. And for a $5,000 donation, you can have this dog that is so loving and perfect. He's basically a cat. The second you let him outside, he's going to run away. I'm trying to put weight on this boy, so I just gave him a ton of puppy food with that ground beef and all the tallow in there mixed in. All right, Poggers is safe and sound in here. And now I got to give water to all these dang binguses. Thankfully, the water that we have in here for the crocodilians is still very full. And these guys don't even want to go in the water. Thirsty, thirsty little boys. Don't worry, children. Everybody's going to get some water. Just wait your turn.
That shit
Look how he's
sounds.
climbing on top of them. Oh my goodness, this is so funny. Don't worry, kids. You'll have a whole pond pretty soon. And if you're new to the channel and wondering why we're hoarding so many cappies, we're not hoarding or breeding capybaras here. This is the Capybara Conservation Coalition. We're conserving the species. Welcome back to the Capybara Conservation Coalition. Here we do a little bit of wildlife rescue and rehabilitation, and we also conserve the species of the capybara. Although they are a species of least concern, they are poached widely everywhere, and people in this great state of Texas do indeed hunt them. What if we just kept them in here like this for forever? Coincidentally, the city's also cracking down on me having animals that are not considered livestock according to their arbitrary laws. These are my house pets. They don't need to be considered livestock. They live in my home. I keep them all in here. They're happy. Look at them. They're so happy. I'm going to keep them in here the whole year. Let the grass grow back outside. I'm just going to leave them in there. Hold on, because we got the Monday left me broken. Tuesday I was through with hoping. Wednesday my empty arms were open. All right, everybody. I went to a buddy's place for a bonfire, and then someone called me about this hawk. This is very strange, you guys. I've never seen this bird before in my life. He's definitely pretty cooked. He got hit by a car, I assume, and he's very cold. I'm gonna go ahead and put him in an incubator, but it looks like he's flapping his wings. I think he might be okay. Well, I'm not sure what this little guy is, but he looks really cool. These Timdies are gonna have to stay away. Okay, I got him set up in the incubator. I had to give him fluid, so I couldn't film that because I am only one man. Sure do miss having a staff here, but this is the off season. I can't really afford to be paying people in the off season to just sit around and do nothing. Now that I'm looking back at those photos, I think it's a juvenile red tail. And as you can see, I still have a problem with the little blinking light in the cabin here. Maybe old Uncle Ben's never gonna get that fixed. There's the old field where Whistling Diesel's Ferrari caught fire. Heck of a year, 2023. Heck of a year. Yep, old Uncle Ben remembers that like it was yesterday. All right, everybody, going back down to 20 degrees tonight. Everything that melted is just gonna freeze again. It looks like these little guys are happy and healthy, especially this precious little baby's gonna be nice and warm tonight with his mom. All right, everybody, I'm about to go to the gym and Bando Bean, you guys sure do look thirsty now. What are all these little noises that you're making?
Wow. Such a crazy noise.
Well, the first and the worst freeze is over. It looks like we did have some casualties, but it is still an active hive. And it's been a week and they all survived. But that's it for now, you guys. I'm headed to the Waco Municipal Court building to talk to the judge because I keep getting all these letters from a Pete Irwin at the City of Waco Code Office. Apparently my 8-foot fence that I've had for 4 years now is too high. They also got the zoning wrong here. Petey Boy's also getting on me again about having exotic animals. Even though this includes rhinos and bison and all other kinds of cringe, capybaras are not included apparently. So I'm going to talk to the judge and see if hopefully we can just get this dismissed. Okay, so update. I prayed before I walked in and the judge just came out of nowhere, walked right up to me and said, so what are we dealing with today? I'm going to be honest with you guys, me cutting my fence down to 6 feet literally endangers my life because some of you have no sense of boundaries. Look how this root is just growing through the ground here. But I am pleading not guilty and I think it's going to go well, hopefully. Please toss a prayer up for us. Apparently because I'm a full-time student, I get to have a little pre-trial hearing. Okay, that is the 5th time I've called this code officer and old Petey Boy does not want to pick up. That's fine. I'm going to go to his office and no good deed goes unpunished, you guys. There's always going to be opposition. All right, I just had my conversation with the code officers. Bear in mind, I am a full-time grad student, and I also got a crow, a feral hog, another injured owl, and a ton of baby squirrels and rabbits yesterday. So it's time to lawyer up. If any of you guys are animal or real estate attorneys, please hit me up. I've got a team of folks already, but I could always use another specialist. Regardless, for the next year or so, all the videos that you'll see on my property of capybaras and kangaroos have been from the last year. So in 2026, sit back, grab some popcorn, and enjoy as Uncle Ben shows you everything that happened in 2025. As always, I love you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you in the next video. Oh, almost forgot to tell you. Dang, we really out here putting the fries in the...
Look at that guy, man. I'll be back on later. I've done a little mining session. Yes, somebody's already bought my iron. Wow, 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 wow. For 62 as well. I'm always putting it up for 62 now, I don't care. Why make 32 when I can make 62? I'll be back though. Thank you, bye-bye.